Bell, come and take the stage and tell us. So please, Kobel, walk to the stage. So, okay, please, over there. The judges are here. Yes, so you can. Yeah.
You tell me when to start.
You can start.
Hello, good morning. I'm really grateful to connect with you this morning. My name is Ben Wakoraj. I am the Executive Director of Uipe Education Foundation, where we are nurturing the next engineers, the next innovators, the next entrepreneurs, and the next leaders. And we focus majorly on underserved communities and schools across Uganda. Why underserved communities in particular? Most places in Kampala, Central Region, they can have access to capacity building like in STEM and many other things. But how about that village school that you have in your village or that young child in that village? So for us, Uipe, we believe that every child have that chance. Next slide, please. Personally, I started my career in architecture. I completed from Makerere University as the best student in my class. Along the way, I went ahead and did several architectural projects, innovations that took me places, met the president. Somehow I felt successful. But whenever we travel back to my village, where I was born, Pitt, near Gulo district, I would meet children, next slide please, I would meet children like this, who aspire to be like me. But not only are they trapped in a classroom that is overcrowded, with teacher to student ratio of 1 to 53, but they also lack the resources and they expose teachers to explore meaningful learning, to gain the skill sets that they would need to be engineers, to be entrepreneurs, to be innovators. So the challenge is that there are over millions of children like this across the country. And for us as Uipe, we want to change this story. Next slide. So we have developed a new learning approach, which is called the Uipe learning approach, which intentionally nurtures these skill sets that we need for the engineers: creativity, practical hands-on skills, self-development, and leadership. Next slide, please. And out of this, we have developed 4 major products that we are implementing right now. Starting in 2022, right now we have reached over 500 learners directly and 10,000 indirectly. And these are the 4 major products. The first is the Uipe learning approach that we implement in schools during school time. And also during holidays, we have the learners coming to our innovation space where they create their projects. The second is Walkovers AI, which was showing there. Right now we are piloting it with 57 learners, and we have their database. And this allows a teacher, even underexposed teacher in an underserved community, can be able to facilitate a class of a project-based learning. And also they have the generative component where they can research about project-based learning and they can support a child and also track their progress along the way. The third is the STEM learning kit. As you see on the corner there, we're experimenting still with water bottles and connections to like a Lego kind of piece that allows the child to build almost anything. Then, of course, the fourth is our Toy and Innovation Festival that happens once in a year. Next slide, please. So our market target, we are really looking at beyond Uganda. In the next 10 years, we should be able to go across East Africa with 6.6 million as our target. Next slide. So the way we structure our business model, we are non-for-profit, but we operate as a social enterprise, where on one end, schools that are able to pay for the service, they pay for us, but at the same time also, we partner with organizations like World Vision, so that they can reach those who cannot pay for the service. Yeah, and then also parents who also pay for the service during holiday camps. Next slide, please. These are our achievements so far. We have signed 2 MOUs with 2 schools so far. We are able to nurture 1 team that won the 2nd prize in the just concluded Huawei ICT Global Competition in China. They represented Uganda. That was a team from Gulu. And then we also had the ambassador of the United States visit our space. Right now we are discussing partnerships to see how we can be able to scale this across northern Uganda. Other achievements include developing the walk-over learning approach, which has been reviewed, and then also walkovers and reaching over 10,000 learners. Next slide. These are similar organizations. We don't see them as competitors per se, but rather these are within the space that we could also partner with. Right now, we have already partnered with Fundibus, where we interact and collaborate on many things in Gulo. But these are the things that makes us a bit different in that sense. Next slide, please. So in the next 1 year, we are looking at about $113,000, and this is majorly going to cover product development, the walkovers AI, which we want it to be offline possibility, so that even someone in the rural area can be able to access and put in that data. Then whenever they can have access to internet, it goes back to line. Testing and piloting. Well, this is our team. This is our amazing team that has been able to push the organization. I would like to recognize Marion Akelo, who she is the head of mentorship department. She's with us. Yes. And then the last slide. Wakobe means a beautiful world. And we're really working with children to see that we build a better world. And we believe that every child anywhere, despite their background, can have a fair chance in life to be engineers, to be entrepreneurs, to be innovators. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Let's have a louder hand clap to the team of Okoba. At this time, I would like to give an opportunity to the judges first, if they have a question to you.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for caring about the learners in underserved areas. You have 3 products. And you say you're not for profit. But then what are those money generating products that you have that could help you run the program? Okay? Because you need resources to run this program.
Yes.
So what are those money generating products you have that could help you continue running Rokobed?
Thank you for that question. Please project the slides once again, and we go to the product slide. So, like I mentioned, our learning program, we implement during holidays in innovation camps in Gulu, but also we extend it into classrooms. So the schools that we partner with, they pay some little money. Right now, we have partnership with 2 schools, and on average, in a year, they pay us about 7.2 million. That helps us with materials and other expenses. And also during the innovation camps, the parents also pay. We charge them 10,000 per day, and that helps with running the cost as well. But what you said, that's not enough. That's why we also extend on the other side, where we partner with organizations who pay for the service for the schools that cannot pay for it. So that is how we balance sustainability and being able to manage the cost. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And there's another question from second judge.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the good work in education. Mine is on the kits. You mentioned you have kits that you're developing.
Yes.
How are you developing those kits? What materials, what inputs do you use? And what is the average cost? And if so, what are the challenges you've met developing those kits?
Okay. Slides, please. If I can use the slide to explain. The person projecting, please.
We are waiting for the slides.
Yes. Next slide. Yes. So, back a bit. Yeah, this is the slide. So we have so far developed about 3 kits. First, we started with play toys. And majorly, we are aiming at early childhood development, where they just play with the toys and also as they learn things like numeracy and literacy. Yeah, so we tested and we are selling each at 15,000, between 15,000 and 13,000. Yeah, we tested, the sales was about 450, but we stopped a bit. We wanted to actually explore and go into STEM. So this kit that you're seeing, we did it in partnership with a university in the United States. And what we are doing really, looking at the available materials that we have, like water bottles, yeah, is quite common. So what we are doing is like we are building the connecting piece, and then those water bottles actually, we want to build it in a way that can allow a child to build almost anything. Can build a house, can build a rover, can build anything just by using the water bottles and assembling it. So right now, the challenge is now saying, okay, how can we produce this in the most effective way, but also safe for the children? Yeah, maybe the ages and all that. So we are still in the process of experimenting it, and we believe that once it's successful, then this is also going to be something that will generate income for us, but also more especially to allow us to scale easily into kindergartens, primary schools, homes, and many other places.
Okay. Thank you. Because of time, I'll limit the questions to those 2. Let us give a louder clap to the Wakoba team.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And at this time, I would like to welcome the next presentation from Easy Housing Innovation. Please take the stage. And the one projecting should look for the Easy Housing presentation PowerPoint in there. So you introduce yourself and then start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wamukisa Goreti. I'm a civil engineer and a project manager at Easy Housing.
Good morning. My name is Evelyn Alum, a civil engineer, climate activist, and project manager at Easy Housing.
So we are Easy Housing and we provide homes for everyone. So today we'll be going through the problem. Our problem as Easy Housing is the housing gaps or the massive housing gap in Africa. If you look at Africa, it needs around, it has a housing gap of about 300 million homes in Africa. That means a lot of people are living in poor conditions, are living in informal settlements, meaning there is need of a lot of homes to be built in Africa. And if you look at the built environment, there is a high environmental footprint. That means there is a lot of greenhouse gases that are released into the environment. If you look at the built environments where we are using the conventional methods, there is a lot of carbon dioxide that is released into the environment that is about 40% from the use of steel, concrete, and other building materials. Then the unsustainable resource extraction. The building or the construction industry causes around 50% of the resource extraction from the rocks, the minerals, the metals. If you're looking at the aggregates the construction industry is using, even timber for those that are building with unsustainable timber. Then there is lack of scalable solution. If you look at the demand in Africa, there is a lot of demand for homes and housing. That means if you're looking at the traditional methods of construction that we are using to build, there is still a high demand. That means we are not able to scale up or to build as many homes for every person in Africa. Then the high unemployment rates, meaning with the traditional methods of construction, and if you look at the growing population in Africa, there is a lot of youth that do not have sufficient or enough jobs. As is housing, we provide jobs, not only that, but also provide sustainable solutions to our housing, meaning we build houses or construct houses using sustainable methods where we are looking at sourcing our timber from sustainable forests and providing homes to everyone. And if you look at the market analysis, Uganda is having a housing deficit of about 2.1 million homes. And for Kenya, which is the market we are currently in and starting our construction, it has a housing demand of about 250 homes per year. And our target market, we are looking at both the low and income earners by providing them housing solutions. So we are looking at if we get enough funding to launch our rent-to-own initiative, which will be enabling people, even those who do not have enough money from the start. For example, you have your land, we are able to start construction of your house, and you pay for us, for example, a deposit of 10%, and you have to pay us monthly. So by the end of, let's say, 5 years, you're able to own your home. And what are our innovative solutions? We are providing a circular building concept in that our homes can be moved at any time. For example, if we build it in Kampala and tomorrow you need it in, let's say, Mbarara or any other part of the country, we are able to move your homes to any place and also scale up or increase its size, all its specification. For example, you want to change from one bed to another bedroom, we are able to modify your structure without producing wastage. And we are using FS certified timber. That means our timber, all our homes store more carbon than other conventional methods where they are releasing carbon dioxide into the environment. So our homes are safe to live in, and we have standard and flexible designs which help speed up our construction process, but not only speeding up the process, but also looking at the flexibility of the designs in the future where we are able to modify the homes without causing wastage. Then the local value chains, everything we use at Easy Housing is sourced from the country, meaning we are providing jobs for the people in the country, and all the materials from, let's say, from where we get timber to the construction process, from the, let's say, looking at the casual laborers, we have a wide number of casual laborers that we are giving jobs, and also the different sites where we are building, meaning a lot of people are provided with jobs and there is income still remains within the country. Then our homes are resilient to climate change. That means, for example, for areas where, let's say in Western Uganda, where the slopes are very high, we end up using poles or where there are risks of flooding. So meaning our houses are able to withstand the harsh conditions like floods and disasters. I'll pass it on to the next person. Thank you.
So when you look at the alternative solutions that we already have in the market, we have all grown up in houses that are made of brick and mortar, but this is having extremely polluting, it's extremely polluting the environment in a way that in the long run, you find that the houses we are living in right now do not actually store carbon. So in the long run, carbon is still emitted to the environment. And when you look at houses, projects that have been done around the world, the timber which they're using is not really sustainable. It is causing to deforestation. But our concept is done in a way that the timber we use is fully fledged and sustainably sourced. Next slide, please. So our unique value chain, we are aiming at something which is sustainable, social, and scalable. As she already explained, our buildings are meant to be very circular in a way that even in the long run, we are still able to use every part of the building, meaning we are reducing the waste in the environment. In case you want to move the home in the future, in case of anything, you're able to do that without releasing any more waste to the environment. Social in a way that we are looking at happy families, creating local jobs and integrating affordability at the same time. We are looking at scalability, scalable in a way that we want to do the homes in the factory, making it very easy to assemble once you reach on the site. Next slide, please. So our achievements so far, in Uganda we have built over 86 homes now, and we are still having so many projects that are already ongoing. We are now launching another market in Kenya, which is already operating starting this month. And we work with a team of local competitors in Uganda, about 50 of them, And we are prefabricating in the factory, so it means it gives us a faster construction time. And we are also partnering with Housing Finance Bank in order to make the homes more affordable. Next slide, please. So some of the recognitions and awards that we've had so far: the African Union for Housing Finance Award that was given in 2023, Best Newcomer by the Netherlands-Uganda Trade and Investment Platform, and the Uplink, Climate Matter and Forest Economy, and Habitat for Humanity. Next slide, please. So our budget so far, we a startup still in the startup phase. This is our second year of operation in Uganda, but we are looking at scaling up and making the homes as affordable as possible. So these are our scale-up production. It's projected at 50,000 US dollars, and capacity development at 20,000 US dollars, and then the marketing cost and attendance to other sectors and events like this at $5,000. Next slide, please. So this is our team so far. We're a global team, not only operating in Uganda, but we've had a team in Kenya, in Ghana, and Mozambique. So this is the entire team that is behind Easy Housing. Next slide, please. That's it from Easy Housing. Thank you for listening.
Ooh, so a loud clap today. Easy Housing team, thank you. I would like at this time to give opportunity to the judges and maybe the audience, but purposes of time we'll have 2 questions, so I'll prioritize the judges first if they have any question. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is around cost. How much is this? And what is, are you a non-profit? Are you a for-profit? What is the margin on it? And on the team of founders, is this a Ugandan company or based in Ghana?
Okay. Thank you for your question. So it is a Dutch-founded company operating in Uganda. The focus is providing affordable housing in the sub-Saharan Africa. A square meter of the house goes at 1.3 million Ugandan shillings, and we are now operating in Uganda, and now we are also opening up the market in Kenya.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I would like to understand how you are working with other stakeholders in Uganda besides the carpenters. You mentioned the carpenters, right? But how are you working with academia, for instance, because you want to build skills in construction or easy housing, and even incorporate new modern facilities. I think you talked about the different rooms in the house and so forth. What about incorporating other services in the house? Let's say you want to have a full furnished kitchen and so forth, and building this as a minimalist model of a house, but that has so much functionality. Now that this originates from the Dutch, how are you customizing it to Uganda and to East Africa? Okay? Precisely including our issues of culture and so forth. How is this happening that you're bringing it down to what we need? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So answering the part of partnership, we have several partners and subcontractors that bring up the entire pieces of the house together. And as you had presentations from tertiary institutions yesterday, there are so many companies that are looking at sustainability, how to recycle plastic waste in the environment. We have partnered with Green Home Transportation, Transformation. They do make for us foundation blocks made out of plastics. So we are trying to reduce the use of the use of cement and steel as much as possible. The foundation blocks are at our stall. You can come and check it out. So that's already a partnership that is building, incorporating something that is made in Uganda. This being a Dutch-owned company, it doesn't mean that they are taking everything away to the Dutch, but they are investing in Uganda here, so everything remains in the country. It's us to benefit from it. They're getting the jobs and you, the occupant, and looking at affordability, the price might still seem so high for a normal Ugandan right now, at 1.3 million per square meters. But we want to partner with the Housing Finance Bank so that we bring in a model that is a rent to own, more of a mortgage. So in the long run, you're able to own your home. Let's say after 5 years, you pay in installments, looking at the low income earners.
Thank you, thank you. We have limited to 2 questions and the judges have taken the slots. So let's give a heavier clap to the team as they walk down from the stage. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to welcome Tutor Hale to take up the stage and tell us what they are doing. Tutor Hale, over the stage, please. Remember to introduce yourself in the name and the company.
Check, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alvin Buye, and I'm the CEO for Tutor Hale. I'm a co-founder. I have one other co-founder with me, Chirawa Felista. And we are 3 co-founders. One of our other co-founders is not here. So we are a social learning platform. And basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to change the way we consume social media. We have created a platform that is social media for learning. So every content that is on the platform is for learning. So if you're scrolling through learning content. If you're watching short videos like TikTok, they are all for learning. Furthermore, we do have a marketplace for tutors on our platform. I'm going to ask my colleague to share the device with the judges so they can actually take a very good look at this. Next slide, please. So, our problem statement, basically we've seen that learners are consuming so much content that is not helpful, but some of it is trash and derogatory, and it's not inspiring very good curiosity. So we want our learners to really think, how are they going to move the nation forward, the continent, and also globally. And we cannot do that whilst we are consuming terrible content like on TikTok or Instagram. So that is part of our problem that we're trying to solve. Also, finding good tutors is really hard. If you have children and you've tried to find a tutor to help with their learning at home, you would know what I'm talking about. It's really hard. And then, of course, flexibility. We don't have choice as parents. You want a bigger pool where you can actually get tutors from. But all you can rely on is recommendations. So how about if on your phone, you could actually search for tutors easily, you find one who fits your price, because again, we are different wallet-wise, and if you can find one that suits you with vetting from their content, it makes it easier. So we don't want parents to overpay anymore. Now, what is happening is that for all the tutoring centers that are there, they are setting their own pricing. That means the parent doesn't have a chance to select the pricing they would want. So on our platform, we are making that a cake. So you have a chance to select your own. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the platform. We are saving parents money. We are allowing tutors to make more money. We are learning both actively and passively. And also, there are no destination limits because it's both offline and online when you do hire a tutor or enroll for a group class. Next slide, please. Okay, so why now? We've now come to understand that our curricula is not the best. And that's not just saying here, but generally. Some subjects we want our students to learn, they are not part of the curricula. Skills we would want them to learn, not part of the curricula. So parents have now stuck to trying to find other ways to make up for what is lost in the curricula. And we want to bridge that gap. We are saying we are open for tutors of all different skills. They get vetted, we put them on the app, and parents can easily find them. So makes it easy. Tutors can build their own brands. They post, they do videos, they do online classes. Yeah. Next slide, please. Right. This is how our app looks like, and these are some of our tutors on the platform already. Now, the beauty with this is we are not only limited to Ugandan tutors. We are a global platform, and also you actually get to select your currency. So if you're in Uganda, you actually get to pay in UGX. You see all your currency in UGX, makes it easy. You know what you're paying for. Or if you do travel, let's say for a vacation in Kenya, you could actually hail a tutor right away before you even travel, and you find them there and you pay in Kenyan shillings. Still, wherever the destination is, you pay in the right currency. So this is our validation. Now, and this is just Middle East and Africa. This is in 2023, that market was at 20 billion USD. Now, if you can see over there, by 2030, we'll be 35. Now, we don't want the whole market for now. We just want a percentage of that market. And it's growing at 8% year on year. So that means we are in a viable space. No one is owning it yet. Yes, we can, as Tutor Hail and from Uganda. Next slide, please. So now, this is our target that we want to achieve in 7 years. Within 7 years, we want to be having a revenue, money that's going through our app and to the tutors and to us in general, about 50 million USD. Now, that's just at a rate of 10 USD per lesson, which is about 36,000 UGX, okay? And we are looking at being able to at least supply 5 million lessons within the 7 years. Now, we've already established that the market size is growing, okay? That is where we're at currently, and 50 million is not a big percentage of this. So that means we can actually achieve this. And with each one of you here, yes, we can. Because each one of you has a skill, and there is someone out there who wants that skill. So you can be on the platform, and we can help people who want to know more about your skill find you. We can build your brand with you. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so 200 million plus learners across Africa. We all know that Africa has the youngest population. And these learners are craving to learn more. They have so much curiosity. They are looking to build this continent, okay? But we cannot just let schools do that. Also, as we got to play our part in that. So let's teach them the skills that we know or the skills that we have, regardless of the fact that they might not be able to access them in school. So currently, we are at 20%, that's what we've set our percentage. That's what we take off the tutors. Now, we have a very interesting model. The tutors do set their prices because the skill is theirs, the time is theirs. They should ideally own their pricing, okay? So all we do is we present a platform that they use, just like what Airbnb does or Amazon. So we just take a percentage, which is 20%, but we are looking at cutting that. As we grow in numbers, we are looking at cutting that such that we make sure our tutors are taking more money at any given time. We want to cut that up to about 2% as we scale. So, paid placements, tutors who would want to boost their visibility, they would probably be paying a little bit of extra money to us. Currently, signing up is for free. Tutors for free. Learners sign up for free. You create your classes, group classes, physical one-on-one classes, free. Okay? So then we also want to partner with institutions, and we shall see this in our very first ask. So we want to also upsell tutors and upsell learners. We want to build things like LMSs. So that is part of our roadmap. Current roadmap has only the social part, which is videos, posts, the marketplace where you can order the tutor, and this is already live on Play Store and the App Store. Next slide, please. Okay. Now this is our major bit, our ask. Now we are seeking to partner with you. Each one of you has a skill, so we are seeking to partner with you or your organization. We've seen very many amazing engineering organizations here. There are students out there, or even grown-ups, who crave to understand what you're doing, who crave to learn what you're doing. We are giving you a place online. Remember, signing up is free. You create your classes for free. You can make them either free or paid for. So we are giving you this platform. Please, partner with us. Come to our booth. Let's talk it out. Let's see how we can give you digital mileage. So the next one, we are raising 200,000 USD. This is for scalability, because we want everyone to experience this. We want everyone to experience the individuality, the ability to have choice to get your own tutor for the skill that you want to learn. It's cool. So next slide. Yeah. So this is the lead team. Chereba Felista, who is our people and operations manager. Chisenyi Julius is not here, and then this is me. Thank you very much.
Let's give a hand clap to the Tutor Hail team. I would like to give opportunity to the judges first. 2 questions. Maybe I'll start from here, then
Thank you. You introduced your members by name, but you didn't mention your name. You said that is you, and I didn't see in the slide.
I actually said it at the start. My name is Alvin Buye.
Okay, Alvin. Thank you for your presentation, and it looks like you were looking for me as well, because you're saying all of us can sign up. So I can also sign up as a tutor.
Yes, we need your skill. Someone out there is looking for you.
Okay, so how do you plan to make money as Alvin?
Okay.
I had you say right now we are signing up for free, students sign up for free, you know, and I'm interested in knowing, as a young man, you are growing in your career, you want to impact the world, but you must survive. So how are you selling what you have developed, you and Felista and others in this team? Okay?
Thank you. That's an awesome question. Okay. One of the slides in the business model slide, we said that we do take a 20% cut. So basically what happens if, let's say, you sign up and you're charging maybe an hourly rate of, let's say, 30K, yeah? So if you're charging 30K, we'll take 6K from you, okay? You sign up for free on the platform, all right? So we do the due diligence, the vetting with your documents and all that. So you start selling your time, all right? So for every sale you make of 30K for a lesson, we do take 20%, which is 6K. Yes.
Thank you, Alvin, for this. Thank you, Alvin, for this presentation.
Thank you.
I really appreciate turning social media into a learning platform. And my question is, what is your success looking like right now? Because you have not talked about it. Like, how many people are visiting the site, which kinds of parents and students are most attracted to it, because it could be international students that are currently drawn to the platform, and that's probably now your target market, or people who also use the UNEP curriculum coming to it. So what's your success looking like right now?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we are truly a new platform, okay? And currently we have 800 teachers, tutors who have signed up. Some of those are Ugandan and some of those are Nigerian. And we have some few from India as well. Now, our learners, so far we have 500 learners signed up on the platform as just normal learners. And what we are trying to do is, we are trying to now go around schools and trying to preach this, both national schools and international schools. Now, on our sign-up process, which I won't be able to show, but on the app, if you do sign up as a tutor, you will actually see that you select a curriculum that you actually offer if you are a curriculum-based teacher. So we have national curriculum, we have Cambridge, we have IB, we have American, and then we have others, which basically, like, if you're doing, let's say, like, maybe like carpentry, which is TVET, but that we would consider national, but we might put you in others, yeah, such that you can easily be found. So we are currently looking at having everyone, but for the success right now, we've just started and we have 800 tutors signed up and 500 learners signed up so far.
Thank you very much. My question is about the future. Right now, most AI solutions have tutoring mode. How do you see yourself either leveraging this or having a solution for it? Because most tutors are there to aid on the learning, and if AI is coming and you can ask it anything, how do you see the future like for these tutoring careers?
Okay, thank you. Now, currently, actually, even on our platform, right now as I speak, we are implementing AI. So we are trying to run some models and see how best they can be of support to our tutors. But I'm going to give you an example. You've made a phone call for customer care, yeah? And then they tell you, yeah, we have someone who is going to attend to you, and then you realize it's AI. Now, it does hallucinate a lot. So you keep asking it, it keeps giving you the same question. Now, on the platform, what we are doing with AI is a bit different. We are adding AI to support the tutors, support the learners, but with the guidance of the tutors, such that even in an instance of hallucination of AI, there is someone to hold your hand and say, oh, yeah, maybe the fact that this ChatGPT gave you is not a real fact. This is how it actually works. Or if, let's say, you say, I'm trying to learn, let's say, quadratic equations, and I want them in the easy mode. It gives you the easy mode, but you still don't understand it. You prompt it more, you can't understand it. The tutor is there to hold your hand and say, let's do this together. Which bits are you exactly not understanding, and how can I help you understand that better? And give real life examples and things like that, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. We are way out of time, and I would like us to clap for the Tutor Hail team. Louder.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
As they walk down from the stage. So I would like to welcome Farmmate right on the stage. Farmmate, take up the stage and share with us your story. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Etienne. I work for Farmmate Innovations Africa. Farmate Innovations Africa is an agribusiness firm, and we are aspiring to be the leading solution incubation center for African farm challenges. I'm here to present to you an innovation, which is use of kerosene incubators to enhance poultry production in rural communities of Uganda. Next slide. This is our problem. This is actually these are the problems our innovation seeks to solve. Currently, with reference to different government programs which are aimed at propelling socio-economic transformation, we've realized that most farmers are adopting genetically modified poultry breeds, which are unfortunately having incubation disabilities. Then we also have unreliable electric supply, grid systems in rural communities, and then also high costs of acquisition, installation, maintenance, and operation of alternative solutions, incubation services solutions, which include electricity and solar-powered incubators. We also there is also a need for accelerated commercial production as a parameter for socio-economic transformation. Then there is need for affordable affordable means of production. This is our market analysis. These are our available market options. Specifically in Uganda, we have rural farmers. We also have farmer groups. Then we have institutions like schools. And then in the first category, these are the subsistence rural farmers. And then in this middle category, we have the fairly established farmers who are able to acquire the other optional means of incubation, but may not have the capacity to sustain the backup solutions. Then we also have the established commercial farmers. Next slide. So I am here to present to you an innovation which is design and construction of a kerosene-powered incubator. This product works under the engineering principles of convection and radiation. Combustion from the kerosene, we have two chambers of this product. The lower chamber contains the combustion lamps which burn kerosene and generates heat, which then transfers to the eggs, creating the necessary warm environment for embryo development. And then under these engineering principles, during the convection process, the heat from the kerosene lamp causes the air inside the incubator to heat up, become less dense, and rise, while cooler air sinks to be heated, creating a continuous circulation of warm air throughout the chamber where eggs are actually kept. Next slide. Then we also have the radiation principle, where the kerosene lamp as well emits heat directly to the eggs and the surrounding surfaces, transferring energy through electromagnetic waves. This machine is carefully designed in such a way that excess heat and smoke produced is regulated and does not cause harm to the eggs under incubation. Currently in the market, we have alternative solutions, which include the solar-powered or electricity incubators. Then we also have the natural incubation process. And this is basically relied on by subsistence farmers. And it is not as such relevant for commercial production. This product has the above unique status in a way that the kerosene incubator is unique in a way that Every poultry farmer anywhere can acquire and use it efficiently. It also uses only kerosene or paraffin as a source of energy. It requires just basic training for its operation and maintenance. It has no negative effect to the environment and to the ecosystem. Next slide. We have so far achieved a number of stuff. Since we started developing this product from March this year, we have so far carried out 3 trials which have enabled us to develop an incubator which has been tested and confirmed effective. This has been replicated, and we have some of the incubators in the market operational. We are carrying out mindset change on agribusiness, mindset change on subsistence farmers in organized WhatsApp groups and circle demo groups. In our milestone so far, we have been able to develop 3 categories of incubators. We have been able to develop one with 300 egg capacity, and we are able to put it in the market at that rate of 1.2 million. We're also having one of 500 eggs capacity, and we have it at that rate of 1,500,000. We also have one of 1,000 eggs capacity, and we are able to give it to farmers at that much. Our innovation team is involved, is actually comprised of the above. The first person is me, Paul Etiang. I am the ideator and technical supervisor of this product construction. Then I have a colleague, John Serwaji, who is a workshop manager and a civil engineer by profession. Then we have a lady down. And these are some of our innovation performance testaments. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give a louder clap to the team of FarmMate. Thank you. I would like to welcome questions to you. I'll start with the judges, if you have any question.
Okay, thank you very much. On the technical bit, what is the consumption? How does it compare? Is it more efficient to use kerosene, or it is a solution of access?
We actually developed this product based on the aspect of access and cost effectiveness. Because when you consider a 300 egg capacity incubator, to a period of 21 days, it consumes only 4 liters of kerosene. Just 4 liters of kerosene. Yeah.
If you have a question to the FarmMate team. Okay. So, yes, doctor.
I thought that we had been limiting the audience from asking their questions. So you are addressing a solution in poultry, right?
Yes, madam.
What are the typical challenges in poultry?
Thank you so much for this question. Actually, we have
poultry farming. Poultry farming.
Yeah, currently the current biting challenges in the poultry value chain is that we have, actually farmers are adopting genetically modified poultry breeds, some of which do not have the capacity to do natural incubation. When you consider a poultry breed like broiler chicken are very good at laying, but they cannot sit on their own eggs. They cannot hatch. So when you consider a farmer who is actually targeting in production or breeding, you realize that there is need for an incubation, artificial incubation, for him to be able to effectively do production.
Okay, so you are looking at improving production.
Yes.
How do you see this incubator revolutionizing the poultry farming? In the case of Uganda, for instance.
Kindly repeat that question once
How
more.
will this incubator turn around the poultry farming in Uganda? You see, yesterday, I can't assume that you were there, but one of the case studies we had was the growing need for the growing consumption of chicken.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, please.
As we improve our status of living and what, chicken is one of those that is highly consumed.
That's right.
And if you are bringing a solution for that, you need to be looking at how it can be scaled up so that there is a turnaround in poultry production, not bringing something that is business as usual, is like low capacity as usual. How does this incubator increase the production capacity in poultry farms?
Thank you so much. When we consider the reliability of our product, this is a product which can be used in areas which can be used by farmers who are not able to access incubation services anywhere. This is a product which can be acquired by a farmer.
Okay, Etiang,
Yes,
have you tested the performance of your product?
Yes, madam.
What are the performance parameters of this product?
The performance parameters of this product are that the eggs it uses must be fertilized. So we always make sure that a farmer has to feed in the incubator with fertilized eggs for it to be effective enough to hatch the eggs. So we make sure that a farmer has a sufficient ratio of cock to chicken or to hens. We always consider, we always advise a ratio of 1 to 7 to 10.
How do you control temperature?
In this product, we have a temperature monitor or regulator. It is mounted on it, and we program it in a way that when the temperatures exceed, it
So
makes
what are
an
the
alarm.
operation temperatures of this incubator?
Uh,
Of incubation generally, what are the
for incubation,
operating temperatures that
For
are
incubation,
practical?
always we consider a temperature of 37.5 to 38 degrees Celsius.
So how are you controlling that temperature beyond monitoring it?
When you look at this product, when heat is generated, when the kerosene burns in the kerosene lamps, we have excess heat escape vents designed just behind it. So we have strategically positioned the heat monitor at a point that when the heat is in excess, it makes an alarm. So the farmer is able to go and adjust the heat generation at the combustion chamber.
So you have to go to physically adjust.
Yeah, you will have
It
to.
only alerts you
Yeah,
that the temperature is higher and you go and physically
Yes, but on
adjust.
rare
Okay.
occasions. It happens on rare occasions.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Because of time, I will not pick any more questions. Let's give a louder clap to the team of FarmMate as they walk down the stage. Let me consult one thing for a few seconds, then I invite the next presenter. So Let us welcome Charitex Shoes to come and take up the stage and tell us their story. Charitex Shoes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charigamba Jackson, CEO and founder of Charitex Leather Shoes Company. I've moved with the team.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chimba Morris, and I'm a designer at Charitex Leather Shoe Company.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charigamba Jackson, Charigamba Malvin, and I'm a market research person in Charitex Leather Shoe Company.
Charitex, our project is crafting Uganda's leather legacy. Charitex is a shoemaking company, and it is addressing the problems which are in the country. So these are some of the problems the leather industry is facing. Under utilization of hides and skin in Uganda, which is over 95% of Uganda's hides and skin are exported as semi-processed leather. So locally, we use only 5% to make local products. And among the 95%, most of the Uganda leather is wasted. People just eat the meat and leave the leather wasted. So Uganda has the potential, if we utilize all of the leather, we have the potential of earning US dollars 273.9 million annually. But the country only earns 46. So Uganda's footwear market is suffocated with non-biodegradable plastic shoes. So because of that, the market is having many plastic shoes, and these contribute to the waste of plastic, plastic waste and pollution. So, and also plastic shoes, they have health hazards, like they don't allow the foot to breathe, so which cause the foot to sweat, and they also cause odor, bad odor, and also promote fungal diseases of the foot. Again, these plastic shoes, they have some chemicals. Especially when you are in the sunshine, they evaporate, or it emits from the shoes you are putting on, and they enter into your body. This causes some diseases like cancer, and some of these chemicals are listed on the list of chemicals which cause cancer. So another problem we have is informal sector dominance with outmoded tools, leading to inconsistent quality and high cost. Most of the shoe makers, they are informal, and they don't have quality material tools, which lead them to make poor quality shoes on the market. Heavy reliance on cheap imported plastic and second-hand goods, which suffocate the local market. Next. So, target market. We have a very big market if we have school-going children, if we make durable shoes. So, gentlemen, if we make premium formal shoes and belts for professional settings. So, school wear for children. So, we have a target market of about 9.4 million children going to school from between the years of 6 to 12, without considering those in secondary, which is almost 50% of the primary. So we have a big size of the market. So in case if one kid buys one shoe, quality shoe for Charitex cheaply, times the 9.4 million kids, Uganda or Charitex can earn a revenue of US dollars 9.4, between 9.4 million dollars to 115 million dollars. Next slide. Next slide. You can skip that one. Okay. Our innovative approach. Our shoe, as I've already said, that most of the shoes on the market are made of plastic. Ours are going to be 100% leather outside and the inside. The whole shoe is made up of leather, and it's comfortable. It's comfortable that we line it with a comfortable material between the shoe and the lining, which makes someone who has put on this shoe, she feels very comfortable and soft inside. The interior of the shoe is very soft. And also we use a rubber sole, which is when you are moving, it's a little bit bouncing. You don't feel you don't feel like you're stepping on the ground as if you are bouncing. So it makes someone, a student, a kid moving daily with these shoes to move very comfortable, even if he's moving a very long distance. So we want replacing imports. So outshines imported leather shoes by offering authentic, high-end designs that rival global brands. So we are intending to make very high quality and with designs, good designs, which can replace the already existing products. Go back a little bit. So craft person empowerment. To achieve that, we train our own shoe designers, and with me I have Maurice Chimba, a shoe designer. So he can design any shoe of your choice. Even if you come and say, I've seen this shoe on Google, he can come in and design it. So we want to capture all the people, those who are, so our shoes are going to be stylish. Offering durable and comfortable option that saves customers money over the time. So plastic shoes or PVC shoes on the market are expensive because they compare the price with the imported shoes, and they fix the price. So you can find that they don't last long. After a term, a parent has to buy 2 pairs per term, or at least a pair per term. So eventually, it becomes expensive for the customers. But Charitex has come with that solution that you can buy 1 pair of shoe per year, or it
you
can
have
take
1 minute left.
Next slide. So competing alternatives. We have on the market, we have Butter Company, Uganda Limited. This solves supply shortage, though rather worsens the import dependency and lacks after-sale service. So Butter imports, doesn't manufacture, doesn't use the leather of Uganda. Most of the shoes are imported. So we have China and India synthetic leather. This dominates 70% of the market and cheap mass production items, but fails durability. Next. How unique is our product? Our product is 100% leather, and it's durable, and it costs cheaply, almost half the price of the market price for leather shoes. Achievements so far. Brother Marvin, come and talk about the achievements.
I'll talk about the achievements of Charitex leather shoes. So for the product development and studies, the company was launched in 2020. So we've spent in business 5 years, and we conducted a comprehensive study, a comprehensive market study, and tested the durability of the shoes. We tested over 50 plus prototypes for quality assurance. Then the market entry and launch, we officially launched in Kampala and entered the retail markets, and also secured financial distribution and also established ourselves on online platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and other online platforms. Then, when we talk about the sales and revenue of Charitex, in 2024, we were able to achieve over 100 million in 2024, and expanded to serve over 1,000 plus customers. Sorry, can you go back to the last slide? Then if you talk about the cumulative production, over 4,000 units of shoes and belts in 2022 were produced, and in 2024 we have produced over 7,000 plus units in 2024 with consistent quality. And when you talk about the registration and recognition of the company, we are registered with the URSB in 2022, and we are members of UMA and UCIA. Next slide, please. Then the milestone-based budget for 1 year. This is the projected milestone budget. Like the milestone 1, if we are to look at producing over 100 units per day and upgrade facility and equipment, that could cost about Uganda shillings of 450 million. And then we talk about increasing the labor and training workers, and also expanding the market and branding. And we came up with a milestone budget of 600 million, but then the projected revenue for that milestone, for that financial year, if all the equipments and facilities
You have less
upgraded,
than 10 seconds, so
then
you should summarize.
we could have a projected revenue of over 1.5 billion. Next slide. Then the team, we have our CEO, Charigamba Jackson, the human resource and designing Chimba Morris, and the market research Vincent Bugolovi, and the sales personnel Nasiwa Jessica, and quality assurance Nakambo Melissa. But this is the administrative team, but the team, since it's a company, the team is very big, and it can't all be fit in the...
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's give a bigger clap to the team of Charitex Shoes. I'd like to welcome some questions. Priority to the judge first.
Okay, thank you very much. You have quite impressive revenue elements there. So are your shoes made by you? Okay, at least that is very nice. So I want to ask about your innovation. So it never came out very clearly. So is your innovation the shoe, or your innovation the process? That is one. The other one is how many of your processes at your facility are manual, and how many are automated, and what would it be like if you had automated systems? How would your revenues grow, and how much do you want? What is your ask, and how will that ask make you grow?
Thank you so much. Our innovation is the shoe, and most of the process, most of them are manual in the process. So we cut the leather using manual. We use tools like a scissor, and also when it comes to placing the sole together with the upper, the sole, placing them with the upper, also it's manual. And if we get automated machines. We need a machine which is called sole pressing machine. Another machine is called a leather cutting machine. And another one is called a lasting machine. So if we come up with those machines, our daily capacity can raise from 15 pairs we have as per now to 200 pairs per day. Thank you.
So we can also talk about the revenue for that projected budget, because if we earned like around 100 million in 2024, so the projected, when we have upgraded the equipment and labor, we are projected to be having a revenue of over 1.5 billion Uganda shillings.
Thank you, thank you. I'll give one opportunity to maybe a student. One student you should discuss among yourselves because of time. Who? Yeah, okay.
Hello. How do you ensure the tanning process is safe and doesn't harm the environment?
Okay. I have felt mercy.
Okay, so you say that you're using 100% real leather, and we know leather is very heavy compared to synthetic materials. And leather is also more expensive than synthetic materials, and it requires more maintenance, so regularly polishing and stuff like that. So in the long run, I think it will get expensive for families who can't really afford it. And yeah.
Thank you. Respond to those ones very fast.
Okay, the first question is how do we ensure the leather tanning we have quality? So we have experts. We have Vincent Rugorobi. He did a bachelor's degree in animal husbandry. He knows how to select good material, and we use him to source our material. So we use that to ensure that our leather is very good. And also, when it comes to leather, it is just a mentality that leather is very expensive. But in actually, when you come to the real life, leather is not expensive, because a square meter at one of the tanneries is about 4,000 square meter, and a shoe takes only 1.5 square meter, which means 6,000 shillings per shoe per square meter. And the lining, if you line the interior with leather, it takes like 2,000. So in virtually the whole cost of a leather shoe is 20,000 on and plus the labor. Only material leather, it is less than 10,000. So when it comes to maintenance, yeah, leather needs regular cleaning and polishing all the time. We have alternatives that we have leather which is you only wash, but still you must get the habit. You must you must love your shoe, that every day you clean it. There is no expense in cleaning a shoe every day and polishing it. Kiwi or shoe polish on market are affordable, can also be used to clean the shoe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us give a hand of clap, bigger one today. Charitex shoes as they walk down from the stage. And at this moment, I would like to welcome the Anima team to go and present. They tell us, Vyuma team, sorry for pronouncing it different. Vyuma team to come and take the stage. You strictly have 5 minutes of presenting, and then the other minutes we'll use it to ask you questions. So mind about the time. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muima Hilda Sarah from Bioma Engineering Hub, and I introduce to you our package today from Bioma Engineering Hub, tailored by Innovative Consortium, partnering with Whitports Engineering. We have a problem in the manufacturing industry currently where there is a gap between the manufacturers and the suppliers of this manufacturing equipment and the artisans that help us to fix the manufacturing equipment and the people that help us to do the maintenance. We find that most of the people with the skills, the artisans that help us to fix our machines, are stationed in areas that are off-grid. We have so many of them in Wachiseka, the Juakalis, the mechanics. We have so many of them in such areas, and they are off-grid. So most of the time when there is an issue with our machines in the industries that we manufacture from, we have to export the foreign expertise to come and help us to fix the materials. We have to spend a lot of time looking for equipment to replace the spoiled equipment, which causes a lot of downtime and causes slowing down in the manufacturing processes, making us to lose money as we manufacture and all that. That is where Bioma Engineering Hubs brings you the Bioma Repair Hive. What it's going to do is to help you to profile all the machines in your industry to the little details so that you know even before the machine gets an issue. We have early detecting of the problems of our machines so that you know what part of the machine has an issue. So Bioma Repair Hive is going to help you with every single detail that you need to computerize all the machinery so that you have follow up of your output, follow up of your efficiency of the machines. Before the problem happens, you already know what that is. And not just knowing the problem, you will also have an opportunity to have a quick way to find the solution for your problem. That is where Bioma Marketplace comes in. All these artisans that I'm talking about who are in Wachiseka, who are in those local places, our local suppliers, will be aggregated into one platform, which is the Bioma Marketplace, so that if you are looking for a mechanic to help you fix the machines in your factory, you don't have to go and look for foreign help. You can just go to the platform and look for what you need there, and then someone will be able to come in and help you to fix whatever you need to fix. So all the suppliers, all the artisans, all the local machine providers, maintenance will be done within Bioma Repair Hive and Bioma Marketplace. So the impact of this is that you will close the gap between our manufacturers and the suppliers of these things and the artisans, the skilled people that help us to fix our machines, so that we shall have very low cost of maintenance. It is very expensive to export anything, as you already know. So if you have them locally, but now on a platform where you can easily source for them, you are in a position to find the solutions to your machines very quickly, so you don't have downtime, and also it is cheaper for you to maintain all your machines in the factories. That is what Bioma wants to do. Currently, we have pilot studies that have been going on to see how the profiling works. Is it effective? And we have credible sources. We have been doing a pilot study at East African Medical Vitals. We know that the profiling helps the people to detect any discrepancies, any problems in their machines. And also we have the platform, the Bioma Marketplace, having over about 200 artisans currently that are listed with over 200 materials, equipment. So we know that if we have an opportunity to grow this, we shall have an ecosystem in the manufacturing industry where we have people to fix our machines, where we have early detection of problems with our machines, and manufacturing will be more effective than it is currently. Thank you. I am taking questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. So, Bioma team has pitched to us. I would like to give an opportunity to questions.
Okay, thank you very much. One question is on how you make money. To your target audience, you mentioned industries. I don't know whether you have also looked at public infrastructure, where you're looking at academic institutions. They have a lot of redundant, spoiled infrastructure. Then the other aspect is how do you handle the challenges of your service providers. Do you have specific service providers that maintain this infrastructure, or they also on board? If they are onboarded, how do you ensure integrity? What if he steals my machine?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Andrew from Innovation Consortium on the BUMA team. Well, so to answer the first bit concerning the target audience, well, our target audience, initially, it is the small and the medium-scale enterprises in Africa. That is mainly concerning the repair hive. And the marketplace is targeting the Juakalis, our local metal artisans, and then we are also targeting the students, those who are coming from the TVET, empowering all the students, because considering that actually we profile all the machines, and in Africa the main problem is actually we don't have knowledge about our industries and our machines, how they are operating. And actually the same issues occur over and over again. And the same things actually, we are not supposed to be calling in external expertise. When we have our knowledge base already in place, we also take it in account that a normal student can come, jump in, and actually they get the task done. So then the part concerning other infrastructures like schools, from other sectors, well, I'll tell you that actually our solution is niched, is focusing on industrialization in Africa. That is our main focus. And if you are to talk about the service providers, well, and how we ensure the integrity of the engineers, well, the system is actually really diverse, and we can't really take you through about everything is in the system. But actually what happens is the service providers, they onboard what you can call the engineers or the contractors. Well, over time they be doing different tasks because we have the work orders. If we take it from the examples of SAP, the SAP, the Limbo, the CMMS. So over time, the tasks they be actually doing, we get to vet them automatically. We know actually their delivery rate, how actually they have been delivering their work, how actually their team has been turning up. And well, not only stopping on that, we also have, we mimic the whole maintenance process, how it happens. Because we know for someone to access your machine, they need a permit, literally. That means there are also different levels of permits, whether actually it's going to be in a very hazardous place. So we consider all of that, and that's how we ensure actually the safety of your machines.
Thank you. There's another question here.
Thank you very much, Bioma. My question is in relation to how you assess the qualifications of those supposed to do work. You find that very many people, let me relate to the ladies. Ladies fear taking their vehicles to garages because a part could be taken, could be stolen, and all that. So even the factories that we are looking at, many people have that trust issue, and it's because of experience. Now, I would like to know, how are you doing your accreditation? Have you partnered with institutions like UIP and ERB? And I would like to know from you, which levels of registered professionals are you taking on for this technical work? Which levels, and also show us the extent to which you have partnered with the institutions responsible for registration of these professionals. Just tell us which categories and then how you've partnered with them. Thank you very much. So that we are confident that if I'm signing up for BUMA, I'm sure that the service I'm going to get is quality. Thank you.
Okay, in that regard, if you're talking about how we ensure the quality and the qualifications actually we take on our platform, well, we take in a bunch of qualifications because we believe that different industries, they have different qualification needs. So we take them in and we do the manual vetting actually. How do we do the manual vetting? Well, we get in contact with the different engineering hubs, like what you can call the source the talent provision, the service providers. Then actually we get, if you take it in a late term, that is know your customer, if you relate it here, so we get to contact them in person, we get their details, we get to know, we get their different certifications in different actually areas which they claim to be doing. And we don't only stop on that, as the part we added on that actually we do other evaluation as actually they are carrying out their activities in the field. So that part, that is how it is handled.
Thank you.
Can I add on something small?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the repair hive has been tailored to have details of every part of your machine. So when you go in for a repair, you know what is built, you know what to expect with the repairs. So there is no chance of someone taking away a part or giving you something that is fraudulent, because the system has been tailored to be able to detect what is good for you and what is bad for you in full detail.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give a louder clap to the Yuma team as they walk down from the stage. And at this time, I would like to welcome Zunda team to take up the stage and tell us their story. So Zunda team, please. Where are you? Zunda? Yes, please take up the stage.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ntege Gonzaga. I work with Sundatech, and we are building 3D printers in Uganda here. Just waiting for the presentation to come up, but in brief, we are solving the problem where we have very expensive, unaffordable 3D printers coming into the country that nobody knows how to use. So most of the time, you'll find that the 3D printers will be abandoned along the way, but also the technology will not be adopted, or is not being adopted as it should, and having the effect it should with the economy and school. So as soon as the presentation comes up, I can start. Yeah. So basically, we are building 3D printers here in Uganda, and we are building it from recycled materials. What we try to do is to reduce the logistical footprint of 3D printers. So we are also trying to solve the problem for expensive 3D printing filament by extracting filament from plastic bottles. Yeah. So we are trying to provide a solution that makes sense in low resource constrained spaces. Yeah. Probably like here. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. No, before that. Yeah. So 3D printers are almost non-existent in African schools. They are there in some international schools, but if you look at the traditional school setup, there is almost like none of, like I was addressing the architecture department in Makerere, and less than 10% of those guys had seen a 3D printer. And this is at Makerere University. So if it's that at Makerere University, what's happening down the line in all the other secondary schools, primary schools, etc. So we are trying to provide affordable, reliable machines and affordable, reliable filament, yeah? So that it's easy for the other schools to access the 3D printers. Let's move. Yeah, so our unique solution is we're angling it from the education sector. But locally manufacturing 3D printers, our 3D printers will be 40 to 60% cheaper than imports. And they're designed specifically for African schools and workshops. And this has been proven, done and tested over the last 2 years. They're built for durability, affordability, and ease of maintenance. Their education, we are also trying to solve the problem of sustainable filament. Most of the filament is very expensive. If you try to get pro-cement filament, you'll go to the range of 300,000. But right now, if you import from China, you may land it at 90,000. We'll probably be able to bring this down to about 40,000 per kilo through recycling. Can you please go back to the other one? Yeah. So we are focusing on education-focused deployment in the beginning. So ready-to-use classroom packages with training and curriculum support. And we also offer an optional leasing arrangement for the school so they don't have to own the equipment. And we can support them with our engineers. And we have also integrated it into STEM programs from upper primary level to university level. The last one is extremely important, to build local capacity and support for the machines in this country. Like if your machine broke down, in fact, if you just got a clog, where would you take it? If you fail to get the right calibration settings for your filament, where would you take it? I don't know of any 3D printing maintenance shop where you can take your 3D printers. So building local capacity while doing it is an important part of our unique solution. Let's move. Move to the next slide. Yeah, so this is our printer. If you go to our booth, you'll see it. We have built 35 of these machines over time. The project has spanned for the last 4 to 6 years. So we built our first iteration using the RepRap platform, which we found quickly that it didn't work. Then we upgraded to using what we call the SKR Mini E3V3 board. Yeah. And we, of course, optimized the frame, the plastic parts, etc., to ensure that we have a machine that can logistically make sense to be made in this country. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, so the market size and potential total secondary schools in East and Central Africa is about 44,000. The average printer, our average printer cost, we estimate to be at 2.5 million. But if you try to get in the equivalent spec, it would cost about 4.7 million, yeah? Which is a Prusa MK3, and this you can look it up. So the average printer cost is that. The total addressable market is about 110 billion, which is about $29 million, and growing. Actually, the world over, the 3D printing market has really grown. I think the market estimate is now $50 billion. I stand to be corrected, but it's about that, yeah. But in Africa, it's quite low or almost non-existent, yeah. So we are trying to tackle that problem. So the serviceable available market is about 20. We are aiming for 20% penetration. So target adoption 25%. We aim in the next maybe 5 years to reach 10,000 schools roundabout, and we aim to have printer sales of about UGX 2.7 billion. Let's move. Next slide. Yeah, so the business partners, the business model is as follows. Our key partners are schools, government, ministries, NGOs, recycling networks, EdTech, and maker communities. The customer segments are educational institutions, STEM initiatives, government education ministries, NGOs, etc. Key activities, 3D printer design and assembly, which we are doing currently, filament production from recycled PET, which we are doing currently, curriculum development and training, leasing, maintenance, and per student models. This is also something that we are in the process of working together with the schools to do. Customer segments, that I've talked about. Key resources. We are setting up a manufacturing facility together with EDIC and together with STI, where we'll be able to manufacture the printers and the filament. We are leveraging on the local material supply. We are trying to develop skilled technical and the training team. Also, we are trying to ensure that we get curriculum content on a digital platform where we can leverage and build community. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, so the value proposition is affordable, locally made 3D printers from locally sourced recycled materials, and to provide sustainable filament and spare parts which are available locally and hands-on for STEAM education with a custom curriculum. The cost structure is mainly around assembly, logistics, training operations, the plastic bottle waste recycling, sourcing the bottles and recycling the filament, support, repairs, outreach, all these form our cost structure. Marketing, customer service, this is what goes into our cost structure. The channels, direct school sales, outreach, learning. We are going to be setting up a platform online which students can go and take self-paced courses that can enable them adopt the technology. So learning platforms, demos, expos, social media, these are very important channels. NGOs, government partnerships, maker events, regional partners, referrals, etc. So the revenue streams we are hoping to push is, these are our revenue streams. We have sales of printers, which is 2.5 million per unit. We have the leasing model for schools, which is 700K per term. We have the per student per term model, which is 200K per student. We have filament sales, which we are hoping to drop even from 90K per roll. And then we have spare parts, hardware, add-ons, and etc. If you're familiar with 3D printing, you will know that 3D printing doesn't exist in a vacuum. You have to 3D print and use parts like bearings, screws, screw inserts, and all these are very difficult to get on this market because nobody is using them. So we hope to actually push some revenue from these. Let's go to the next. Yeah, so what is our route to market? We need to maximize printer adoption in the education sector. We need to reduce barriers to entry, yeah, via flexible models. We need to ensure local presence and training and after-sales support. After-sales support is, I can't emphasize it enough, because as I said, most people have these printers and they can't even use them, and if they run into trouble, they don't know where to go. So one will be able to provide a machine that we have built locally that we can support, right? So after-sales support is very, very critical. So how do we reach customers? We will have direct outreach, which is through schools.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, let me just get that through quickly. Word of mouth, personal networks, etc. Future marketing strategy. Of course, we hope to partner with government and maybe telcos like MTN, etc. Let's go to the other slide. Competitor analysis, let's just skip that. Traction, yeah, this I've already talked about. We have built 36. Actually, we are 70% on our way to completion of the 100 machines that we have set out to build in the beginning. So this has changed since then. We have deployed in some schools, and we are currently present in about 5 schools so far. Let's move on from that. Yeah, so what's our future expansion? We plan to mostly expand through schools and online. So through our online platform, you'll be able to access courses, and if you do the courses, you'll be able to access the machines in your school. Next slide. So the ask, of course, is we are looking for slightly about 3.5 billion in the next 5 years. We are looking to raise about that much to be able to reach the 11,000 schools that we had talked about in the beginning. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Thank you. So this is the team. These are the guys I'm currently working with. That is me, Engineer Mpuga, David Tusubira, and Deogracias Okedi. Yeah, I guess this is our team, and this sums up our presentation. I don't know whether I have.
Thank you, thank you. Let's clap for the Zunda team. I'd like to welcome questions at this time. You can stay on the stage there. Yes, I'll welcome priority to the judges first.
Thank you for your presentation, Zunda. I have a couple of questions. First, I would like to know what the percentage of local content of your 3D printer, because sometimes these technologies are developed locally, and you find that the local content is only on the housing or up to like 5% or 8%. So
Can I have the slide where I have the machine so that I can answer that question very quickly? It's like maybe a quick answer. It's like 70% of the content is local. Yeah, 70%. We only bring in the electronics, the lead screws, which are difficult to make here, the nozzle, but all the stuff is printed here, all the hardware is done here, yeah? And what's beautiful about this project is that the more 3D printers you make, the quicker you can make other printers, because most of the parts are printed by the 3D printer. You get it? Yeah? So if I had the picture, I would explain. Yeah.
Okay, then quickly, the other issue is quality.
Yes.
You realize, for example, what is the precision of printing by your 3D printers compared to other? Then another one you can answer at once. So that's one. Then the other, what is your current installed capacity, production capacity of these printers? How many printers are you capable of producing? Because looking at it from a business perspective, it is only until you produce a certain number of printers that you'll break even and actually start making profit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I forget, just quickly, our machines are better than I can clearly say our machines beat the Enders hands down in terms of reliability and quality, yeah, and ease of use. You know the Enders, we have right now Bamboo Lab at the top, then Prusa used to be at the top, then we have Bamboo Lab, we have Prusa, then of course we have the Crealities, then we have the other guys. But Ender has been a very popular brand that comes from China that actually doesn't work that well. So Enders and Crealities, we compete extremely well with them. Actually, our printer is designed based on the open source files for Prusa, which is the second market leader in the whole world. So we have sort of like picked the best of both worlds, affordability and reliability, yeah? So our quality is fantastic, I could say, least I could say, yeah. It works, because we have been working on it for the last 4 to 6 years. So it's not like we just jumped into it and we have a product right now. We built like at first 15, we built 4 machines, then we built 15 machines, and all that time we have a build and tear down, build and tear down, build and tear down. I forgot the other question. Sorry, I got carried away with that. How many can we make in a year? Yeah. So currently we don't have a lot of capacity. I think we can build about 300 machines in a year with the current capacity that we are working with. But I am almost sure that we can get to 1,000 machines if we had support. And that's why we are looking for. We are raising money so that we can employ more engineers, employ more technicians. And it's basically a function of engineers and technicians, yeah? And machines. That's what it would take you to jump from 300 to 1,000.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a few questions and comments.
Yeah.
One is on the team. What is each person on the team doing?
Yes.
And are they here?
No, the guys, I'm the one who has represented. I don't know whether David is here, I doubt.
Okay, so the roles of each person on the team.
Yes.
The other one is on the alignment of the problem and the value proposition. So, in my opinion, when you go to the shop, you never go and ask, give me a locally made cheap this. And I don't think that's a very strong value proposition, technically. So what is the product and what do people use it for? If you look at what you presented, like schools currently said they want computers. Majority of schools have computers, but they are not being used right now. So on top of that, if we added a 3D printer in parts of a stockpile of what is not being used, so why do the schools need your 3D printer? And how will it help them grow? It should be very clear in the presentation. And what is the actual value proposition other than it being made here? Because if it is being made here and it is not as good as what we're importing, people will always go for what is good.
Let me ask, the problem is the audience is a bit small, but growing up, how many of us saw, do you guys at Aga Khan have you seen vertebrae bones in biology? Have you touched them? You have touched them? You have seen them, right? And this is Aga Khan, yeah? Most schools today don't have access to such lab facilities, right? Yeah? So the value proposition to schools is, first of all, bringing to life the competence-based curriculum, but also being able to print the badly needed learning aids that make the connection between learning something on the board and actually touching it and feeling it. That's one. But I think one of the things that we lack in our education system is being able to connect the dots from thinking about something, yeah, designing it, and bringing it to life. These three things are almost very difficult. Yeah, maybe at Aga Khan it's happening. I am almost certain people are more concerned with passing papers than actually connecting what they have learned to actually practical use. We think the 3D printer is something that is going to play a huge role in this kind of thing. Just to be able to connect what you are thinking about, being able to design it. In fact, I'm thinking that the 3D printer is going to give use to the computer, because right now, what's the computer doing? Yeah, so that's I think, and I think, yes, I appreciate we need to put it out there, but it's not necessarily about, it's not about locally made printers. If you try, I have had so many people call me about even their Bamboo Labs, their Enders, their Crealities, they just can't use them. So it's not just about the machine, it's a complete solution that supports the building local capacity, yeah? Because today if you own a Bamboo Lab or a Creality or a Prusa machine, can you actually call somebody to support you right now? No. Yeah, if you run into trouble. If you raise the ticket, it will probably take about a week to get resolved. Yeah, if it gets resolved. Yeah, so the question is, just imagine somebody is trying to 3D print and they slice the model in mid-air, which has happened. They model it mid-air. It's not on the surface plane, right? They export it mid-air in the slicer and they try to print it. And then they say the printer doesn't work. And then our engineer goes in and then tells them, guys, the way you did this, that's something Prusa won't support you on. That's something Bamboo Lab won't even want to touch. Because if you are not able to slice apart properly, what are you even doing with, with their machine? And yet, this is our audience in Africa. Yeah? So it's not just about a locally affordable machine. It's the support that you get. It's a capacity building that we actually give, you know, the local resources to be able to. Adoption, I can bet you bamboo lab is not looking into this market. As you summarized. Yes. So adoption is based on a large spectrum of those things. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's give a louder clap to the Zunda team as they walk down the stage. And at this time, I would like to welcome Innovex. Innovex, run over the stage and tell us your story, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Semgenya Ivan, and this is my colleague Namtebi Maria. Namatov Maria, sorry. And we work with Innovex. Yeah, Innovex has quite a large product portfolio, but today we are going to focus on remote, which is our signature product currently, and it's what we are going to tell you the story about. Yeah, I'm sure all of us have been in the energy industry for quite some time, and we understand the market, we understand what various companies, especially solar companies and all these other OEMs, go through to make sure that their products align with their customers, and also in terms of sustainability of their industry. Just as you can see, the basic problem that we are solving as Innovex is to do with system reliability. I've seen companies over time that struggle a lot with maintaining their systems, especially solar companies. They give out systems to various users, but realize that most of the systems don't run more than a year without breaking down. And these are some of the problems that Innovex is trying to solve. In among the things that we intend to touch base on in regards to our solution is to do with fault detection, system maintenance. That means this cuts across not just for solar systems, but also for other energy equipments, just as we shall see later on. And let's go to the next slide. Our market segment mostly at the moment, not really at the moment, but just for the purpose of this slide, we are focusing on solar irrigation. Those are solar irrigation, the farmers and the farmers cooperatives, solar asset distributors and OEMs. The distributors here, we are talking about the suppliers of the solar products themselves, the solar companies. And for OEMs, we are basically talking about the real manufacturers of these equipments as part of our market segment. And just as you can see, the market is quite big for our solution, given the fact that most of the country, for example, if I'm to benchmark on Uganda, you might realize that less than 40% of the Ugandans are in position to access the grid electrical services. And so the only alternative that they could go for is solar. That means the remaining 70% rely on solar and solar services to light up their homes, to build their businesses, to keep their lives up and running each and every other day. And besides just Uganda, our target market goes in East Africa and beyond East Africa in itself, because we have a presence in various other countries. And just as you can see in the next 3 years, through the partnerships, of course, because currently we have a couple of other partnerships that are running, we intend to manufacture or to deploy or to have over 10,000 plus systems or remote monitoring units deployed in the world. And remote has already been deployed by various distributors, and we can attest to the fact that there has been a 30% reduction in system maintenance and also in the costs that are incurred, because you realize that in view of expanding the energy market, these companies tend to give these systems on credit or on pay plan. So giving out a system on credit or pay plan requires the distributor or the OEM to have eyes on the ground. And this is what Real Innovex is doing for these companies. We are the eyes on the ground for these companies. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, our innovative solution, it's a remote IoT-based platform. And remote comes in two packages: remote, the IoT-based platform, and also the hardware that is on the ground that we integrate so that we can give you a full 3D analysis of what's going in regards to your system. In one of the things, just as I talked earlier on, it enables predictive maintenance. And there's also something that is also really interesting, is the fact that remote is integrated with mobile money payments. This means that users can deploy remote on their existing systems, or OEMs can integrate remote on their equipment, and users will be in position to make payments via mobile money, and they're in position to use the system. That means it will be easier for the market to expand, given the fact that the problem, the solution, or the solar products or the energy equipment is not a one-off. Users can take it on credit and they pay in installments, and it's a plus to the solar companies. And besides the mobile money payments, we're in position also to map where these systems are located. That means by the time maybe you want to spot or you want to send a technician, you know where exactly the system was installed. And another thing, the system, Innovex or remote, this is a locally grown product, which means we have benchmarked based on our society, based on our community, and we are solving a problem that is really pertinent for the community in Uganda, in Africa, and in the rest of the communities where we are serving at the moment. And yeah, let's go to the next slide, please. Going further ahead in regards to remote, the cloud platform, and the IoT and the hardware. In terms of the hardware, because one can ask a question, how does it integrate into the, how do you know, how do you guys say that you have eyes on the ground? Do you have cameras? I won't say we have cameras, but we have the sensors. The sensors that can monitor the generation. Let me say if it's a solar panel, that's maybe a use case that everyone can relate to easily here. It's a solar panels, you want to know how efficient these solar panels are operating. Because you might realize that solar panels at times, they have an efficiency of about, depending on the type, they have an efficiency of about 21%, and maybe someone's given a system of 10 kilowatt peak. Does it really generate that much as per the sizing initially? So through remote, you are in position to say, yeah, this system is fully 100% efficient, or we can improve something or somewhere. We can also monitor the consumption. That means the load of...
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. Yeah, so let's run through it. The temperature, the voltage. So how unique is remote? It's locally designed and manufactured, an integrated platform. Here I mean there is mobile money, there is the software and the hardware. Off-grid connectivity. It's also customizable for equipment manufacturers or equipment use. It's affordable and scalable, and also supports climate action in view of the fact that we can deploy it to capture carbon credits, and you are in a position to offset those carbon, and companies earn some money. Let's go ahead. Achievements.
So some of our achievements, we've deployed remote on over 3,000 solar systems across African countries. Also, we have the manufacturing done here, like he has mentioned, locally at Namamve, of course, through support from the government. We have had international partnerships with companies like Enos, which is an OEM for Swiss pumps for irrigation, and also Coolbox, which does manufacturing of solar freezers, as well as Springtech Africa, which is a distributor for some of these assets like the pumps. An achievement
from impact and result is the fact that we've enabled pay-per-use, which is pay-go model. This model enables affordability for some of these assets since initial cost for them is quite high. Yeah, next slide, please. This is just picture representation for some of the team members as they're doing the electronics manufacturing for the hardware component for remote. Yeah, next slide. Like I mentioned, we've connected with over 62 businesses in those countries with installation of more than 2,000 units in those countries that I've listed there. Next slide, please. We've also worked on different projects with a number of companies. As you can see them, we have worked on companies with, on projects with Energy for Impact, which enabled us to build a feature on remote that enables predictive analysis. Our plans for 2026 and onwards, we target at least to have more smart meters put out there on the communities, also raise at least 1.8 million USD, also to benchmark market share in Kenya and Nigeria, as well as to grow our staff to over 50 to supporting the operational work for Innovex. Yeah, this is our team. This is our management team and board, and also we have at least a team of over 15 that do the in the different teams on production, hardware, research. Yeah, but here is just the management of Innovex. Yeah, next. Thank you.
Okay, let's have a hand clap to the Innovex team. Thank you. We have questions for you from the judges here.
Thank you, Innovex, for the presentation. I have two questions, still one similar to the one that I asked Zunda. What is the percentage of local content of this, of your innovation? And then two, what is the magnitude of the problem that you're solving? Yes, because we are also looking at high impact, high economic impact innovations. So is troubleshooting the problems of the solar systems a very high value problem? And also the solar system manufacturers, if you say that their solar systems are working at 21% efficiency, I don't think that would be very good news to them. That would really affect their markets. So those are the two questions. The percentage of local content and the magnitude of the problem that you're solving. Do we really need, how bad do we need this?
I think I'll start with the second one. I'll go for the second one. So I think the magnitude of the problem is, so for most of these solar systems, you realize you will have an equipment that's going to be really expensive. The battery in the solar system is quite expensive. And the battery also will get problems along the way, but many people are told that this battery has a problem and you have to change it without necessarily knowing what problem, what caused the problem. You do not have a way to consistently monitor and see that maybe it's just a small thing that could affect this battery, so I need to work on this and prevent further problems in my system. So with constant remote monitoring, some of the large problems like going away with your whole system that's really expensive because of just a battery can be avoided. Because the earlier you know something, for example, like predictive maintenance, if for example, the problem is with the panel and it's just dust and it needs maybe constant cleaning, and you can tell this earlier before you go into the whole problem of losing an entire expensive system. So for me, I think that the problem is there because these systems need to constantly be monitored to prevent escalation of the problem. Yeah. Maybe he'll
also, to supplement also on what my colleague has said, there is one day a client that reached out to us in the equipment manufacturers of freezers, and it's called Coolbox. So they were having challenges in the fact that they deploy freezers on credit. They don't know where the freezers are, that's one, in terms of maybe the geomapping. Also, clients used to complain a lot that maybe the freezer is not working, the freezer is not cooling, the freezer is a lot of other complaints. But in way of solving the problem, they approached remote or Innovex, and one of the things that the device that we deploy to them does is to enable them to know the internal temperatures and the external temperatures, the number of door openings, because you realize that the number of door openings affect the usability of the fridge, and also in terms of the temperature that is inside, and also the power consumption. Because through all these metrics, we are in position to give the clients or the distributors a real solution to their problems, so that they are in position, by the time a client reaches out that it tells you that my freezer is not cooling, you can tell them that your freezer spends most of its time open, or your freezer is consuming a lot of power given the fact that it's always open and it won't be in position to cool the way you want. For the first question, the amount of local content.
As you summarize, because we have more questions.
Okay.
So
Yeah, the amount of local content. First of all, we design everything from here, and what we get from China are the accessories in terms of the electronic components, given the fact that Uganda does not manufacture any of them, and also the PCBs. But the rest of the assembly lines, just as you saw on the screen, the SMT machine lines, they are here, and yeah.
Thank you. One more question, if is there. Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a bigger clap to Innovex team as they walk down the stage. And welcome our last presenter for this morning session. Fill the eyes. Fill the eyes around the stage and tell us your story. Fill the eyes, where are you? Where had they gone? Please run to the stage very fast. You have 5 minutes of talking to us, and then the remaining minutes are for us to understand your innovation deeper. So please take it on. Thank you. You can be introducing yourself as they set your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kwesi Louis from Field Eyes Limited. It's a remote monitoring company, mainly based on agriculture. Yes. Yeah, so this is Field Eyes, real-time field data. The project I'll be presenting to you is about sensors for precision agriculture. Yeah, so according to the World Bank, there's been low agricultural productivity in Africa, and it has a low increase, about 2%, and there is over $625 million in losses due to nutrient loss. Yeah, so as a result, all this is due to the limited knowledge of the weather patterns, changing weather patterns. We have blanket input application of the nutrients, where farmers just apply without really caring how much. And then there's also nutrient loss as well. Next slide. Yeah, so our solution is a soil monitoring system that is accompanied with also a remote monitoring platform where the data is relayed. And this helps farmers to view insights about the soil nutrients over time, and they're able to apply the right amounts, and when to apply is also provided to them on the platform. So the device is, as you see there, it's equipped with NPK sensors an NPK sensor. It has a soil moisture sensor, pH, electrical conductivity, plus the ambient conditions as well. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the remote monitoring platform. As you can see, you're able to see data in real time, and the unique bit as well, you are able to see the recommendations, because the farmer wants to know, what should I do next? You've shown me these results, what should I do next? What do I need to do when? So that's the recommendations bit as well. Next slide. You're able to also see parameter trends, the trends of your parameters as the device keeps on monitoring the soil over time. So this all helps in decision making. Next slide. Yeah, so as we know, according to UBOS, over 10 million households practice agriculture, and over 17% of these carry out commercial agriculture. That is approximately 1,818,000. Then of these, 4% do practice irrigation. And what we believe that we could target over 20,000 of these farmers, given the current resources we do have. Yeah, so we are able to target over 20,000 farmers with our resources that we have. So here we look at automation of agriculture, irrigation, because we are looking at only 20,000 of the 4% who do the smart agriculture with irrigation. Next slide. Yeah, so these are the milestones we have achieved so far. We've been through the technical incubation, business incubation, done the hardware development, received our first grant award in 2025. We formalized the business. We procured a variety of equipment to help us in the development. Yeah, we've developed over 5 devices. We have an operational website. We've done quite lengthy laboratory testing to make sure we verify the solution. We've deployed 3 of these 5 devices in different regions of the country, and we have identified over 4 more other piloting sites, and also the trademark. So we believe that our system, from what we have deployed, the 3 devices, we believe that these devices have potential, and we are moving to greater heights as well. So these are some of the milestones: formalization as a device. So these are installations where we have been installing in different situations. We have greenhouses. We have people who have small farms and they want to monitor the soil nutrients of a small garden like that. Yeah, so there we're trying to automate irrigation. Next slide. We've visited a number of farms in Arua. Yeah, so next slide. Yeah, we come to ask of over 30,000 USDs. Of course, this would help us increase the automation of agriculture. Also, have a further reach of sites where to deploy, do more field testing, and then also do the production of more devices as well. Yeah, so that's our ask, and this is my team. The product development was Raymond. Today I have Russ Raymond and Chigala Jesse as a business development team. Yeah, so the team, we are working alongside agricultural technical advisors and experts, because me, I'm a computer engineering background, he has a marketing and business, but we do work with technical advisors who are more conversant with the soil. That is around Makere. Yeah, thank you very much.
Let's give a hand clap to the Field Eyes team. We are going to have questions towards you, starting with the judges.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is on your innovation. In the product, where is your IP that you have come up with through your journey?
Yeah, so thank you very much. We haven't done anything really unique, but if you could ask me, the unique thing is in the software. where we have key unique recommendations we do give to the farmers. So, but for the hardware, these are materials that are available. We are just piecing up different concepts from different devices to have a complete product that will be solving a problem for farmers.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. My question is not very different from his. Yes, the technology is good, but I think there are quite a number of people that have done this technology. And also looking at the parameters that you're testing for, NPK, pH, temperature, yes, I feel those parameters have really, people are already testing those. So, yes, what is unique about this technology?
Okay, yeah, so.
And then there are also problems like birds. For example, we're visiting a certain district in the east called Kwen, and for them their biggest problem is the destruction by the birds. Yes, and one of the farmers had lost, he claimed to have lost about 500 million shillings in sorghum. The birds destroyed everything. So there are such problems that you may also want to look into, because they really have no problem. Stoning the birds is not sustainable. Scarecrows are not sustainable. So that's one of the problems that you can interest yourself in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The uniqueness, what we are mainly focusing on is the soil. So soil is the key bit we are looking at. And actually, I will let you in. One of the reasons why we are doing the soil testing with NPK is that once you obtain soil samples, you have to take it to a lab, and the lab will take a long time to give you back results. So what we are trying to do is lessen this process. Do the soil testing yourself, yeah? So also why we are doing the validation is that to ensure that the device gives you readings that are close to what the lab is giving. So we are reducing that time you take to take a sample from the soil, take it to the lab, wait for results. Our device gives you the insights there and then the recommendations.
Any question from the audience?
Thank you very much. You talked about your innovation providing parameters to the user. In my thinking, not very many farmers actually understand these, the nutrients that are needed in the soil. So is there an avenue for your innovation to tell for example, a farmer growing maize, is there an avenue for your innovation to tell them that you need to apply this amount of fertilizer, this quantity? I think it will solve that challenge of where the IP is, where the innovation.
That we have recommendations that are simplified, either through via email. I think you saw it there. Recommendations via email or SMS, but they are simplified in a way that the farmer understands. That's one of the questions that we're getting from different farmers. How do I know? I don't understand this. I don't understand the data. Even through all the incubation we went through, how do you disseminate this information? So we have the recommendations that are easily disseminated to the farmers.
I want to give a chance to one more person to ask if they are there. Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a big hand clap to the team of Field Eyes. Thank you very much. At this moment, we have concluded the morning session of the pitches. We have a number of activities running on at the moment. One of them is just in the right corner there. This left corner, my right corner. There are posters of innovations. So people have done some work. You interest yourself to go and read by yourself, appreciate the different kind of research that is going on to develop the unique innovations in the country. Then These people have just pitched here. Some of them have stores behind you here, and you can move through. It also includes people pitched since Monday. They are here, so you can go. If you missed the pictures of Monday, yesterday, please walk through these different lines of stores and listen, ask more questions. You may not have gotten an opportunity to ask your specific question to that innovator. Please walk there and ask them those questions. The others that are running right now is we have a panel that is going to run from 11 up to 1 on creating efficient ecosystem. And I think it is up. Which room is it? Let me get the information on the room. Then from 2 to 5 in here, we have got an operant of over 50 institutions, actually about 57 institutions. The deans and leaders of the different colleges of engineering are convening here to launch the Engineering Deans Forum. So these are universities coming together to make engineering education much better. So you can come and witness and be part of that event from 2 to 5. And then the panel is in which room? They are getting me the panel that is running up. So I would like now to thank you. We are also voting the best innovator, the best exhibitor or exhibited innovation. You will find the QR codes either on the walls or in the groups. So if you belong to any of the group of either an audience, you could be a guest or a group, the QR codes are being distributed. So once you land on one, please you use that QR code to go to the form that helps you vote. So you will access the voting platform. If you don't belong to any of the groups, please, you can come and see Engineer Kateva here, please, one of the judges, and helps you how to access that platform and vote. Don't miss to contribute the best exhibited innovation. And then, so you landed on the room for the panel. Royal Palm, I'm told this Royal Palm, so you have to go up and cross the other end of the conference side and join the room where the panel is going to be running from 11 to 1. The panel is on creating efficient ecosystem in the engineering. So thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves for attending this activity this morning. Thank you, and thank you to our judges that have supported us through. If you have any kind of guidance you need from a judge, please walk in and come to the innovators, come and see the judges or somebody that would want to be of help to you. Thank you very much. Bye.
In August 2024, Chira Motors organized the inaugural National E-Mobility Expo at the Chira Vehicle Plant in Jinja, which became the biggest celebration of e-mobility innovation and industrialization on the African continent. More than 300 distinguished delegates attended, representing Uganda and countries as far as USA, Europe, China, South Africa, and Tanzania. The expo featured inspiring keynote addresses, illuminating fireside chats, and critical discussions on mobility, energy, and technology. This landmark event showcased Uganda's bold steps towards becoming not just a consumer, but a net source of e-mobility solutions. It demonstrated the progress made in the e-mobility sector.
I missed one. engineering capacity building. So don't miss in the Renzori ballroom. So you can walk there at 12:00.
37 already deployed. Over 12,500 electric motorcycles on the road. More than 1,500 electric bicycles in use. 390 battery swapping stations operational. Over 15,000 direct jobs created across manufacturing, energy, and operations. More than 180 million US dollars in investment attracted. And up to 40% local content in e-mobility products. This remarkable progress has been made possible under the visionary leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the biggest billboard for e-mobility innovation and industrialization on the African continent, whose commitment to industrialization and green growth continues to inspire confidence and bold action. The Expo positioned Uganda at the forefront of Africa's green mobility revolution, while attracting international attention, investment, and strategic partnerships. Now we look ahead. From the 18th to the 19th of September 2025, the National E-Mobility Expo returns to the Chira Vehicle Plant, bigger, better, and with big ambition. The expo will be hosted by Kira Motors Corporation in partnership with STI OP, Presidential CEO Forum, and Government Citizen Interaction Center. Under the theme Powering Innovation, Accelerating Industrialization, and Shaping Africa's Green Future, the Expo will once again bring together policymakers, industry leaders, academics, investors, and the general public. The National E-Mobility Expo 2025 has been designed with an aim accelerating Uganda's transition to
creating an efficient ecosystem. I'm told it has been shifted to this place. So from 11 to 1, this place is going to be used for the ecosystem panel, creating efficient ecosystem. So the panel is going to be here. So you can just walk for a short time and then come back here to participate in that panel and listening.
And regulatory frameworks to promote public awareness and adoption to electric mobility, to empower local talent and entrepreneurship, and to foster strong regional collaborations. Over 2 immersive days, more than 2,000 delegates will experience plant and exhibition tours and a marketplace innovation, a deal room with high-level business and investment discussions, thought leadership sessions on finance, ecosystem growth, and supply chain resilience, networking and partnership building opportunities, and a vibrant public showcase that includes university students, innovators, and the wider community. Day 1 will feature a keynote address on powering innovation, accelerating industrialization, and shaping Africa's green future, positioning Uganda as a net source of e-mobility solutions. This will localize the continental conversation of Uganda's unique context, culminating into 3 well-curated panel discussions. Panel 1 on financial and strategic growth on national e-mobility ecosystem to actualize the national e-mobility. Panel 2 on state of national e-mobility ecosystem. And Panel 3 on building the backbone, e-mobility infrastructure, and supply chain resilience. Day 2 will feature the official commissioning ceremony and the symbolic handover of 10 Kayola electric buses to clients, a powerful demonstration of customer confidence and Chira Motors Corporation's readiness to meet the domestic and regional market demand. The expo is expected to position Uganda as a true net source of e-mobility solutions to Africa, attract domestic and international investors, fostering strategic partnerships and secure financial resources for the large-scale deployment of Ugandan e-mobility solutions across the region, facilitate high-level dialogue between government, industry, and academia to inform the development of supportive policies, incentives, and a robust regulatory environment conducive to rapid growth of the e-mobility sector, strengthen regional integration, and build a competitive supply chain on the continent. Already, Uganda has made significant strides in the e-mobility sector. The National E-Mobility Expo 2025 will accelerate this momentum, powering innovation, driving industrialization, and shaping Africa's green future.
We are really privileged to have you here amongst the engineers of Africa and the world.
The vision that UNESCO, FAO, and other players had was that we need to build the capacity for Africa to own and grow capacity in engineering, both in quality and quantity, and also urge our young engineers to take up STEM so that they become future engineering.
We need you in Dar es Salaam. We need something like this in Bujumbura, Kigali, Kinshasa. We need you everywhere in South Africa. We have to get our young people together. They are our future. Engineering is the future of our East African community. Thank you.
As our engineers, our continent, the richest continent in the world with the poorest people in the world, we must engage and embrace research, development, and engineering to transform our continent.
As a nation, the President has been at the forefront of championing the prioritization of science, technology, and innovation through ensuring that we have legal frameworks that help science and technology. We must build a modern science-led society. There is no way that Africa can emancipate themselves from backwardness without carrying out on an industrial revolution.
So these policies must be very clear. They must also give a raw clarity of what industry must do to collaborate with the academia.
Investments. Because no matter what we say or how well we say it, unless we can figure out the right investment instruments or tools at different levels, we will not see the success we want.
We have to give an opportunity for the employees to come up with this problem-solving ideas.
We shall not only build infrastructure, but also build capacity, build industry, and above all, we shall build hope for the generations to come.
There's a need to bridge the financing gap through intentional and calculated regulatory excellence.
Our national, regional, and continental leaderships need to have conscious and deliberate policy of looking inwards first for its infrastructure, construction, and consulting services needs.
My fellow engineering community, let's not wait for the future. Let us build it with our minds, with our hands, and with our hearts.
To empowering young people and advancing gender equality. I am pleased to see dedicated forums for women engineers and young professionals.
We must prioritize energy-efficient designs, renewable energy integration, and sustainable infrastructure planning.
How can those people create things and for you think you cannot create them? So once we put this mindset in ourselves, engineers, I tell you, there are a lot of things we can do.
But let us forge functional partnerships. Let us have ventures launched. Let us commit ourselves to turning Africa's immense potential into tangible prosperity.
May your experiences in Uganda be both enriching and memorable, and may the bonds you've formed here lead to lasting partnership that will benefit all of us.
We are really privileged to have you here among
I want to welcome all of you to this day which is really phenomenal for us. This is the Innovation Forum, which we are opening today, and it is happening as an integral component of the 11th UNESCO Africa Engineering Week and the 9th Africa Engineering Conference, which is hosted here in Uganda in partnership with the Institution of Professional Engineers in Uganda, with the UNESCO, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, the Federation of Africa Engineering Organizations, the Ministry of Works and Transport, and the other partners, both local and international, to really undertake this week and this phenomenal conference, which is themed leveraging engineering innovations and technology to accelerate Africa's socio-economic transformation. We invite you to celebrate Africa's creativity, ingenuity, and enterprise in engineering innovation. This forum is designed as a dynamic space where ideas meet opportunities and where bold solutions to Africa's grand challenges are put on display for the world to see. We are not just gathering to look at them. It's a place to buy and sell ideas, to expand, to exchange these ideas. It's also a place for us to share ideas on product development. It's also a space for us to share ideas in the market and expanding and connecting our African markets to the value-added products coming out of engineering. And we believe that during this time, we are going to generate real business connections and begin to open the inroads to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. This forum signals today to us and to Africa and to the world that Uganda is ready to lead, to collaborate and to co-create a future powered by African innovation. We urge all our engineers, innovators, students, educators, policymakers, private sector to take full advantage of this forum because it is going to be highly interactive. We urge our private sector players to come and engage innovators about your challenges. I want to welcome all of you to this day, which is really phenomenal.
Uganda is full of many treasures, but there is one that connects us all. Our oil and gas helps us grow and develop together to more wealth creation, better infrastructure, and better service delivery. That's why UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, is here to manage the commercial aspects of the petroleum sector on behalf of the state. UNOC, your partner in Uganda's oil and gas sector. Uganda is full of many treasures, but there is one that connects us all. Our oil and gas helps us grow and develop together to more wealth creation, better infrastructure, and better service delivery. That's why UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, is here to manage the commercial aspects of the petroleum sector on behalf of the state. UNOC, your partner in Uganda's oil and gas sector.
South Africa's 21st century cities and towns burn bright at night, thanks to the national power grid and generation fleet run by South Africa's power utility, Eskom. Crisscrossing South Africa from horizon to horizon are power lines. Eskom Holdings operates more than 30,000 kilometers of high-voltage power lines, and its distribution division maintains a network of close to 400,000 kilometers of lower-voltage power lines and underground cables. End to end, they would stretch almost 10 times around the globe. Eskom's 30 power stations can generate around 46,000 megawatts. This makes Eskom the largest power producer on the African continent. Baseload stations include coal-fired and nuclear. And peaking stations include gas or liquid fuel, hydroelectric, pumped storage, and wind technologies. Eskom is following global trends, moving away from being a traditional vertically integrated utility to unbundling the transmission, distribution, and generation arms of the business. On July 1st, 2024, the National Transmission Company South Africa, NTCSA, commenced trading. This wholly owned subsidiary of Eskom Holdings will own and operate the country's national transmission system, the world-class system operator, the grid strengthening function, energy market services, and the international trader. Next to separate will be the distribution function. Their focus will be on customer services, smart payments, smart grids, distributed energy systems, EV infrastructure, battery energy storage, and microgrids. Eskom has established a dedicated renewable energy business to accelerate the implementation of clean energy projects and enable strategic partnerships with the private sector. This business unit is set to become a major player in South Africa's energy transition, with an initial pipeline of at least 2 gigawatt-hour targeted for delivery by 2026, and a broader ambition to lead the development of over 20 gigawatt of clean energy projects. These efforts form a key part of Eskom's strategy to diversify its energy mix and drive long-term emissions reduction. Efforts to modernize our power system include digital procurement, rolling out 7 million smart meters, coal automation at power stations, building electric vehicle infrastructure, and boosting the high-voltage power line network by more than 14,000 kilometers by the year 2035, opening up more access for independent renewable energy projects. Eskom is spearheading a groundbreaking Just Energy Transition Project, or JET, providing a second life to power stations and communities around them. The two main focus areas are repowering and repurposing. At the older Komati coal-fired power station in Mpumalanga, the repowering initiatives include building PV plant and battery energy storage. Repurposing initiatives include building containerized microgrids, climate-smart horticulture, welding training, and beneficiating waste, creating jobs and boosting the economy. Innovation is a key driver at Eskom. Eskom is driving an innovative solution for unelectrified rural communities and commercial businesses exposed to vandalism challenges in the form of microgrids. These in-house developed smart microgrids offer a reliable, resilient, cost-efficient and sustainable energy solution. Eskom is planning to roll out hundreds of containerized microgrids to power schools, hospitals, clinics and remote rural communities. Eskom Research, Testing and Development has piloted the use of coal ash from power stations in the construction of an ash road at its new Kusile power station. This has both economic and environmental benefits. Other RT&D innovations include testing the use of drones to inspect high-voltage power lines, smart metering, clean coal technologies, and green hydrogen production. And home is where Eskom shines. From the simple flick of a switch comes the magic of cutting-edge engineering since 1923. That's Eskom, redefining for a better future.
The Kariba Dam, an iconic structure with triumph written all over it. The Kariba Dam was constructed between 1956 and 1959. Commissioned in 1960, the dam has been central to Zambia, Zimbabwe, and the region's energy security and economic development ever since. At a height of 128 meters and breadth of 24 meters, the Kariba Dam is one of mankind's major achievements in civil engineering. Its unmistakable presence runs for 617 meters across the Zambezi River at Kariba Gorge on the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe, located in the towns on the Zambia side Siavonga and on Zimbabwe side Kariba. Since 2017, almost 60 years later, the Kariba Dam is undergoing major rehabilitation at a total cost of $294 million for its continued safe operation. Large-scale infrastructure projects like this one take many years, beginning with preparatory planning like feasibility studies, securing funding, project design, and procurement taking place long before there's evidence of work on the ground.
I think that we always have to consider that this is a very big, complex project. The magnitude, I think you have had an idea. All the preparatory works that had to be done in order to start the actual implementation of the project have been very demanding. From the engineering point of view, is one of the biggest and most beautiful diamonds in the world.
The dam has provided energy and contributed to the economic prosperity of Zambia and Zimbabwe for almost 60 years, ranging in sectors: mining, manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and to local communities in small-scale fishing as a livelihood. It is an engineering success story and a fine example of partnership between two countries in the development, monitoring, and management of a shared water resource. Designed as a double curvature concrete arch, the Kariba has the record of being the world's biggest water reservoir. It is from this vast reservoir that each country has its own underground hydropower station on the north and south bank of the dam, generating a total of 10,035 gigawatt hours of electricity annually.
So the intention was for the provision of a power station on both sides of the banks. So that was a primary use, but obviously it also had the downstream uses in terms of tourism, in terms of fisheries, also in terms of any other commercial activities that come when such a large amount of reservoir is constructed.
An implementing authority representing the two governments had to be constituted to operate, monitor, and maintain the Kariba complex. With the dissolution of the Colonial Federation in 1963, the Central Africa Power Corporation (CAPCO) was set up. In 1987, CAPCO was reconstituted into the present-day binational Zambezi River Authority following an Act of Parliament passed simultaneously by Zambia and Zimbabwe. Zambezi River Authority is mandated as an organization with the responsibility for development and management of the shared sections of the Zambezi River between the two countries. Jamming in the open position would mean that large amounts of water would pour through the spillway gates, leading to higher levels of water in the river downstream of the dam, possibly putting people, animals, and the environment at risk. Jamming in the closed position would put the dam at risk of overtopping. Refurbishing the spillway gates will ensure that the spillway will operate as it was designed to for many more years. It was in July 1956 that an Italian firm, Impreset, got the contract to construct the dam wall and power stations. The construction led to the forced relocation or resettlement of thousands of Zambians and Zimbabweans. A year into the building of the dam in 1957, the river rose to flood level, destroying some equipment and the access roads. The odds against another flood occurring the following year were about 1,000 to 1, but flood it did, this time 3 meters higher than the previous year. The floods destroyed the access bridge, the cofferdam, and parts of the main wall. Nyami Nyami, the river god whom the Tonga people believed existed, made good his threat.
Now, Chief Simamba moved because, according to his understanding, he thought the project was going to bring a lot of good things to his people.
The planned pool reshaping is wholly funded by the European Union through a €64 million grant to the Republic of Zambia.
The European Union is financing the project. I'm very happy that you know about that.
On 14 February 2017, the government of Zambia signed the planned pool reshaping works contract with a successful contractor, Razorbeck of France, endorsed by the ambassador of the European Union to Zambia, Alessandro Mariani, at a signing ceremony. Present at this historical event were representatives of both governments, cooperating partners, and local leadership, among others. The EU has already taken an active participation in the project, with the EU head of delegation, Alessandro Mariani, making physical inspection of the works done so far after the contract signing.
It's important to visit and to see with your own eyes.
So the rehabilitation of this dam is actually very good in terms of securing energy supply in the region. And other than that, downstream, the Zambezi River Basin is a source of livelihoods for the people around there. So there's actually a lot that can be that is going to be derived in terms of the social benefits in this project.
Mebo tutukulwa yabire lya damu utegwani bayitiani bayimani kambwa utenga ila jaya abantu banji kuti yapanduka so tututandi utegwani ya damu ipanduke bayibambe utegwa iboneke gavotu utegwani tukale bumi buliza votu.
The North Bank Power Station, located on the Zambian side, managed by ZESCO Limited, has the capacity to generate 1,080 megawatts. The innumerable benefits of hydro energy to the mining industry makes the Chamber of Mines take keen interest in the KDRP.
Energy makes up a substantial proportion of the cost structure of the industry in Zambia. It averages out at about 20% of total operating expenses, and it is critical.
15% of energy to the Southern African power pool actually comes from the Kariba Dam hydropower project. And then for Zambia, we know that 50%, even on Zimbabwe, 50% of their energy actually comes from the Kariba Dam rehabilitation. So the rehabilitation of this dam is actually very good in terms of securing energy supply in the region.
The Kariba Dam has played a significant role in the economic and social developmental targets for both Zambia and Zimbabwe, and indeed the sub-region. The rehabilitation project will give this global masterpiece a whole new engine to keep it running, as its value will impact many in the two home countries, while ripple effects spread around the continent and the globe at large. By the end of the project, the headline all concerned are looking forward to seeing is the iconic Kariba Dam restored for the future.
treasures. But there is one that connects us all. Our oil and gas helps us grow and develop together to more wealth creation, better infrastructure, and better service delivery. That's why UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, is here to manage the commercial aspects of the petroleum sector on behalf of the state. UNOC, your partner in Uganda's oil and gas sector.
We are really privileged to have you here amongst the engineers of Africa and the world.
The vision that UNESCO, FAO, and other players had was that we need to build the capacity for Africa to own and grow capacity in engineering, both in quality and quantity, and also urge our young engineers to take up STEM so that they become future engineering.
We need you in Dar es Salaam. We need something like this in Bujumbura, Kigali, Kinshasa. We need you everywhere in South Africa. We have to get our young people together. They are our future. Engineering is the future of our East African community. Thank you.
As our engineers, our continent, the richest continent in the world with the poorest people in the world, we must engage and embrace research, development, and engineering to transform our continent.
As a nation, the President has been at the forefront of championing the prioritization of science, technology, and innovation through ensuring that we have legal frameworks that help science and technology. We must build a modern science-led society. There is no way that Africa can emancipate themselves from backwardness without carrying out on an industrial revolution.
So these policies must be very clear. They must also give a raw clarity of what industry must do to collaborate with the academia.
Investment. Because no matter what we say or how well we say it, unless we can figure out the right investment instruments or tools at different levels, we will not see the success we want.
We have to give an opportunity for the employees to come up with this problem-solving ideas.
We shall not only build infrastructure, but also build capacity, build industry, and above all, we shall build hope for the generations to come.
There's a need to bridge the financing gap through intentional and calculated regulatory excellence.
Our national, regional, and continental leaderships need to have conscious and deliberate policy of looking inwards first for its infrastructure, construction, and consulting services needs.
My fellow engineering community, let's not wait for the future. Let us build it with our minds, with our hands, and with our hearts.
To empowering young people and advancing gender equality. I am pleased to see dedicated forums for women engineers and young professionals.
We must prioritize energy-efficient designs, renewable energy integration, and sustainable infrastructure planning.
How can those people create things and for you think you cannot create them? So once we put this mindset in ourselves, engineers, I tell you, there are a lot of things we can do.
But let us forge functional partnerships. Let us have ventures launched. Let us commit ourselves to turning Africa's immense potential into tangible prosperity.
May your experiences in Uganda be both enriching and memorable, and may the bonds you've formed here lead to lasting partnership that will benefit all of us.
we are really privileged to have you here amongst the engineers.
I want to welcome all of you to this day, which is really phenomenal for us. This is the Innovation Forum, which we are opening today, and it is happening as an integral component of the 11th UNESCO Africa Engineering Week and the 9th Africa Engineering Conference, which is hosted here in Uganda in partnership with the Institution of Professional Engineers in Uganda, with the UNESCO, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, the Federation of Africa Engineering Organizations, the Ministry of Works and Transport, and the other partners, both local and international, to really undertake this week and this phenomenal conference, which is themed leveraging engineering innovations and technology to accelerate Africa's socio-economic transformation. We invite you to celebrate Africa's creativity, ingenuity, and enterprise in engineering innovation. This forum is designed as a dynamic space where ideas meet opportunities and where bold solutions to Africa's grand challenges are put on display for the world to see. We are not just gathering to look at them. It's a place to buy and sell ideas, to expand, to exchange these ideas. It's also a place for us to share ideas on product development. It's also a space for us to share ideas in the market and expanding and connecting our African markets to the value-added products coming out of engineering. And we believe that during this time, we are going to generate real business connections and begin to open the inroads to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. This forum signals today to us and to Africa and to the world that Uganda is ready to lead, to collaborate and to co-create a future powered by African innovation. We urge all our engineers, innovators, students, educators, policymakers, private sector to take full advantage of this forum because it is going to be highly interactive. We urge our private sector players to come and engage innovators about your challenges.
URA, sinaba kusasula msolo Janet. Leta basa je nakuwa. Banange sinasasula URA. Aya, esawa zigenda kuggwayo. Sibye bino, waliwo basa je nasemba yokuwa. Aya, esawa zonna. Ebiyinza okuba nga bye bino kangende biranja bikeberere. Afande, njagala kudduka genda kusasula musolo ngenda kusanga basibyewo.
Nyabo, ekyo kibadde kipakusa. Tokimanyi nti URA yabigonza dda. Kati usobola kusasula kusimyo nyabo.
Nti afande.
Ongawuniza star 285 hash. Ngogobeje emitendera egyo. Ngofuna ka message. Ate URA yakuwaliza ekyapula. Teba kubanga URA.
Thank you so much, Afande.
Okalubirizibwa okusasula omusolo gwa bizinesi y'omubudde genda bugenze mu ssimu nyonyige kamunyenye 285 hash. Abaddukanya bizinesi entono eziyingiza wakati wa miliyoni 10 ne miliyoni 15 omwaka bakwanguyirwa okusasula omusolo gwabwe ogwa presumptive tax nga banyigabanyizi kamunyenye 285 hash banyumirwe enkola enennyango etali mu nsindikagano.
Nyabo, bannange bya ddala. Janet, omuntu awonyera nnyo. Gwe, ngenda kusasuliranga ku ssimu labayo bannange.
Tuzimbire wamu ebiseera by'omu maaso ebitangaavu nga tunyiga kamunyenye 285 hash olunaku lwonna essaawa yonna wonna w'oli. Uganda Revenue Authority, tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
You are right.
Uganda is full of many treasures, but there is one that connects us all. Our oil and gas helps us grow and develop together to more wealth creation, better infrastructure, and better service delivery. That's why UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, is here to manage the commercial aspects of the petroleum sector on behalf of the state. UNOC, your partner in Uganda's oil and gas sector.
In the heart of Uganda is a story of power, transformation, and a vision that shines brighter than ever before. The Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, UEGCL, is wholly owned by the Government of Uganda and was incorporated as a limited liability company in 2001 under the Companies Act, and it's under the shareholding of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on behalf of the government. Electricity generation sector while running the company on sound business principles.
I have the pleasure of announcing a significant milestone in our transformation journey, our new strategic plan for the period 2023 to 2028. This plan is a commitment to reposition ourselves in a dynamic electricity subsector, adapting to new challenges and opportunities. The strategic plan is premised on the quest for superior performance with the aim of gaining and sustaining competitive advantage in electricity generation.
The UEGCL's vision for the period 2023-2028 has been recast to be Africa's leading electricity generating utility. This vision positions UEGCL.
It is either seconds to the afternoon or...
On the other hand, the UEGCL mission is sustainably generate reliable.
Our panel is starting in 1 to 3 minutes. So I would like to call all of you. We have a panel that is going to start on creating effective ecosystem. So if you are there in the tea or restroom, resting space there behind us, you are walking, you are hearing us from the parking, don't miss this opportunity to hear discussions on how we can make the ecosystem stronger, effective, delivering not only people who are engineers but also products that are engineered. So the team's audience of guests that are checking on the exhibition, I ask you to first pause and come over here in the front here, join into the discussion, because your contribution on top of that will be given by the panelists is quite important, but also to appreciate how the panelists are looking at things from different angles and eyes and hearts. So I request you to run over here very fast. So even if you are the innovators, if you are 2 or 3, I will request you to send in one of your colleagues to come and represent you in this activity, and you remain there, one of you. Don't stay there 3, because you will still not be talking to all the people, all of you. So one person can be at the store, man is the store, while the other one is coming over here to be part of the audience. At this juncture, I want to welcome my brother, the innovator, the man of Innovation Village, to walk in front here and take on the mantle who is our modulator for the panel. So he will now tell us the next step and introduce the panelists and also give us guidance on how the panel will move. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I think all protocol observed. As we get organized for the session, let's give a few moments for everyone else to come and join us. But in the meantime, I think we can afford to take 10 minutes to get to know each other in the room, right? Before the rest come in to join. So what I'll do, I'll just pass the mic around. Tell us your name, the organization you represent, maybe one tidbit or highlight from what you've learned or picked up in the session today, and what your expectation is for today. Looking forward to getting to know you. All right, I'll just pass the mic around. Karibu.
Okay, my name is Dr. Engineer Sijuhede Vidado, Engineering Council, Ghana. My expectation is that I'll get something new from this conference that we are having and the topic today. So I'm getting discouraged whether we are actually going to make it today, but I still have hope that we'll get on. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sophia Tijani. I'm from Ghana. I'm looking forward to us starting this discussion so that we can have fun. Thank you. Okay. I'm being told that I'm a woman. Okay, so I'm the president-elect of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Engineer Isaac Bedu. I'm also from Ghana. I'm the Registrar of the Engineering Council, Ghana. And I think we are discussing local government. Is that what we are doing here today? The role of partnerships. Then we had, we thought we were having the forum on local government. That's why we are here. Okay, so I hope that I will learn something new from these discussions. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cosmas Koech. I'm a Kenyan working in Uganda. We support innovators to leverage technologies to build sustainable solutions.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Lima, working under the Infrastructure Innovations Bureau of Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. I'm looking forward to see much more innovations in the infrastructure innovation sector.
Good morning. My name is Derek Muzani. He's my workmate. We work under the same department, Bureau, Infrastructure Innovations Bureau. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Dr. Joshua Isiko is my name. I'm a team leader, Productivity Acceleration at Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Chabo Angela Mutebi. I'm a mechanical engineer. My specialty is plant and machinery appraisal. Basically, valuation of factories. So my interest in this session is to see how the innovators we have here, especially the young ones, can be able to see those that already exist and see how they can partner with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think as we pass the mic around, I've been reminded that these are not for VIPs, and that all of you are welcome to take the front seats as well. So it's just to encourage you to come take up the front seats. They're for you, they're reserved for you, we're waiting for you. But yes, as we go around, getting to know each other.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dong Aldrin Isaiah from Chambogo University. I'm one of the innovators who are exhibiting today. It's nice to meet you all.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baraka Harris, also an innovator from Chambogo University. Glad to meet you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Frank Muhindo from UICT as well. I'm an innovator. I do also UX designing, software engineering, a bit of it, and network engineering as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Luanja Lillian from UICT.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I put it the other way around. Usually it's ladies first, so I hope I have not erred. My name is Gideon Munduga. I'm an engineer, civil engineer specializing in water and sanitation. I'm a consultant for Ministry of Water and Environment. Yeah, I've been in the profession now almost 50 years. Thank you.
Wow. Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kato Jacob Membe, and I'm a student innovator. I'm an electrical engineer by profession, and I'm a proud innovator of a facial detection best car security system. You could pass by the store to check it out. Thank you.
Pleasure. I like the variety of participants we're having today. And just to remind you, please, feel free. Don't be shy. The front seats are for you as well. And I'm seeing there's a team to the right as well. Please feel free to occupy the front seats as well. Thank you. Let's go around.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Doreen Nechamasma, civil engineer. I'm Ugandan.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Engineer Winfred Naluyinda. I'm a mechanical engineer. I work with the Ministry of Works and Transport as Assistant Commissioner Mechanical Engineering Inspection. My expectation today is to know more about what's going on and to continue to partner with various innovators to see how government can support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kathy Mbide from Makere University Technology and Innovation Center. My expectation is to network and get some partners. Nice meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy. She'll actually be joining our panel discussion shortly. So you're sitting among greatness. Karibu. And also maybe before you come on, for the rest of you in the exhibition area, we're about to kick off our conversation, trying to understand how we can harness the power of collaboration, partnerships, to accelerate how we transition research from the amazing ideas you have out there to the market. So please feel free to make your way over as we get started. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Kasaja. I'm from Makere University. I'm a civil engineering student. Thank you.
Maybe as we go deeper, if anyone can tell us an innovation you're working on as well, and what your journey has been so far in one sentence, to try and get that from your lab or idea into the hands of customers. Go for it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Joel Masanza. I'm a student by profession, and I'm looking forward to listening to the panelists, to learn something from them, and to be excited about a problem that I could solve someday.
Hi everyone, my name is Alvin Buye. I'm a co-founder at Twitter Hail, and at Twitter Hail, we are making sure that learners, instead of spending time on social media, they spend it socially learning. So we're doing it for organizations and for individual tutors. Reach out to us at our booth and let's discuss more.
Cool pitch from Alia as well. Yeah. I saw your pitch earlier. Pretty interesting stuff. Well done. All right, we're about to make a start. Please feel free to come to the front as well, occupy these seats so we can get started for what's going to be an interesting conversation. Over to you, sir.
My name is Joel Mohanguzi, and I'm an engineer with Sunbird AI. Our work is about environmental noise monitoring. Thank you.
environmental noise monitoring. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well. My name is Trevor Saka. I am a graduate apprentice at Sambad AI, and yes, our work is also environmental sensing using AI. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you.
So for those of you out there in the exhibition space, there's quite a few interesting people in this room today. Someone in this room is standing between your idea or innovation and the market traction that you need for it to really take off. So we'll be getting started in about the next 5 minutes. We urge you to make your way over to this space where we're having the panel discussion, but otherwise we're getting to know each other. Come join us. Please. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Calvin Amwene, and I work with Rela Electronics and Semiconductors.
All right. Anyone who hasn't introduced themselves? Karibu.
Thank you so much. My name is Ben Wakoraj. I am the Executive Director of World Bay Education Foundation. We are in Gulu. We are nurturing the next generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders. And now that we're going to talk about partnerships, we did actually reach out to Innovation Village through Rita. So now that you're here, please, we are going to have some discussion after the panel discussion. Thank you.
In building companies, we call that validation. So more than welcome.
Hello.
Yep. Sorry, go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Engineer Meridon Nakasozi. I work with the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company in the Projects Implementation Department, and I'm excited to be here and to know what is going on, what is happening. Thank you.
More than welcome. You're more than welcome to tell us what you do, sir.
Thank you. My name is Ntege Gonzaga. I work for Sundatech, and we build 3D printers for the African economy. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm also not sure if the lake breeze forced everyone to this side, but you're here. So we shall still have an engaging conversation as we move forward. So I think there's enough of us to get our conversation going. Dambozi will kuoma, and the rest will come and join us as we continue. I think, true to the theme that we've been going through over the last couple of days, is for Uganda, for Africa to lead through both engineering and technology, it's that it's expensive to leapfrog some of what the rest of the world has in place. So how do we, leveraging whatever context we find ourselves in, whether it's in Ghana, and we'll be visiting Accra later in the year for the Africa FinTech Summit. So good to hear about that. But that whether you're in Accra or you're in Kampala or you're in Nairobi, is that for Africa to truly have our share of where the economy is going globally, we must lead through engineering, through technology, through innovation, and through the commercialization of that. That's how we unlock the resources necessary to get us to where we're going. But that these things cost money, they require depth of skill, they require certain policy environments to be able to work. There's so many little ingredients that go into building our own version of Silicon Valley, if that's all we have to benchmark against, or even our own utopia for going forward. So what we hope to unlock in today's conversation is how can we harness the power of partnerships, of collaborations across different archetypes of participants to be able to leapfrog some of these. And so you're going to hear from some amazing, amazing leaders in our engineering space and field who have all worked with unique models of how to unlock these potential of partnerships and who have actually driven innovation from the lab to the market. I think the goal overall is how do we shorten that gap between you have a eureka moment or an idea to when it's in the hands of customers, it's attained enough commercial traction for it to truly take off. So I'll make one last call to anyone in the exhibition space who's making their way over. You can carry your tea, those in the break area, come and join us for the conversation. But for right now, please allow me to invite my panelists up. Emmanuel, if you can. If you can get you Anthony, Ivan, let's have Dr. Kathy coming through so we can start off our conversation for today. As they come up, please feel free to clap for them. You're gonna hear some amazing stories of what they're working on. But as they come up, the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat has played a crucial role in steering Uganda towards leading in this knowledge economy. And that a lot of what they've done is bring together interesting innovators, enable and support them to be able to take off on some of these journeys. And so you'll also hear a little infusion from each of the participants today on how that has supported them on their journey, but that they're another integral voice to how the country itself in Uganda is positioning to lead on some of these conversations, as is UIPE and the other key partners that have made this conversation possible. The conversation is going to be broken into two parts. We'll hear from our leaders today, who have all done very interesting things, and then thereafter we'll break into a bit of an opportunity for us to feed back to each other and also to start activating the partnership. So I was very encouraged to hear that you've already validated and found a partner you are looking for in this conversation. So none of you is allowed to leave until you find the person who's standing between where you are and the opportunity you've been looking to unveil. Maybe you could expand to Ghana. All right, so let's kick off our conversation today. I think to keep things simple, we'll start off with just getting to know who you are outside of the office, and then you also tell us how you're changing Africa. So we'll go starting with Dr. Kathy and work our way down to Anthony. Tell us something fun about yourself, even as you introduce yourself as well. Karibu.
Thank you. Is it loud enough? I think it is. Yeah, hello everyone. Good day. My name is Kathy Mbide. Come from Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center, where we are focused on commercializing research and innovations. Said something interesting, something good. I think the weather for me is really something quite good and interesting, and yes, nice to see everyone today on this platform. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Okalan. I work at an organization called RUFORUM. It's Regional Universities Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture. It's a network of 175 universities across Africa, and we have a secretariat in Uganda. Happy to see colleagues from Ghana. We have very active work we do in Ghana, and my core role in RUFORUM is to support young people to transition from school to work. And the young people we focus on are university students, and part of our work really relates to creating jobs and enterprises from the research that students do from master's to PhD, undergraduate to PhD level. So I'm really happy to be here to share with your experience.
Sorry, my mic wasn't working. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan Karugaba, and I'm the team lead at Luera Electronics and Semiconductors. Personally, I'm a mechanical engineer, and I have worked with several organizations, including, that is both local and international, likes of Kira Motors. I've partly worked in China, so at Luera we are looking at building a nascent industry that is in electronics design and manufacturing. We are stationed in Namamve at IDIC, And together with EDIC, we are looking at supporting the local electronics design and manufacturing ecosystem to commercialize their innovations. Personally, I'm a father of 4, and I really enjoy outdoor activities. So I'm really happy to see the lake this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an honor and a great opportunity to be here this afternoon to share with you some of life experiences in building the ecosystem for innovation. My name is Antonio Kimato Polot. I work with Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, an organization I've been with for the last almost 17 years. But today I'm here to share with you something quite interesting on how we have evolved from a project that was being implemented by Uganda National Council for Science and Technology that started in 2016, and today we are proud to talk of the Engineering Development and Innovation Center as a hub for translating ideas into real tangible products. We have an exhibition stall at the back. I'm sure you take time to see the wonderful work that we started doing about 6 months now since we started working on the engineering as the Engineering Development and Innovation Center. So I'm very glad to be here to share my experience and knowledge that I've gained over time working on this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, as you'll notice, each of our esteemed panelists today has a unique experience, both with engineering innovation and with technology. What we're going to try and do today is just understand how this has worked in each of their particular contexts so that we can then see together what crucial role partnerships have played to get them to where they are, but crucially, what interesting types of partnerships we need to form for going forward for us to accelerate each of their journeys. As Anthony has just mentioned, 6 months ago, you went through a spin-out process, right, to create EDIC from that project that was a success in and of itself, all the way to models like what Dr. Kathy is running at Makerere University. So I guess before we delve in, perhaps giving each one of you an opportunity, and we'll work down from you, Anthony, as well. Walk us through what that journey has been for that project that started and has now become a self-sustaining entity. I'm sure it took some kind of partnerships to make that possible.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Yeah, as I said, it is such a great honor to be here to share the journey. This is a journey that started in 2016, and it came out of an opportunity where when I got a chance to travel to China for the first time, and when I traveled to China and saw what was happening in China, I came back so energized, so angry with what I saw, so angry with myself and what is happening around my country. And I said, no, I think we need to do something about it. So with a few colleagues, we sat down and documented a few things that had really impressed us, that had excited us, and which we thought we can do as a country. And we embarked on that journey of developing a simple concept. It started as a simple concept of ideas, but aligned to our national development aspirations as envisioned in the country's Vision 2040 of industrialization, but with science, technology, innovation and engineering and innovation taking a lead. So what made me very angry when I returned is to discover that some of the products that actually we import as a country are projects done by students in schools, at secondary school level. And I asked myself, then why can't we do this? And then I was intrigued when I saw the connection between industry and academia and some of the vocational institutions in China. The trust, the kind of confidence, the collaboration that existed, and it is actually that made the transitioning of the student to the practice very, very easy. And we said, can we start something of that nature, of that kind? And we started the journey in 2016. And thankfully, the government of Uganda saw what we were trying to do and approved it as a project in 2019. And we started the implementation in 2021. And today, we are proud to say that we have been able to put up 2 hubs under that initiative from the National Science, Technology, Engineering and Skills Enhancement Project. Today we are proud to talk of the EDIC, that is the Engineering Development and Innovation Center, with a hub in Namamve, that is the Deep Tech Center of Excellency, and then the other hub in Revitete, that is the Smart Manufacturing Center, located in Revitete. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I wish for our friends from Ghana and for the others in Uganda who still have some time between now and when you head back home, if you're able to visit the facility in Namamve or to make your way to Revitete, it is quite something to behold. So really, really encouraged to hear of your journey, Anthony, and to encourage your team to keep going in that regard as well. Luera has been a journey in and of itself. Walk us through that journey, sir. Karib, over to you, Ivan.
All right. Thank you very much, Arthur. Just a background of my personal journey. I've been in the innovation space for about 13 years now. And just straight out of high school, I was able to start my work. And by then, I was admitted to Kira Motors Corporation. And together, we were able to work on one of Africa's first electric vehicles. That is 2013. Those of you who will be able to go to Jinja tomorrow, they do have a museum. You'll be able to see the black sedan. We worked on that with Kira Motors. I can say it was quite an interesting journey. I worked with the vehicle electronics and information systems team, just straight out of high school. And after there, I was able to work with a few more companies. I was able to also work in China, where I saw how innovation and industry and academia are actually linking. So the journey of Luera started about 4 years ago. And actually the problem that was existing was because in between there, I had another company or a startup I ran, and we were manufacturing low-cost computers for use in schools. But when you look at the nature of the way we are doing our kind of thing, we were designing and developing in Uganda, but the actual production was happening in China. And that was the case for actually all the innovators in the electronics manufacturing space. But we realized that wasn't really sustainable, because if we were to move Uganda or Africa into an innovation or electronics manufacturing powerhouse, we needed to do local electronics manufacturing because of very many reasons we're able to identify. The first being the very long lead times. You know how far Asia is. Then the sovereignty, the need to protect our IP. Then so much value was going abroad when you try to analyze the whole value chain. If you're able to actually just manufacture, even if it's 40% of these devices locally, you'll be bringing so much value into the country, including developing the human capital, employing people. So it's on that platform that we approached government. We're about 20 companies doing electronics design and manufacturing, but our model wasn't sustainable, including the aspect of having to pay import duties, making everything so expensive. So government bought our idea, and to date we are able to establish a local electronics manufacturing facility in one of the industrial parks at EDIC, actually. And right now, what we are doing is to try and support the ecosystem as a whole, whereby we help innovators turn their ideas into prototypes, then further on onto commercialization. To date, we have supported over 50 startups. And I think the first batch of products that we shall be rolling out will be by the end of this year. And we really look forward to supporting the local innovation ecosystem through avenues such as the micro grants that we offer, because we realize that, actually Arthur talked about it, for you to get funding, you need some traction as an early stage innovator. But when you look at hardware, unlike software, for you to get traction, the amount of money you need is not the same amount of money maybe a software developer may require. So we worked on structures on how to support the young people in the electronics and hardware and AI kind of space, such that by the time we are done with them, that is sort of de-risking, because it is very unlikely for an investor to invest in an idea without traction. So as Luera, as a company or as a PPP, that is a private-public partnership, government is really sort of de-risking the whole thing by providing support at the early stage, such that the innovators get traction, such that now they can get the subsequent funding from the VCs and the likes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sensing a trend here on how you pick an idea, you're like, this has to work back home. And so I like the discomfort of the innovator that I'm hearing. But what I find particularly interesting for the Luera model is by design, you're figuring out how to enable a catalytic level of ecosystem. 50 startups so far supported through your ecosystem, and that you're helping them to actually de-risk bringing a prototype to market. So for you, it seems like partnership is actually baked into your business model. So very interesting theme here. I think before we come back to this, let me first hear from Emmanuel and the team at Reform, because you've taken partnership to 175 universities. That can't just be in Uganda. How does that work? How did you get there? What's your world like? Walk us through.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I don't want to dwell on the Reform story because the Reform universities do what universities are designed to do. So they do research, they teach, they do community service. But as a network, ever since we were established in 2004, we were focused on giving research grants to professors at the universities, and we still do that up to now. We also provide scholarships for, previously it was masters and PhDs, but now we moved to undergraduates as well. Now, as the economy, the continent is changing, we realized that the job market was shrinking, and most of the young people whom we were training didn't have what to do. And we sort of pulled back and asked ourselves what we could do different to make sure that these young people who are being trained have a place to go in the economy. And borrowing from models that were happening outside Africa, we saw that there were really interesting cases of how the universities and us as a network could support these young people to create jobs for themselves and others, so that the governments in the 40 countries where we're working in do not have to struggle to absorb these people with their talent in the economies. And that's how we came up with a program on commercialization of academic research. We've been doing this for almost 5 years now, but it was more focused on the research outputs that the professors were producing from the university, and that's where we were focusing on identifying the intellectual property that was emerging out of this work. We hadn't really done much work on the students because we were just looking at them as human resource whose capacity was being developed and then deployed in research or private companies. So we're really looking at employment for them. But as statistics came, if I can remember now, the continent broadly can produce, is able to absorb about 3 million jobs only annually, as opposed to the 12 million young people we are actually pumping from the universities to the job market. And so we had to think of doing things differently. And the question was, how would we do this? What we then had to discuss with the vice chancellors of the universities, because they constitute the board of trustees of Reform, was to ask them how we could do that, because we are just a network, But all this happens at the university level. So they told us that what you have control over is the students you are supporting. And once you demonstrate that, then you can use that as evidence to inform what the broader university does. And that's how we started to provide post-graduation support to students to develop enterprises, first to protect the intellectual property that is emerging from their research, because we're focused on masters and PhD students, because these guys do, and I say guys, both the women and men, do real science, and out of this science comes out a product that has a potential to go to the market. And so we started to support the IP protection, and then we left the universities to handle the processes of commercializing that IP. But after 2 to 3 years, it was not working well. And that's how now we started to shift to brokering the partnerships between the university and the other ecosystem actors who are engaged in the commercialization of intellectual property. Now, when we did that with a few students, we realized that there was more that needs to be done, and that is the policies and the structures that exist within the universities that incentivize students and professors to commercialize IP. And so that's now where our work started to center on. And in Uganda, we sold the idea to the STI Secretariat, and they were happy with it because that was the strategic direction that the country was going. And we were happy to share our experience and to do that in Uganda as well. And so what we are focusing on is 3 things. One is to identify research outputs from students and professors that has potential for commercialization. 2, to support institutions to have a conducive environment to commercialize. 3, linking the universities and the wider ecosystem actors would support commercialization of research outputs at scale. So that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're about to open up the conversation to feedback from those of you who have joined us for the conversation. But again, very different take to the model. And I like that you started by working with the researchers. It doesn't seem like you had a specific focus on engineering or tech in particular, but that if it's science, if it's research driven, we can work with you to go to market. I also like that you started from Uganda. It sounds that way. Did you start in Uganda?
Not necessarily. Actually, Uganda is our second country, but we did work in Kenya and Malawi.
Fantastic. Fantastic. No, thank you very much. And Reforum's model is quite interesting, as we're going to unpack as well. I like this evolution to being essentially now a catalyst. Let me bring together a wider ecosystem to potentially even leverage resources, leverage infrastructure, so on and so forth to make this happen. So we're going to come back to you shortly around that. Dr. Kathy, you have a beautiful space in Makerere University that I've been to personally. What was the journey to getting to that, and how's that been for you in terms of partnerships?
Thank you for the compliment, for the space. The journey started in 2006 as basically a passion where I engaged my students in a community outreach activity. And they were able to come up with ideas, and that's how we started the ideation process. As years went by, I kept on rethinking, how can we do differently in terms of our teaching and being able to improve or show cause for what has happened in a classroom setting. So we organized what referred to as entrepreneurship expos from 2016. And in 2022 is when Makerere was celebrating 100 years the Vice Chancellor gave me the mandate to start what he referred to as the innovation hub for the university. So it basically starts in 2022 when the university was celebrating 100 years. Shortly, we got a grant from UNDP, and we used the grant to set up a tech innovation space. Within this space, we set up 10 maker spaces. So with the grant, we were able to get machinery and equipment. So within this space, we have a food tech with machinery and equipment. We have two CAD rooms, computer-aided design rooms with computers, with softwares, to enable students, researchers, innovators to ideate or come up with some kind of images for their ideas. We have a textile section. We have an electric section. We have 3D printing facilities within the space. We have a renewable energy section, a fab lab. We have a CNC workshop for metal kind of production, for plastic kind of production, any innovation you would think of. And then we have a studio which has a photography section, production, and sound or music. So we're able to set up this in 2023. So it was launched in 2024. That is when we had the launch. So when we had the launch, we went ahead to establish and offer services. So the facility or the center offers both science and art students or humanities an opportunity to innovate. So it is a state-of-the-art multidisciplinary innovation space. It is the largest in East Africa in an academic institution. One of our core services is we identify students' research, students with ideas, with innovations, and transform those ideas into companies, into products. So through that entire process, we provide for intellectual property management, and we give them the support throughout the system. We have a commercialization fund that they can access to be able to produce the products that get to the market. We offer incubation support services. We offer acceleration services, and then access to equipment, access to the technicians to improve on your product. So, we launched last year in 2024. Since our launch, we have had some good success stories. By this year in July, we have been able to transform or support the establishment of 5 companies. That is stemming from students' research projects. The students have graduated. They are now running their companies. I'll just hint a few on those companies. One of the students runs or owns a company, Mart Solutions, where he developed an engineering solution, which is an irrigation water pump where you do not need an electricity, energy, or cost for fuel. The company is registered, and the student is operating his company. That is one of our success stories. We also have a student through the same facility who has been able to discover a new treatment for malaria syrup. We were able to get some funding from government to conduct the clinical trials, and we are getting the results end of this month, but the drug is already showing some very good improvement in terms of treatment. If you actually take the syrup under the doctor's observation, you will not relapse or fall sick again from malaria. We are currently also licensing 6 soy varieties that one of our professors has been able to identify and discover. So it's basically a platform where we support researchers, academicians, or students to transform what were their research ideas into tangible products that are acceptable by the market. But the beauty about it, I would want to mention that in August this year, the university has given us a mandate, and we have registered the center as a company limited by guarantee. So we are now known as Makerere University Technology and Information and Technology and Innovation Center, Uganda Limited. So now we can do business in an academic setting. Thank you so much.
I'm noticing a theme here of when you hit the traction, you're unable to keep going. No, these are very exciting stories, and congratulations to the 5 innovators that have made it. Congratulations to yourself as well as an organization for the level that you've reached. Before I go into my next round of questions, I would want to also open it up to our colleagues in the audience. Anyone have a burning question or want to share some feedback or thoughts? Innocent, I might need some help with the mic.
All right, so let me congratulate the innovators for the good job that they are doing. And I am sure it is by divine direction or intervention that I find myself here, because I wasn't planning on coming to listen to you. I was looking forward to the discussion on local government, but I'm happy I did. Because as a president-elect, one of the things that I intend to work on is to raise engineers who are entrepreneurs during my term of office. And I'm happy to learn that you have, supported people to actually set up the companies. My question for you and for my brother here is, how far are your centers from here? Because I would want to visit before I leave here Saturday dawn. So please, I need an invitation. That's if, or I can just walk to the centers to go and see what they are doing. Because I want to learn. I want to learn how to do it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. The Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center is some 30 minutes drive on the express highway to the university. Yes. And please, you're welcome, and we shall have a conversation after here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that question and comment, and a compliment. The EDIC, that is the Engineering Development and Innovation Center, has two centers. The first center is located here in Kampala, within the Kampala Kampala Industrial Business Park. In Namamve, it is about 40 minutes drive from here, so it's easily accessible. Now, the second center, that is the Smart Manufacturing Hub, is a big facility, and I'm sure many engineers, many people in this room could have seen it if you take a drive to Western Uganda after Liantonde. It's located, that's about 280 kilometers from here. But It's also a beautiful opportunity for you to see the Pearl of Africa, and especially the western part of this country. Very beautiful place and a very beautiful center.
So I like that already 2 invitations have come through, and I would really, really encourage you to take them up on that and go and visit both facilities at the university. Makerere University is Uganda's oldest, probably East Africa's oldest university, right? And I believe probably Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studied there, if I'm not wrong, or is that why you call it Nkrumah Hall? There you go, so we have a linkage to Ghana as well. But that we have a hall called Nkrumah Hall. There you go. So welcome to come and visit. Really, really happy to hear about that. On my end, I'm encouraged by your mantra, raising engineers who are entrepreneurs. Because an engineer who is unleashed on the world creates industry. So thank you so much for that rallying cry. We'll open it up again. Fantastic. Please keep the questions and comments coming. Anyone else? Karibu. And feel free to direct it to anyone in particular or any combination in particular. Feel free.
Thank you very much for the session. It's interesting hearing all that information here, but I'd like to know, we have different innovation hubs in the schools, right from primary schools. Have you picked interest in trying to tap into these innovation hubs, specifically for primary schools and secondary schools? Because I know the primary schools and secondary schools are usually invited for like the science week, but how about these particular innovation centers, instead of them having study tours to factories? Have you picked interest in this? Because this is actually where the innovation starts. That's where they pick their interest. So I would like to know, to what extent have you picked interest in this? Then the second thing is, the second question, my day-to-day job, I said I'm a plant and machinery valuer. So I help appraise machinery for the banking institutions to fund the factories. So then I also help the factories assess the equipment to see how much they can fetch if they put their plant and machinery as collateral. Now, I'd like to know, as people that are interested in especially the upcoming innovations, I hear you have all these funds, the grants and all that. Have you attempted to go out there instead of them looking for you? Because many of them cannot access the loans because they are startups. They don't have that good financial statement that can be able to enable the banks give them this money. So have you interested in yourself going out to look for them? Because they might not know that this information is out there. Where is this information and how are you accessing the ordinary innovator out there? Thank you.
Maybe to ask, is it an open question or are you directing either one to any of the panelists?
Edek.
Thank you, thank you, engineer. Yes, regarding, we have 3 types of key clients. Those are the academic staff for Makerere University and the students. But then we also have a category known as the community. So one of the things we are currently doing, we actually have, we have a number of programs within the Innovation Center. We have a program for children, creative robotics. So we go out, have as low as nursery schools coming in to develop or even hold simple challenges for young people to innovate from primary level, secondary level, and we intentionally organize student tours. But the tours to our center are a bit different. They actually come in and amaze themselves with the different maker spaces. So you'll find that students are interested in music, then they'll be going to the studio, and we give them a touch of the drums. Those who are interested in maybe some of the machinery, we shall not allow them to touch, but maybe they'll go through some of these. And we tend to relate this to some of the subjects like physics and work with the schools. Yeah, then accessing the ordinary innovators, I would accept we have been a bit slow. We launched last year, 2024. So we have actually been a year down the road, but we have also started working with what we call industry partners. We go out and identify the artisans and maybe tend to work with them. And one of our innovator we have supported is a school dropout who has been able to retrofit and is now manufacturing batteries for motorbikes. And we've also given them access to funding. So once we find some of these innovators in the community, we are actually supporting them. This young person has been able to access the professors in the university to help him improve on the battery manufacturing, and now his motorbike is on the road. We've supported him to be able to register a company, and now he's actually importing and being able to produce products, and has set up a swapping station for his company. Yes, so we do, but the rate at which we are doing it is what is a bit slow. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As EDIC, we have designed several programs, and I want to say that EDIC, we are focusing on basically about 4 things. That we are providing engineering solutions. 2, we do commercialization of innovations. 3, we are a hub for partnerships and collaborations. And then 4, we focus on the money, the business. Now, but as we are doing all that, there are specific aspects that we look into. There is the aspect of human capital development that we try to address, because for us to be able to provide the engineering solutions, to be able to do research, design, research and development, and to do business, we need to develop the human capacity. Now, as EDIC, we have designed what we call the TIA program, Technology, Innovation, Enterprise Acceleration Program. And I want to mention that we piloted this program about 2 months ago, where we had about 5 universities participating and 2 and 3 vocational institutes participating. We had a total of about 75 students. Now we have designed other programs for the young. Actually, we ran the first cohort in form of a boot camp, where we had the students, we had them expose, interact with the various technologies that we have at the Smart Manufacturing Hub. But we have also designed a program for the young ones, where we shall also be running similar boot camps for them. First of all, to appreciate what is available, and to get that mindset of thinking of innovation or how to innovate. Now, in terms of we have also reached out to the Juakalis. We have gone to places like Katwe, we have gone to places like Ndeva, and currently as we speak, we are providing a lot of engineering solutions to some of those artisans. Because of the specialized equipment that we have, the number of jobs as they support the industry for complicated and intrinsic things that cannot be done, they are channeling them to the Smart Manufacturing Hub in Revitet.
Thank you very much for that question. As Luera, in terms of accessing the ordinary people, together with STI and other government institutions, that is, for example, with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, we are actually reaching out to all the different regions in the country. That is through the national and regional ICT innovation hubs, including hubs at universities such as Kabale, Gulu, Busitema, Soroti. So we figured having some sort of balanced regional development, because there's no way you can really say innovation only happens maybe in central Kampala. It is pretty interesting what comes out from the different regions. Then together with STI, we put out a call for innovators. Last year, we supported 10 innovators. This year, we look at supporting about 20. So this call is really open for everyone. Then we have a mechanism together with the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, whereby the walk-ins, that is people who go to the ministry and are looking for support, some of them are channeled to us to find ways of supporting them. Then, as Anthony said, from this year, we are also looking at supporting the people who are into local electronics manufacturing. These are people you can find in Katwe. And these guys are building things like audio amplifiers. I don't know if you have been able to visit. They are building power inverters, etc. So starting this year, we are starting a special program whereby we are going to support 5 of them actually get to learn the science behind that, because most of these guys are doing those things out of maybe experience, artisanal knowledge, or their families or parents have been doing those kinds of things. So what we really want to support them with is the science behind, and also teaching them the techniques, and also partnering with them on large-scale manufacturing of those devices, things to do with quality control, to mention but a few. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think you're already seeing different kinds of partnership models. So for the remainder of the session, I think an interesting way to do this would be for us to actually work closely with each of these teams. One, for you to potentially give them feedback on or learn from how they are currently approaching partnerships in their different contexts. EDIC has a very different model from Luera, from Reform, from the brand new spin-out venture that came out of the Uniport at Makerere. And so perhaps one opportunity is for you to get close to each of our esteemed panelists to just understand how they're approaching partnerships today. A second opportunity is for you to then also co-create. Maybe they hadn't thought of an interesting way to engage those artisanal makers. For our friends from Ghana and abroad, this katwe that they keep referring to is an ecosystem of artisanal engineers, quote unquote, who use the natural talent to come up with these innovations, and that is a very large ecosystem. I think they've tried helicopters, they've done all manner of innovation. So how do you help people like that who have an interest to learn the fundamentals, the principles, the science behind what they're actually doing? And that a lot of that resonates across the rest of Africa. So some interesting models to learn here. So maybe the other opportunity, first and foremost, is after learning how they're currently approaching partnerships, is to potentially co-create with them entirely new partnership models, and then to potentially discuss potential collaborations. So what we'll do, and I know I have my team here, is we're going to break into, there's 4 of you, right? We're going to break into 4 groups and actually give you an opportunity to cycle through each of these teams to just share your feedback. So we'll just turn our chairs around into these 4 huddles, and with permission, I'd like to invite my panelists to just pick a group and we start the conversation. To the audience, if you can give yourselves 10 minutes to rotate across each of the groups to just have that intimate conversation with each of our panelists. I think that would give us some good value. What do we think? Yeah, we're good? So let's do it. What's the worst that could happen? Karibu.
Amongst the engineers of Africa and the world.
The vision that UNESCO, FAO, and other players had was that we need to build the capacity for Africa to own and grow capacity in engineering, both in quality.
We are really privileged to have you here amongst the engineers of Africa and the world.
The vision that UNESCO, FAO, and other players had was that we need to build the capacity for Africa to own and grow capacity in engineering, both in quality and quantity, and also urge our young engineers to take up STEM so that they become future engineering.
We need you in Dar es Salaam. We need something like this in Bujumbura, Kigali, Kinshasa. We need you everywhere in South Africa. We have to get our young people together. They are our future. Engineering is the future of our East African community. Thank you.
As our engineers, our continent, the richest continent in the world with the poorest people in the world, we must engage and embrace research, development, and engineering to transform our continent.
As a nation, the President has been at the forefront of championing the prioritization of science, technology, and innovation through ensuring that we have legal frameworks that help science and technology. We must build a modern science-led society. There is no way that Africa can emancipate themselves from backwardness without carrying out on an industrial revolution.
So these policies must be very clear. They must also give a raw clarity of what industry must do to collaborate with the academia.
Investment, because no matter what we say or how well we say it, unless we can figure out the right investment instruments or tools at different levels, we will not see the success we want.
We have to give an opportunity for the employees to come up with this problem-solving ideas.
We shall not only build infrastructure, but also build capacity, build industry, and above all, we shall build hope for the generations to come.
There's a need to bridge the financing gap through intentional and calculated regulatory excellence.
Our national, regional, and continental leaderships need to have conscious and deliberate policy of looking inwards first for its infrastructure, construction, and consulting services needs.
My fellow engineering community, let's not wait for the future. Let us build it with our minds, with our hands, and with our hearts.
To empowering young people and advancing gender equality. I am pleased to see dedicated forums for women engineers and young professionals.
We must prioritize energy-efficient designs, renewable energy integration, and sustainable infrastructure planning.
How can those people create things and for you think you cannot create it? So once we put this mindset in ourselves, engineers, I tell you, there are a lot of things we can do.
But let us forge functional partnerships. Let us have ventures launched. Let us commit ourselves to turning Africa's immense potential into tangible prosperity.
May your experiences in Uganda be both enriching and memorable, and may the bonds you've formed here lead to lasting partnership that will benefit all of us.
I want to welcome all of you to this day, which is really phenomenal for us. This is the Innovation Forum, which we are opening today, and it is happening as an integral component of the 11th UNESCO Africa Engineering Week and the 9th Africa Engineering Conference, which is hosted here in Uganda in a partnership with the Institution of Professional Engineers in Uganda, with the UNESCO, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, the Federation of Africa Engineering Organizations, the Ministry of Works and Transport, and the other partners, both local and international, to really undertake this week and this phenomenal conference, which is themed leveraging engineering innovations and technology to accelerate Africa's socio-economic transformation. We invite you to celebrate Africa's creativity, ingenuity, and enterprise in engineering innovation. This forum is designed as a dynamic space where ideas meet opportunities and where bold solutions to Africa's grand challenges are put on display for the world to see. We are not just gathering to look at them. It's a place to buy and sell ideas, to expand, to exchange these ideas. It's also a place for us to share ideas on product development. It's also a space for us to share ideas value-added products coming out of engineering. And we believe that during this time, we are going to generate real business connections and begin to open the inroads to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. This forum signals today to us and to Africa and to the world that Uganda is ready to lead, to collaborate and to co-create a future powered by African innovation. We urge all our engineers, innovators, students, educators, policymakers, private sector to take full advantage of this forum because it is going to be highly interactive. We urge our private sector players to come and engage innovators about your challenges. I want to welcome all of you to this day, which is really phenomenal for us. This is the Innovation Forum, which we are opening today, and it is happening as an integral component of the 11th UNESCO Africa Engineering Week and the 9th Africa Engineering Conference, which is hosted here.
Okay, so I'm told the conversations are going really well. You enjoy my apologies, but that if we can give the current ones 2 minutes to wrap up, and then we'll have time for only one more switch. So Karibu, but also feel free to join and become one larger group. So 2 minutes, we'll then switch to larger forum.
The Ministry of Works and Transport and the other partners, both local and international, to really undertake this week and this phenomenal conference, which is themed leveraging engineering innovations and technology to accelerate Africa's socio-economic transformation. We invite you to celebrate Africa's creativity, ingenuity, and enterprise in engineering innovation. This forum is designed as a dynamic space where ideas meet opportunities and where bold solutions to Africa's grand challenges are put on display for the world to see. We are not just gathering to look at them. It's a place to buy and sell ideas, to expand, to exchange these ideas. It's also a place for us to share ideas on product development. It's also a space for us to share ideas in the market and expanding and connecting our African markets to the value-added products coming out of engineering. And we believe that during this time, we are going to generate real business connections and begin to open the inroads to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. This forum signals today to us and to Africa and to the world that Uganda is ready to lead, to collaborate and to co-create a future powered by African innovation. We urge all our engineers, innovators, students, educators, policymakers, private sector to take full advantage of this forum because it is going to be highly interactive. We urge our private sector players to come and engage innovators about your challenges. I want to welcome all of you to this day, which is really phenomenal for us. This is the Innovation Forum, which we are opening today, and it is happening as an integral component of the 11th.
In August 2024, Chira Motors organized the inaugural National E-Mobility Expo at the Chira Vehicle plant in Jinja, which became the biggest celebration of e-mobility innovation and industrialization on the African continent.
I don't have to stretch my vocal cords quite as much. UNSW is a global top 20 university, and our Faculty of Engineering is the #1 university in Faculty of Engineering in our country. We have around 20,000 students and around 1,000 PhDs. We're basically a small university just in engineering. And I'm pleased to be here not only as a keynote speaker, but at this meeting to discuss some of the things that we do in relation to education innovation and curriculum reform that hopefully sharing with you will see further development of engineering here in Uganda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm called Engineer Tom Mwanje. I'm representing the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Design and Technology of Uganda Christian University, Mukono. Thank you. You are most welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Professor Lawrence Muwezi, the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Technology, Applied Design and Fine Art at Kabale University. Thank you.
We should be clapping for our colleagues.
Yes, good afternoon, members. My name is Charles Onyutha, Dean Faculty of Engineering, Chamberlain University. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Professor Percival Egao. I'm the Dean of the School of Engineering and Technology at Soroti University.
Good afternoon, everyone here. Call me Dr. Collins Okello. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture and Environment at Gulu University. At Gulu University right now, engineering is still hosted in the Faculty of Agriculture and Environment, but we are working towards growing that department, which is called Biosystems Engineering Department, to become a fully fledged faculty. It is in our strategic plan and the work is ongoing. Thank you and nice to meet you all.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Dumba Rwanyaga, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Bustema University.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Abdusalam Shema. I'm the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, International University of East Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Tyagi. I am representing ISBAT University. I am the Dean of Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, as well as Engineering. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Raymond Sangabao. I am a professor at the University of Kinshasa, DRC, but I'm currently serving as the Minister's advisor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Adeneitwe, and I'm an observer. But I used to be a dean some time back. I also used to be a deputy dean before. I also used to be a principal supervising deans. I also used to be a deputy vice chancellor, so I'm here as an observer from the ARB.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Subi Agatha, and I'm the Deputy Speaker of the Makerere Engineering Society, and I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hwezi Bob Robert, the Chairperson of Makerere Engineering Society. We are here to represent the engineering students from the Makerere Engineering Society. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Julia Chikozi. I serve as the Dean, School of Food Technology, Nutrition, and Bioengineering, Makerere University.
I'm Dennis Twesgomwe, Senior Engineer, Rwanda District, and we have just finished presenting a concept about the roles of district engineers in Uganda. We are really extremely happy. The recommendation of extended teaching internship during industrial training was also captured in our area with good recommendations which will be shared.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Dr. Patrick Bequin. I'm from Ghana, representing the Ghana Institution of Engineering. I'm their vice president and here as an observer, so be learning from you also. Thank you.
My name is Professor Iria Bulugujo. I'm representing all the universities in the country, in Uganda. And as my former students have said, I've done everything. I have been a lecturer, a dean, a vice chancellor. Now I'm the executive director of the Uganda Vice Chancellors Forum. But I've come here to realize that the engineers have at last noted that we can't work holistically as a university. We should isolate ourselves as deans of engineering so that we make pertinent recommendations. I think this is very, very important. If you want to win, you have to partition the program, isn't it? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Richard Masco. I'm from industry, UETCL. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Isaac Mutenyo. I work in project and infrastructure development, but I have very much interest in training of engineers in this country. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bossa Denins. I'm the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology at Imbara University of Science and Technology.
I'm Engineer Alex Chisagara, National Technology Corporation, Head of Engineering Services. Thank you.
There and where they are coming. Here, right there. You're most welcome to this interesting program.
I don't know they are talking, so.
Please do introduce yourself. You're welcome.
My name is Ludwig Hesse. I come from Ghana. I'm the president of the Institution of Engineering.
You're most welcome to Uganda.
My name is Engineer Mrs. Kalian Bushdit. I also come from Ghana. I'm a past president of FIO.
Most welcome, and most welcome to this forum specifically, where today we are going to be launching the consortium of university engineering deans. A very interesting event for our country, as we try to steer this country to transformation through engineering innovations, and you're most welcome. I believe that those who came later, you didn't hear my name. I'm Dr. Excellence Favor, Deputy Dean Soroti University, Deputy Dean School of Engineering and Technology. Soroti University is a public university in Uganda, for those of us who are coming from outside Uganda. You are most welcome. I'm the Vice Chair Interim Committee for this consortium. My task here has been very simple. And at this juncture, I'm excited. I don't want to exhaust, and I don't want even to touch on what the chairperson is going to say. So at this juncture, I would like to say I want to invite the chairperson to tell us a little bit about why we are here. Professor Henry, you're welcome. Let's welcome him with a
ladies and gentlemen. Two people didn't introduce themselves. Myself and my sister over there. I think it is appropriate that we complete the round of introduction. I'm called Henry Ntale, Dean of Engineering and Survey in Indeje University. And my sister there should also introduce herself. Where's the microphone?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I'm Dorothy Okello, Dean for the School of Engineering, Makerere University.
Thank you. Yes. I've been advised that the chief guest is within the premises. Okay. So I've been advised that the chief guest is within the premises and she'll be joining us soon. As we wait for her, let me take this opportunity to quickly run us through why we decided to have this consortium of Deans of Engineering. Once again, I should say that it's a profound honor to welcome you to this landmark gathering. For the first time, to the best of my knowledge, it's the first time that the Deans of Engineering across Uganda's universities have come together under one umbrella, the Consortium of University Engineering Deans in Uganda. Oh, the ministry is on her way. We're exceedingly honored to receive you. Madam Minister, we're exceedingly honored to receive you this afternoon. And you found us at the juncture when I was explaining or beginning to explain to the congregation the very reason why we decided to form the Consortium of Engineering Deans. During our times of study, we had only one university, but the number of universities have now grown to about 8 universities that offer engineering programs, public universities, and about 5 private universities that have got running engineering programs. Your Excellency, it's a profound honor to welcome you to this landmark gathering. And let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this Africa Engineering Week for giving us this platform, and more especially you, Honorable Minister, for graciously accepting to deliver the keynote speech. And later on, we shall also have distinguished panelists who will enrich our dialogue today. Above all, I salute my fellow deans, our colleagues, if any, from TVET institutions, the leaders of industry who are with us here today, who employ our graduates, the regulators, we had invited them from National Council of Education, ERB, chair who's here with us today, who safeguard the standards of our profession. Today is historic. I again reiterate that it's for the first time the regulators, industry, universities are in one room, united to shape the future of engineering education in Uganda. Everybody knows that engineering is the backbone of national development. No country has industrialized without engineers and technicians working hand in hand. Yet in Uganda we face persistent challenges. One, we have a rising demand for engineers and technicians. Infrastructure, energy, ICT, and manufacturing all demand more skilled professionals. Our pipeline is not keeping pace. It has to keep in pace both in quality and quantity, not only in one of those things. Two, we have the challenge of quality and relevance. Some programs lag behind in facilities, curricula, and industry exposure. Employers, some of whom are here today, have rightly pointed out gaps in graduate skills. Then there's the issue of fragmentation of efforts. Universities, TVET institutions, and even regulators must deal with institutions working in silos, sometimes each pulling individually in their own directions. So the consortium of university engineering deans in Uganda, henceforth I shall call it QUED, because that's what the initials spell out, or QDU. So QDU was born to change this. It is not a new bureaucracy, but a platform for collective action where deans of engineering can pool resources, harmonize standards, and align with national priorities and continental frameworks, such as the African Union Agenda 2020-63. And let me say this to our regulators, that is the National Council of Higher Education and ERB. For National Council and ERB, the consortium of engineering deans is not another voice to manage, I reiterate that, but a single coordinated partner that should make your oversight easier, sharper, and more impactful. The consortium is also part of a wider global movement. There are some people who have moved ahead of us in time. Around the world, the engineering deans have long recognized the power of collective action. Already, the Global Engineering Deans Council exists at a global scale, which unites academic leaders worldwide and shares standards and best practices. Also, across Africa, the African Engineering Deans Council exists, which brings together deans for advancement of the continental agenda. Closer to home, although we didn't invite them due to some logistical problems, in Kenya, the Council of Engineering Deans and Principals recently signed a charter with the Institution of Engineers of Kenya to strengthen engineering education. So now our consortium joins this growing global and regional movement, uniquely tailored to Uganda's context, yet aligned with a shared vision and advancing engineering education elsewhere. Again, our vision is very simple. Our vision is as follows. It is to foster a collaborative, innovative, and industry-responsive engineering and technical education ecosystem in Uganda, capable of producing world-class engineers and technicians for national and regional transformation. Not very ambitious, but it is doable, world-class. By the way, our engineers are not doing badly elsewhere when they go for postgraduate training or placement elsewhere. So this vision shall rest on 5 strategic pillars. The consortium will contribute to curriculum harmonization and quality assurance. We shall promote joint benchmarks across universities. To remind you, I'd said there are 13 universities in Uganda, 8 public and 5 private that offer engineering programs. We shall align with National Council on ERB requirements. Oh, I may be saying these acronyms. ERB stands for Engineers Registration Board requirements. We shall have regular reviews embedded in emerging fields as AI, renewable energy, and smart infrastructure. The second pillar, we shall seek to share resources and infrastructure. Those who are a little bit more involved, please get prepared to share some resources. If you've got some good equipment that you know that you have it alone in the country, where 11 universities offering engineering, don't sit on your equipment alone. So we shall have shared centers of excellence in specialized labs and testing facilities. Work out some arrangement for access for students from multiple universities. The third pillar, we need to promote stronger industry linkages and professional pathways, joint internship and apprenticeship frameworks from Uganda Manufacturers Association, ERB, and so forth. There's that nice facility in Rebitete, which trained about 100 students, 100 graduates. It was such a wonderful, we seek to see more of those. The fourth pillar, we need to have more collaborative research and innovation hubs, multi-university projects addressing national challenges, for example, in water, energy, ICT, transport, and so forth. And in the fifth pillar, we need to engage the university TVET synergy. TVET has become a big thing, a big agenda in this country. It so happens that one of our deans is chairing the UVTAP. Those acronyms, Anyway, there's a need now to have a clear progression pathways for TVET graduates, if so they seek, if so they wish, into university engineering programs, and share again joint use of workshops and laboratories, and have training aligned so that technicians and engineers complement one another in the industry. Colleagues, we stand at a crossroad. We can remain fragmented, but that's not an option anymore. We should forge a coordinated ecosystem where we pull all together to train the workforce in Uganda's transformation, which Uganda requires. Our consortium of deans pledges to that path. And for industry, it means better prepared graduates. It means structured progression and collaboration. And for regulators, it should mean more organized sector that speaks with one voice and takes collective responsibility for standards. And then lastly, for the nation, it should mean engineering becomes the driver of socio-economic transformation. With these remarks, I officially welcome you to this side event. And now it's my honor to invite the Honorable Minister to deliver her keynote address.
Thank you very much for inviting me to give a keynote speech at this inauguration of the consortium of deans. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce my colleague and give him a moment to greet you. He's the Honorable Minister from Central Africa Republic. He just arrived this morning, and before I enter into my keynote, I would like him to greet you. You can speak from there if you wish, but you can come here. He speaks French, so he has an interpreter who will, you can proceed.
Hello, hello. Merci beaucoup. Mesdames, Messieurs, vous tous en vos rangs, grades et qualités, je voudrais en entame donc remercier la ministre qui a bien voulu m'envoyer une invitation pour venir participer à cette grande manifestation. Je suis le professeur Jean-Laurent Sissamagalé, ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur, de la recherche scientifique et de l'innovation technologique de la Centrafrique. Je viens donc participer à cette réunion, à cette conférence, à cette session ministérielle pour pouvoir dire et partager nos expériences pour la Centrafrique et pour les autres pays, donc les autres ministres invités. Je vous remercie.
He's happy to be here. He's the Minister of Education, and he's very glad to be here to teach what he knows.
The Vice Chancellors, distinguished Deans of Engineering, faculty members, other professions which are here, students, industry leaders, government officials, and all partners, I wish to welcome you to this great initiative and a moment in the life of engineering in the country. I'm greatly honored that you invited me to give a keynote. I know I have interacted with a number of you, and I'm challenged because I don't know what you're expecting. But I'll try to share what I think is the current positioning of engineering and what I think should be the direction and trajectory in skilling, and what I think that we can reorganize ourselves together to support the national development. As you are aware, Uganda is in the first year of implementing the 4th National Development Plan. The 4th National Development Plan is an implementation framework for our Vision 2040, which has to be implemented in 6 5-year national development plans. Now we have moved the 3 national development plans. We just completed NDP 3. Now, the first national development plans, the first three, are very different from National Development Plan 4. Because National Development Plan 4 sets the country to start moving in a different dimension. NDP 1, NDP 2, NDP 3 did a great job and gave us a very good foundation. And it helped us to accomplish particular segments of national development. NDP 4 sets now to put us in a new trajectory. If we have been moving very fast on a good road in NDP 3, NDP 4 calls that we take off and fly. And so the laws governing our movement are going to be different. And so I am greatly excited that the deans of engineering are coming together, and they will be able not only to speak from one voice, as he has mentioned, but by speaking to one ear, I can speak to all of them. So this is a very, very welcome event to position us for this. I'm also glad that we have recognized that there is something that is being done. And by coming together, you are putting all your hands together and saying, let us put our hands and join with the rest of the sectors of government to be able to do the job. Now, engineering is the E in STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But actually, when you look at STEM, it must result in engineering. Everything else, the science must result in engineering. The technology is either a product of engineering or it requires engineering. And so I have gained a very big respect for engineering. And I wish us now to come to the subject of our coming together. As universities, you are responsible for building the most important segment in our development triad. Nations have resources which can be grouped into 3 segments. We have our natural resources. We have minerals, we have land, we have what grows on land, we have water masses, we have the air, we have the sun, we have a lot of things, everything that is around us. The issue is that all those things come in raw form. They all come in a raw and basic form. That is how God designed it. And these resources are available to us, but in their raw form. And in its raw form, every natural resources is ready to release the very bare minimum of its value. It has some base value, and if you are tired or you are not eager to do engineering, you can just use it like that. Do the minimum. Pick a hole engineered by somebody else, where your only engineering is to make the stick which goes into the hole, dig, harvest using manual labor, store in the basic structure, and you will survive there. You can survive using nature. The danger is that you have very low value extracted from that natural resource. And also, the danger is that most natural resources are exhaustible. They are not renewable. If you use the soil like that, after several decades, it will start giving you a report. The second point in the national development triad is time. As time passes, either as human beings, as communities, as nations, we need to utilize time to change. We need to use time to grow. And in most developed nations, they pay people per hour because they are valuing time. Now, the third dimension in that triangle triad is human, the human capital, or the man. Now, in that triad, the human being is the only individual capable of infusing value and releasing wealth from natural resources and time. If your human capital is not well oriented, if it is not well directed, you are going to end up utilizing all your time in its raw form and all your natural resources in its raw form. And you are going to get the minimum wealth, access the minimum wealth. Actually, you could live on a gold mine. I didn't tell these people to connect my computer, but there is a slide I wanted to show only one. You can live on a gold mine and lack basic necessities because your wealth is held up. You wake up, there is very little to do. It's very minimum because after all, you are just working for the stomach. Nkolera chida. By the way, that is my language. The famous Nkolera chida, that's the language I speak. And so I'm the chief Nkolera chida. So you'll work bare minimum. Now, the state of a national economy is a reflection of the value addition to the human capital. Because man is the only creature with an ability to come up with ideas and execute those ideas and release more wealth in a process we call value addition. Now, GDP is a measure of these points. When we say GDP per capita, we are measuring how much wealth have you been able to release from your environment per unit time, per year. It measures the national development triad. And it is a reflection of the capacity of the human capital to generate ideas, implement those ideas, and direct nature to release wealth. If you use your people in raw form, they are not educated, they are not skilled, their attitude is fake, you'll be a poor nation, irrespective of how much resources you have. The time factor is equal for every nation. We all have 24 hours. So I would like to address you, the deans. The value in national wealth is 70 to 80% embedded in engineering. 70 to 80% of the potential wealth in our natural resources is embedded in the capacity of your engineers in the country. Their ability to think, the ability to transform their thoughts into technologies, the ability to support other individuals who have thought to put engineering in those other thoughts. And we are able to create innovations, and we are able to design and build manufacturing for the nation so that we can sell value-added products. If we are just living basic life, then it is okay. In 1904, they bring for you a car, and everybody lines up to watch, including your engineers. They also come and watch the vehicle. In 2025, you still import the vehicles, and your engineers line up to watch because they can't make a car. Or, now that we have a car in the country, we need to make a road. But because of the quality of your engineers, we have to invite foreigners to come and dig that road for us. That's the quality of our engineers. STEM is not academic, although we have tended to see STEM in academia. STEM is a strategic economic transformation approach. When you look at your science and see how it can cause understanding of the nature that you have, and it transforms that. Yes, that is the slide that I want you to see. Africa is doing what? What is down where you are sitting? Diamonds. But what is the quality of the people up there? Where are your engineers, my dear deans? Because it's only the engineer who will be able to give us access to harness the wealth. So the state of our economy is in a way a reflection. Now I want to give you a bit of history. We had our own engineering sort of starting. Africa on its own, we discovered fire, we discovered use of animals for transportation. However, when we started interacting with the external world, the development of our engineering was interrupted. And it was replaced by a foreign understanding of engineering. And that engineering started as developing engineering assistants, not the innovators, but the assistants. And we started building our education system from there. During the time of colonialism, at the beginning, all technology was brought. For example, if we needed to do survey of the land, which was a primary need at that time, so that it can become crown land, we could get the surveyor, we could get the machines from out, but we needed the people to carry the machines, or sometimes to stand and point that engineering, what do you call it? Every time I always see them looking. And this came in the 1920s. And so we started to pick that, and as more things came, we developed more technicians to support the real engineers from Europe. We developed the assistants, and our education system was built along that. when we started doing some primary processing, you remember building the railway, they had to bring in Indians to do the engineering. Okay? Now, as we started doing some processing, cotton ginning, a bit before it is exported, we started to develop some technical colleges. Now, these technical colleges were specifically designed to produce people to be employed in those factories. So everybody who graduated had a job. And the training programs were specifically designed. You finish, you go. You finish, you go. And as we developed up to the time when we got NITIL, we got ATM in Imbale, we had lira spinning. Around the cotton, the technical people were, and as they started to make some fabric in the country, we introduced the tailoring courses, because then people were growing cotton, growing coffee, we had some purchasing power. But the technical colleges were designed to do specific training for people to do those jobs. Now, during the collapse of our economy, during the time of Idi Amin, we chased away the factory owners. The factories did what? They collapsed. Now the engineers, the technicians, they had nowhere to work. After 1986, we started to bring back technical training. And it started to pick up, and then there was a realization that there were no more factories for people to work in. So now how do you train? There is no factory. We were training people to work in ginneries, we were training people to work specifically in those industries, but now there is no job for us to train these people for. So the change in philosophy came that let's train them to be self-employed. So we switched the philosophy. Train the cobblers to repair shoes, train tailors to set up their own veranda machines and do tailoring, train, and it worked for a while. It actually worked for a while, and people were getting self-employed. Why? Because there was a market. Then the global trajectory changed. Enter China. When did you last see a cobbler repairing shoes? When did you last see? Or when did you last take a cloth to a tailor on a veranda to sew for you? Where? When? You don't remember. Because it is cheaper to buy a cloth for your kid made from China than to pay the tailor and then buy the fabric and have a chance of it not being. So, there were no more what? Jobs. And so, that segment. Now, there came also a second movement in the country. Convert the TVETs, a number of them, especially those associated, into universities because we want to train for higher level. And so institutions like Chambogo were converted into universities. And then there is a philosophy. I learned this when I was visiting one of the universities because I found them with very good machines, very good CNC machines and one, but they were covered with the polythene, these cheap polythene cloths to keep away dust. I was like, don't they work? They said, they work when we are showing the students how they work. And then one is broken. I was like, but you are the College of Engineering. Why don't you fix it? And they told me, you see, madam, at university, we don't teach practical skills. We teach our engineers to have a high level of knowledge. But engineers are not supposed to run machines. So we are producing TVET who don't have work, and we are producing engineers with degrees who don't know how to operate anything. And the industrialization in the country is very low. And so we have moved on with the philosophy until the time came when enrollment in TVET dropped because everybody wanted to go to university and the engineering programs were increasing. Now recently, I was in a bank. I like to chit-chat people. And I discovered the teller was an engineer. Then I was interacting with a certain audit company, and they told us that they hire engineers to do audit because they would understand how that work was done. Then when you go to the factories, they will tell you we don't have skilled individuals in Uganda to work in our factories, so we have to import the workforce. Am I speaking the truth? Hello? So we have ended up with a mismatch between what we are producing in human capital and what we really need. We created a theoretical individual at university level without hands-on skills, but also without innovation. What do you expect them to do, to use their theory to do, dear deans? Because they are not innovating, they are not, and because of that, we don't found factories. In my experience working at the innovation, there are huge gaps. We have a lot of people, but we don't have skill in the right direction which we need. STEM should help us to industrialize. STEM should result in creation of jobs. STEM should help our nation to gain sovereignty. STEM should look at our raw materials and infuse innovation and take us there to value addition. STEM should help us to solve our problems. I must commend you, deans. Your engineers have a lot of knowledge. They really know a lot. So I think you really examine them. They know a lot. Unfortunately, they can't do a lot. They can look at a job and know whom to hire to solve the problem. So I have categorized the engineers we need for NDP 4 as one. We need foundational engineers. These are engineers, the civil engineers, electrical engineers. They help us to manage our systems. But they will also help to design the road. They should be able to design and build a road. They should be able to design and build a small electric power generation plant. They should be able to set up things for us, to set the foundation for the nation. As it is, we end up with very expensive engineering. The institution that I've seen which has focused on developing those skills now is the military. The military has tried to step and bridge that gap. The second category of engineers we need are the industrial engineers. These are engineers who will make and build our industries. They'll be able to set up systems. They'll be able to design systems. They should be able to innovate. They should be able to make machines which make machines. We need the high-tech engineers as the third category. These ones to do our artificial intelligence, to do robotics, to do our aerospace engineering. We need that category of engineers. And then we need strategic engineers, those who will look into the future and see that where are we looking? Why is America interested in Mars? Why are we obsessed with those things? What about our defense systems? In the future, what are we going to do? Should we become target? Are we able to harness our space? And so, if you will serve the country, I pray that this consortium strategizes to see the needs. Now, the good news is that because you have built the engineers at university with a lot of knowledge, what we need is one, change in philosophy. We need to change that philosophy, that idea that university engineers don't touch machines. Recently at EDIC, I witnessed the glow of these younger people when they were able to touch a 5-axis CNC machine and design that equipment they learned about in theory. Within 8 weeks, you would think that these people spent all their life here. And so that is the great news. And that is why we have put up such facilities. We are hoping that with support of government, we can have them at regional level. Because to serve all those people you have released out there who need now to come and start their own companies making for us brackets for Chira Motors. Each bus needs 300 brackets, and we can't make them in the country. And your sons who did engineering lack jobs. So, this facility, which was designed as a flexible factory model, which bridges the skills gap. You see, learning things theoretically is different from doing things. I've seen them feel so good that I've been able to make a gear, and now I'm going to make this set of gears, and they will be able to drive, and now they feel like they're engineers. Now they think, I'm going to register my company and go to that factory. When their gears break down, they have to import them from China. But if I get a tender, I can design this and I'll come and make them here. We need to build now the system to make sure that, especially those who have graduated 5 years, I was informed by the Uipe that it takes about 5 years for an engineer to settle in some kind of job in Uganda. So all those engineers can be reskilled or upskilled, but they need to change their mindset that they can touch grease. Hello? You are not engineering officers. We trained agriculture officers who sit at district, they don't have a farm, and they are signposts to tell other people, go and farm. Can we stop training engineering officers and start training engineers who are happy to think and to make? To think, design, make, and operate. We have done I was also told that when our engineers join these factories, especially these multinational factories, again, it takes them 3 to 5 years for them to be allowed to touch anything because they don't trust their hands-on skills. I need a lot of engineers. Mechanical engineers, I need engineers who can design and make car parts, who can design automotives, who can test, not only those who can repair. Civil engineers, we need those who can innovate and design and make components that make those civil works, not just assembling components made from somewhere else. We are focusing on reverse engineering. Most of the products you use, they have no patents. And there is absolutely no reason why Uganda is importing flat irons for ironing our clothes. We really don't have any reason for doing that when our children don't have jobs. Can we engineer some of that? Can we look at even knives? Knives, ladies and gentlemen, the ones that you use to cut your vegetables in the house. Today, go and look at them and see they are branded made in China. Can't we do that? So as we begin this consortium, I would like us to put this consortium, one of your primary goals should be to align the standard of engineering and the quality of the human beings that we are producing for engineering for this country to guide our industrialization agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we looked for engineers to help us in designing GMP facilities. We delayed the project for 3 years because we got no one who was skilled enough. We tried, but we couldn't get. So I would like to request the consortium to have the courage to touch your curriculum. Universities are very attached to their curriculum. If you want to make a dean or to make them uncomfortable, propose curriculum reform and come to cut things. It's their golden, you know, they really, no, but that one, they'll come out. Just see what this new secondary curriculum has done. And I can promise you, if you don't prepare, those kids are going to give you headache. The kids coming from the new curriculum, they are going to give you headache. They will not sit in your lectures, those endless reading of notes. They are not going to sit there. They want to touch things. They were designing things in primary school from senior 1. Now here they are at university and you want them to listen to you in theory. They will be in your classes and they will be on Google. So universities prepare. They are not bad-mannered. They just belong to a different generation. They belong to a different generation. So this consortium, be ready to receive. They are now going, they are in senior 6 now. They are going to the, They are in senior 5 now. So you have 1 year to reorganize yourself. Only 1 year, deans, 1 year. And they are storming your campuses. They will not align. They are already giving HSC. I have a school. And they are giving high A-level headache. They want practical things. They want to read the theory after touching. They want a place to experiment to see whether what you taught them is right. And so you prepare to change. They're always challenging me. They come here, I don't know, you've seen them there. They come here with innovations all the time. Whenever I show up anywhere at our school, I'll have at least 15 groups. When our minister, we have our innovation. When our minister, we have our innovation. Do you have innovations? Where you're going to put them? Secondly, please change your projects. Change your projects from those imaginary theoretical projects that parents have to fund, and the end game will be a prototype which you're going to suffer to dispose of at the university after the student has graduated. I learned something in the American system. Instead of them wasting those resources, the professors come up with a viable project. And then these young people, as they are doing their projects, they are making a contribution to this project. The experience I have, because I'm in the biologics, I was in molecular biology. My professor at Cornell had a program of developing vaccines. Now, this takes a long time. So as students come, they find something within that project which is ongoing, and that's what they do. That's what they contribute to. But this telling students come up with an issue, a problem that is not connected to anything, and then they will come up with something, they will connect wires, they finish, they throw it away. That's not a good use of this level of human capital. So look at the example of Chira Motors. It started as a student project. It's now a factory. One of the students is the CEO of that factory. So can we have that mindset? Deans come up with projects. Many times you are saying, you see, but we don't have funding. What do you want us to fund? What do you exactly want us to fund? We give you an innovation fund, you fragment it in those tiny, tiny drop of things scattered all over the compound. And you spend 1 billion, and there is nothing tangible coming out. So please change. A whole class, give them one project. Let each work on an aspect, so that by the end we have a potential something that we can take out to the market. Are we together? Instead of telling students, for you, go and come up with this. Then this one is come up with a finger of a monkey, but the other one has come up with an ear of an elephant. Then the other one has a tail of a lion. Which animal are you going to create? So change your projects. Are we still together? I want to see when, again, when I studied in the American system, when professors are introducing themselves, this is what they do. I'm Professor Brown. I'm a professor in electrical engineering. My research interests are in developing solar panels. So if you go to Professor Brown's lab, you're going to work on something on solar panels. And sometimes it's not even the bigger solar panels. I'm interested in creating, solar panels from this material. And the end result and compound of all the work of their students, because the students also introduce themselves. Mary, Professor John's student. We are working on this particular aspect of the solar panel. So please, let's reorganize the way we are doing research and innovation. Professors, I see our professor here was showing us things. He was putting on many hats. Professors outside do not strike for a living wage because they work to get intellectual property, to get patents, which are commercializable. That's their retirement benefit. How many do you have? How many are in the pipeline for commercialization for you? So let us, such that at the end, your students are contributing to something tangible instead of contributing to things you're going to throw away. Have you understood me on that? Lastly, I want to have a quarrel with you, deans, about PhDs. I'm scanning everywhere. How do you allow yourselves to do PhDs which are the effect of? A whole PhD is done, somebody spends so much time, and there is nothing tangible out of that PhD. I was amazed at how many PhDs are done about systems in Makerere University. There is a PhD studying a system which was introduced in the university about their PhD system. And you approve that proposal and you award. PhDs are supposed to help us create new knowledge. And they should be working. There is a hierarchy of what they are working on, what the master students are working on, and what the undergraduates are working on. And we are coming out with a solution. We come out with a solution. Let us up. I think we are going to have another meeting to discuss the issue of PhDs. By the way, everybody, when you graduate, I get your graduation book. And we tabulate your PhDs and categorize whether these PhDs are going to help us to move towards industrialization. So far, 95% have no correlation to our development as a nation. So, I want us to discuss those higher degrees and their role and their fit into the National Development Plan. Now, you know, if you leave me, I will talk for the whole evening. So, what do we do about this? One, let us, as I've already said, let us work together with the STI and create curriculum. If your student research is aligned to the national agenda, it will be funded. There is no hand clap. Hey. I thought that would excite you. But you have to shift the mindset. We are wasting students. Globally, students are the cheapest source of human capital. But for us, we are wasting them. They are spending time in things which we are throwing away. So let us shift that. Let us work together. 2, deans, let us have, and maybe you plus all the other deans in the other clusters, let's have a meeting. 1 to 2 days meeting, and you get to understand our priorities so that you accommodate them in your curriculum. We have a lot of infrastructure now where students can gain practical skills. Let's work together to make sure that they can gain practical skills. And of course, let us work together in building around the different infrastructures that we have. I want to thank you so much for inviting me. I hope I've said something of value. You need to change the paradigm of engineering education. And now, for some of the transformative programs, so at SCI we have thought of harnessing this workforce this way. One, those kids are very bright. They are very, very bright. The children you've graduated over the past 5 years. Also, they are really intelligent. So we have programs which we call rapid conversion. And EDIC is one of the places. EDIC is the Engineering Development and Innovation Center. And we have worked with, were all the deans involved? How many colleges? And so they have made some short videos to show you what the students put in the correct ecosystem they can do. They learn elsewhere for most of the time, and they come to this facility for a short time. Over to you. Is it possible we skip the advertising? Okay. Are you bringing something else? Okay. Okay, I hear there is a beneficiary who would like to give a testimony. 2 minutes, please. Run, run, run. So at this facility, we have aligned, at EDIC, we have aligned to the industrial value chains. We have automotive, we have civil. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Onyango Hilary, and I'm a beneficiary of that TIA program. I was part of the first cohort for the recently concluded boot camp. I'm awaiting my graduation in electrical engineering from Makerere University. So from this boot camp, I was able to gain hands-on skills in my engineering program. We have high technical facilities at EDIC. We have motor control rooms. There are solar rooms there. There are also PLC training rooms. So I was able to interface with all these technologies at the facility. And I can testify that my practical knowledge was quite enhanced during this boot camp. So thank you for the TIA program.
Actually, when I went to graduate them, I was amazed at what these people can do. And so, with these many words, I would like to thank you once again. And are we inaugurating? Or that will come later? Later. So with those many few words, those two words can appear in one sentence. I take this honor to invite the deans who are around so that I make this pronouncement when you are with me. The dean is representing the different engineering universities. Mwewadeyo. We are going to charge you in the courts of law, because every fraternity must have a minimum of 30% women. So, with these many words, it's my great honor now to inaugurate officially and launch the consortium of university engineering deans in Uganda. And charge you to take the responsibility and the leadership not only of your schools, but of the entire engineering value chain. Because not only do you train the engineers, you train the trainers of engineers. And so we will judge you by the level of industrialization, not by the number of people that you bring out. Let us work closely with the science, technology, and innovation. I have a lot of engineers. The majority of scientists I work with are engineers, and the chief scientist in the country, where are you, sir? He's a young man I picked him, I stole him from the university and rapidly converted him. So, these have agreed to form a consortium and to work towards transformation of the country so that we can attain the qualitative leap. Let's give them a loud hand clap. So let's take the picture.
Honorable Minister, thank you for that speech. I'm speaking, it's not on, now it's on. Speaking for myself personally, I rarely listen to politicians with such keen interest as I've had this afternoon. Your speech touched on policy issues and you know, sets the agenda for the consortium in a way that you cannot imagine that I felt. I would like to call upon my colleague, Professor Dorothy Okello, to give a vote of thanks to your speech.
Thank you, Chair, and for the honor for me to give the vote of thanks to you, Honorable Minister. First of all, let me acknowledge that you also came with a guest, and this is very important to us because normally when you're going somewhere and you are taking a visitor, I said this earlier, you don't go where you are not sure because you may go with the visitor and then you get embarrassed from there. So the fact that you came with a visitor meant that you are confident about where you are going, and we greatly welcome the opportunity that we are already sharing knowledge, not only locally, but globally. Yes, Honorable Minister, I understand you have an additional message.
Sorry to interrupt. In
It's
my
okay.
earlier conversations with my colleague from Central African Republic, he came for this function, but they have a young system, and he's in charge of higher education, research, science and technology, and he told me his interest in being here is to look for collaborations. And if there is any dean that would like to host him so that he can maybe tour your facilities or learn from you and build collaboration with the university, he would be very, very interested. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Minister, thank you for this opportunity. And I think immediately after this, we can work out, depending on his schedule, maybe 1 or 2 places that he can get to visit. Yeah, at least he can go back having a flavor of what we have here. Yeah, I know we shall need the translator because my French is very ample, so. Okay. No, I think that can certainly be arranged, and we are really very grateful. And I was going to say that you're very action-oriented, but I don't need to say that now because already you are bringing the collaboration on the spot and this. And I was going to also thank you for the opportunity of showing the video because your speech was very powerful. But I think for people who saw the video, and Benjamin, please stand up. Benjamin was also at the EDIC. I'm the one who forced him to come up here so that you see that there are people who are participated there and they are also very busy in this space. So let me also take this opportunity to thank the organizing team for the Africa Engineering Week. It is not very many weeks ago that we thought this is the platform that we must launch the consortium. We have been engaging over 3-4 years, I would say, honestly, doing different activities together. But we thought there was need for a platform for us to get together. And in short order, we put our interim team together. In short order, we contacted the team here. And in short order, they agreed to give us such a platform to announce to the world what we are doing here in Uganda. We are very, very grateful. And personally, I thank Dr. Cosmas. I know it's part of your job, but thank you for doing your job very well. And that here we are on such a platform announcing to the world in front of the federations of engineering organizations what we are doing here in Uganda. It is really, we don't take it for granted. And to UIPE as well for allowing us this opportunity. I'd also like to thank UNESCO. First of all, the Africa Engineering Week is promoted in part by UNESCO. But UNESCO has come from global to local and supported us in terms of our engineering programs. We have also received, and they have a stand here, a lot of support from the Royal Academy of Engineering, UK. These different initiatives that we have been working here, there, some of you are on HEPSA, some of you are on different things. This is the journey that brings us here, where today we say now we have built enough capacity, we've been exposed. What are we doing for ourselves and how are we taking charge of our own journey? And this is day one of that journey, formalizing going forward. And to the participants that are here in these numbers, one of the great things about this engineering week, there's been so much to see, to do, to engage, to network in. So to see that we have more than just the deans here as witnesses, I don't take it for granted, and we are really grateful that you chose to spend your afternoon here with us, even after the time kept sliding, because today was not a good day in terms of time management. Right from the beginning, all the sessions slid, but you still made the effort to come and be part of this. We are really, really grateful. So, Honorable Minister, let me now turn specifically to you. I remember, I think about 3 or so years ago, we hosted you at Makerere University, and you put the challenge to us that, and you have said it here, our students in engineering, irrespective of the university they go to, they are the best we have to offer in Uganda. The question you posed to me then, and I didn't have a good answer, but slowly but surely I think we are getting there. You don't see the output after the time these students spend with us. And the challenge is even going to be deepened, as you rightly said, when the current S5s hit our universities. So I think this challenge you gave us then is where we have been working to see how we do more and actually transform through engineering. So your support for nurturing engineering talent is unquestionable. The facilities that you have put in place, I have visited IDIC a number of times, and so have my colleagues here. We have visited Namamve, we have visited the Deep Tech Center. We've seen all these facilities, and we have said enough is enough. We cannot complain that we have no labs, no manufacturing support and everything. Those things are there. Therefore, your challenge to us is not only what can we do. Your challenge to us is what can we do now that there is infrastructure that we can start off with. So you have not left us hanging. I also want to really acknowledge your support of being ready to listen to our collective here. Because I know from the colleagues of STI, today Bustema is at your door, tomorrow it's Makerere, the other day it is Kabale and everything. This is one of the benefits, and you talked about working around programs. This is one of the ways we believe that we can collectively then contribute to the engineering development in our country. And I don't want to take long because I'm also contributing to the time lag of the day. But most importantly, I kindly request for a copy of your speech. Because as our interim chair said, actually you fed into our action plan. So I don't want us to miss a sentence, a comma, a full stop, or anything in that journey. If we could kindly receive a copy of your speech as a key input into our action plan, it would really set us off going in the right direction. And I do not want to close my remarks by only thanking you who's here with us, but I also want to thank in a very special way and to kindly request that you convey our thanks to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, because he is the fountain of honor and he is the driver of where we are today. Through agents like yourself, who have ably translated his vision, and we are here today standing before you. So we kindly request that you carry our thanks not only to yourself, but to him and to all the cabinet that has supported you, and to the speaker, because the speaker said it very clearly yesterday morning that your battles are now over. You ask, you put the agenda, and things flow. For us, we shall hold her accountable to that. And by that, she also mentioned that she's also closely related to us as engineers. Yeah, we want to see football and engineering getting closer together. And she herself announced it. I am not putting words in her mouth. She said so, that she's close to engineering. So we are going to use all paths, direct and otherwise, so that our agenda makes it happen for God and our continent and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very wonderful vote of thanks. We've come to the end of the first part of this session. We are going to have now a bit of reconfiguration. We are going to have a panel discussion. The reason being is that when we converged here today, we also wanted to get input, feedback from key stakeholders into what we are planning, to have their feedback into what the consortium could do, the key challenges that we should address, and the gaps. So I will respectfully, first of all, ask the ushers to make some reconfiguration. So in this second session, we are going to reconstitute as follows. We are going to constitute a distinguished panel that represents government, academia, industry, and regulation. I would like to invite Professor Uipe to the stage. He's one of the panelists. Professor Henry Uipe, ERB President, a panelist. Engineer Richard Masiko, MD of UETCL, a panelist. And then I would also like to invite Professor Julian Cox, Associate Dean, University of New South Wales, Australia. Our discussion will run for about 45 minutes. We shall begin with short opening perspectives from each of the panelists, then move into a moderated conversation. But for this to happen smoothly, we need very efficient microphones. Ushers, are these microphones working properly? Maybe we should test them, eh? All right. Okay. This session will take around for about 40 minutes. Time is not on our side. Initially, I'm going to ask each one of you in about 3 minutes to share the single biggest challenge and single biggest opportunity for the future of engineering in Uganda from your perspective. I'll start with Professor Uipe, who is the Executive Director of the Vice Chancellor's Forum.
Okay, thank you very much. I was a Dean of Engineering at Makerere from 1981 to 1989, almost a decade. And at that time, there was scarcity, of course, but we used to get very good students. And these ones are here, almost all of those I taught, because year one was very common year, and I was teaching engineering, mathematics, and materials. But right from that time, we found out that there was no legal framework between the collaboration of university and industry in Uganda. And I went ahead to be a member on the Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy. We put a recommendation that in order for industry to collaborate with universities efficiently, there should be a legal framework so that when industries endow a chair or they support a university, they can get a tax rebate, they can get an incentive. But 45 years now, this has not happened. And that's why you find out that internship is still a problem. Internship is paid. You have to pay some industries in order to go for internship and get a report. And it has to continue unless the Honorable Minister, who is here, can help us in that respect. Maybe I stop there. But I'm very historical. I have worked with UNESCO since 1983. I went on and became a member of the executive board for 8 years, chaired international meeting on science and technology. And this linkage of science, engineering, and TVET started in 1990 when they realized that the engineers needed the technicians, just as the technicians needed what engineers, as the Honorable Minister has eloquently elaborated. These things have been within our domain, and they need maybe to be fertilized further. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lugujo. Indeed, most of us here were your students in the 80s. Engineer Richard Masiko, what are some of the gaps that you can see in the current training regime of engineering in Uganda?
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry. The challenges and the gaps we observe in the graduate engineers as a result of a mismatch of what they know or what they can do and the competences expected on the other side of industry are mainly to do with inadequate practical exposure during their time at college. And these gaps, even when they graduate and get employed, they tend to continue. And the major causes, as identified so far, include rapid industry change, misaligned curricula, lack of employer input, focusing mainly on technical skills and forgetting supplementing soft skills when implementing projects. These soft skills include resilience, flexibility, communication skills, critical thinking, time management, among others. And as a consequence, there is reduced employability, negative impact on the institutions of higher learning, and also the economy is negatively impacted. Thank you.
Wow. Rapporteur, you are taking notes. Lots of gaps. Professor Julian, from your perspective and from your exposure that you've had, how can universities modernize teaching with digital tools, sustainability, and global trends while still addressing local realities? You know, being cognizant of, you know, local situations.
Thank you. Is the microphone working? Am I coming through loud and clear? Excellent. I wanted to remind people of 4 words I used yesterday, and I think these are pertinent to what needs to happen with curriculum reform. That is collaboration, inspiration, aspiration, and socio-economic impact. I thought what I'd do is very quickly share elements of how we work with curriculum ongoing. And it's particularly important that even though we are a global top 20 college and have been for a long time the #1 college of engineering in Australia, we don't stand still. So, of course, as has been touched on, the basic curriculum ensures that we look at knowledge, skills, attitudes and behaviours. And I want to echo the thoughts on not only the technical skills, but what we refer to, and I don't like the term soft skills. I prefer to think of them as generic success skills. We have very strong teams at the faculty level in 2 areas. One is around governance, to ensure there's very tight control on meaningful design of curriculum, and along with that, an education innovation team that provides strong support to academic staff to look at imaginative curriculum design. We also, of course, see continuous improvement and are raising the bar higher and higher through accreditation, in our case with Engineers Australia. We have also been the first university in our country to introduce specifically education-focused staff who are accomplished teachers and who show mentorship, leadership and innovation in the design of their teaching. We also offer continuous professional development, notably a course design institute, and I would like to mention that I'd love to bring that here. We had an abridged version here in Kampala and Gulu last year, and I hope that we would run a full program through Kampala in 2026. We also offer peer observation of teaching, and I've also designed and teach a Foundations of Education course for PhD students to complement their research journey. In terms of curriculum design, we ensure early that there is a sense of belonging and identity, both with engineering as a whole and each specialisation. In terms of the skills development, we ensure that we're working with both the digital and physical environments with several maker spaces, including a major space that looks very similar to the one that we saw in the Minister's video. We also look at ongoing curriculum innovation in terms of programs, majors. For example, some time ago now, we actually developed dedicated programs in solar and photovoltaic and renewable energy engineering, and more recently in quantum computing, nuclear engineering, and geoenergy and geostorage. We also encourage for students mobility. We have a humanitarian engineering minor which students can take. We also, importantly, and I think this is very pertinent to the discussion throughout today, we have a very, very strong program of industrial training. It's a marvellous ecosystem with somewhere between 600 and 700 industrial partners. It's formally managed by the faculty. It's a program level requirement. Students cannot graduate without having exposure to industry. We also, and I note the Minister's request about 30%, I have to say that we have a very strong women in engineering program as well, which is our primary focus of diversity, and indeed at UNSW we have a greater than 30% proportion of women in our faculty. I would also then highlight in terms of output, how do we know that we're being successful? UNSW as a whole, but particularly in the Faculty of Engineering, we see through various independent measures we have the most employable graduates in the country, and we have had that now for the last 5+ years. Just to finish then, I would very much appreciate to be able to continue what has been nearly a 10-year relationship with Uganda, and to be able to join the journey of the Deans to be able to support curriculum reform. Thank you.
Wow, a lot of good things happening at University of New South Wales, and it seems there's a lot to learn. I like that bit about the industry training. Now, Professor Alina Uipe, you are our boss, the chair of the Engineers Registration Board. What role is ERB playing in ensuring that our graduates meet competency-based and internationally recognized standards?
Hello? Can
Yes.
you hear me? Okay, so I'll start by introducing myself briefly. I'm the chairman of the Engineers Registration Board of Uganda, and that is the body that is charged with the responsibility of regulating the practice of engineering. And our main roles, according to the law, are three. Number one is to regulate and control the practice of engineering. Number two is to advise government on engineering practice. And then number three is, of course, keep a register of all the engineers who are practicing in Uganda. So yes, our role is to promote the practice of good engineering and work closely with the UIPE. That's why even here, at this event, we've been working closely together. So we have a big interest in good quality engineers and promote them to be registered. We want all engineers who are practicing in Uganda to be registered. Even those from outside the country, like Engineer Cox here, my colleague from Australia. If you want to come and work in Uganda, we want you to be registered. And what are the requirements of registration? They are very simple. One is that you must have, to be, at least on the category of engineers, you must be having a degree, a recognized engineering degree, or degree in engineering. In any of the areas, at the moment we are diversifying our scope. Long ago, we used to have only 3 categories of engineers. We used to have civil engineers, mechanical engineers, and electrical engineers. But currently, we have more than 14 categories, and we are continuing to build because engineering is getting more specialized, and so we have that interest. 2 is that you should, apart from the degree, have worked for 2 years under mentorship as a people engineer. So you need that experience because engineering is not just the theory in a class, but you also need to work just like doctors or other professionals, that you work under a registered engineer for 2 years under pupillage, and then another 2 years as more or less semi-independent, that you can flex your muscle and now start designing, but get approvals of other engineers. And so we need 2 years plus 2 years. And then you just write a career report. A career report is basically your CV, but emphasizing the engineering aspects that you've worked on. So we need a career report as well as a technical report. And the technical report is about one particular project or 2 that you've worked on and demonstrate that you have really used engineering knowledge, you have designed, you have ideated, you have designed, you have constructed, and you have taken to operation an engineering facility, and could be in any area. So when you have all those, then you qualify to be registered. So the challenge that we have with the registration in Uganda is that many people want to dodge those other first steps. They want to go into engineering and start working without the supervision. You still need supervision. 2 is that many of them also want to go and do other things and leave engineering. You know, engineering, like the minister has mentioned, engineers can work in very many areas. You find engineers are auditors, you find engineering in sales offices. we don't register sales office engineers. We register engineers who have done engineering work. So therefore, we must promote our engineering practice. The other is that some people, I think, have a phobia for appearing before panels. Because even when you are a senior person, maybe you have served for 10 years, and the panel is made up of at times we have young people on the panel. People as young as 6 years, 7 years. They can also interact with you just to be sure that the project that you are presenting, that you worked on it. It is your own project. And then maybe the other issue is on documentation. Many people do not keep record of what they do. So someone has participated on a project, but they don't have any design where even their signature appears. They don't have any calculations. They don't have even photographs. They don't have even mentors' recommendations or whatever. And you find that someone then is stuck, they can't register. It's important as a country that all our engineers are registered. Apart from the Ugandans, we also encourage foreigners, like I've said, especially where we don't have expertise. We realize that there are some areas where we don't have expertise, like say nuclear engineering, nuclear energy. And Ugandans should know that at the moment the government of Uganda is interested in dropping our nuclear resources. Recently, last week, we had a meeting with the Koreans. There's already a project which is working on nuclear energy that will give us almost half of our electricity generation coming from the nuclear resources. So it's important that we get to know. But what I'm saying is that for the foreigners, we need them to have also registered their own country, because we need accountability. If I'm going to work with Professor Cox from Australia, I must be sure that he qualified at University of New South Wales, that he practices there, he is registered. If something goes wrong in Uganda, where he has been on the project, I can fly to Australia and look for him, because I know Australia very well. So I think that's what I can say about our practice and what the requirements are, and what can give us the best in terms of engineering practice.
Thank you, Professor Arinaitwe. Before I leave you, I wanted to expound on the question a little bit more. It does seem you're interested in receiving well-qualified, experienced engineers who you've assessed and, they qualify to be registered. Question is there any role that you play in making sure that they get this gravitas, they get this confidence, they get these skills? Or you just sit and wait for good qualified guys to come to you?
Yes, together with the UIP, we have programs that promote practice so that people then can qualify. For example, we have mentorship programs that as UIP and as ERB, we can attach younger engineers to senior people so they are mentored and taken through the practice, what the expressions are. The others are on CPDs. We also have, continuous improvement programs where our engineers, even senior engineers, are required to do CPDs anyway. Even when you are 40 years in practice, you still need to get to know, like what we are doing here, these things of AI. AI is a recent thing. So if you started under Professor Gujo when he was a dean, maybe you didn't hear anything about AI. But now we have all to learn and really learn, and so we keep promoting ourselves that way. Then, of course, we also have seminars once in a while, and we also have these meetings which are on quarterly basis. So there are a number of things that we do to promote the practice of engineering.
Professor, as most deans will be familiar with the general shortage of PhDs in engineering, as soon as they are manufactured, there are push-pull forces that take them. Professor Lugujo, how do you address this problem of scarcity of PhDs, particularly in engineering?
the Vice Chancellor's Forum has noted with great fear that there is extreme shortage of PhD personnel in our universities in the engineering discipline. And a proposal is being drafted where we suggest that the public universities that are somehow endowed in doctoral studies can support the private universities, especially with respect to conducting the preliminary coursework of doctoral part. And when it comes to research, then the government can come in. But we are saying that when a private university releases a candidate, it continues to pay the salary of that lecturer as the lecturer is working on his PhD in a public university. This is some sort of harambe. It has been done in agriculture. There is a forum in agriculture, and they have got that model. And we think that this will accelerate the production of PhD. I have to say that from 1975 to 1985, said that he had 4 PhDs in 10 years. Until SIDA came in for rescue. So the issue of PhD is complex unless you have someone to push you. So we need this inter-university collaboration within the country. Instead of lamenting, we need to come on board and see how best we can help each other. But there is no future of engineering without PhD work. You know, okay, you can talk of technicians, you can talk of politics and what have you, but you need quality staff in order to generate research and innovation. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor. This is from a man who has lived his life in engineering education. Rapporteur, hope you are taking notes. I'm back again to Engineer Masiko Richard. You listed a number of gaps that must be addressed, or that you've noted in some of our graduates. We would like to be proactive as engineering educators. And how best do you think we should engage you, the industry captains, in getting these gaps collectively? For you, you represent the electricity sector. Now there could be others from the water sector and so forth. We need to get all these gaps and, you know, address them in our curriculums. How should we engage you? Give us some leads.
Thank you very much. I'm glad also to announce that as UTCL, we are collaborating closely with SEDAT to try and see how to address these gaps. And through this collaboration or partnership, we work closely with SEDAT to provide input on training skills, develop relevant coursework, identify the needs, and therefore try and develop solutions. Another option or area we can work on is to bring stakeholders together, and in this I mean the industry, universities or colleges, and policymakers, so that we reform our curriculum to make sure what we have is what we think and feel is fit for purpose. Then probably, last but not least, we emphasize what the professor doesn't like, soft skills, generic skills. We can emphasize these generic skills to these young people, impart them, because once they are implementing projects in real life, they must communicate. They are managing resources. So they need all these resources to be productive and relevant. Thank you.
Professor, would you allow me to come back to you again? Vice Chancellors perennially face resource constraints. There's not enough money. This cuts across both public and private universities. Do you see any hope in universities collaborating to pool resources, avoid duplication, and raise quality collectively?
Initially,
it's on.
Yeah. Traditionally, universities depended on tuition, but it's no longer enough. Universities must know that running a university is like a competitive venture. You must be proactive, and you must have sources of income, as it were. For private universities, where I was for 10 years, I was lucky to find that they had land, endowment. They had endowment already. And I used that as collateral to construct buildings, to buy postgraduates, to equip laboratories. And the banks trusted me because I had land and I always paid on time. So within a period of 10 years, I increased the resource base of the university from 22 billion to 100 billion by the time I left. So when you have an endowment, that can happen. For public university, it is almost impossible to get a loan because you can't encumber government, which is unfortunate. But you can use consultancy. We created the SEDAT, and Professor Okero can say that. It is a consultancy unit. We could pay the lecturers working on the consultancy, the principal investigator, and part of it could go to the center of the university. When I was in Makerere, a proposal was brought in Senate in 1983 that we could buy land around the university. The professors who were there were British trained. They said, no, that is not the role of the university. University can't engage in business. But you can imagine if we had bought land around there, we could have set up hostels. Like Imperial College, London, they have got, on Oxford Street, they have supermarkets. They have got yachts on the North Sea, in oil. This is university, Imperial College. They are working outside the box. Therefore, what we are saying is that universities are no longer the conservative lot. They must be they must embrace entrepreneurship, as it were. They shouldn't be ashamed of engaging in business in order to generate research money. As it were. Yes. It is a new dimension, okay? A new dimension, but for private universities, wonderful. You can do anything. You can even buy a taxi or border in order to generate money for research. No one will blame you because it is a business now. In order to excel, you must have an input. You must spend money. AI, you've talked about AI, isn't it? Last night, Albania appointed a lady minister for AI. It's big business, isn't it? But in order to exploit AI, you need massive investment. So how will you compete if you don't generate money internally? I thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to pose one last question to the ERB president, and then I'll open the discussion to the floor. I've been observing you intently, and it seems you're very attentive to what these gentlemen have been saying. You've probably got a couple of questions where you might want clarifications or something like that. Now, before I open the floor, ERB President, you are keen in maintaining the standards of engineering in this country. At the same time, our graduates and our products want to access markets outside Uganda. Have you taken any steps in negotiating equivalence certification of our qualifications, such that if somebody goes to Kenya looking for a job, if somebody goes to Ethiopia, they don't have a hard time? And if possible, if somebody is going to United States or UK, they can get quickly accredited and they begin working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we work closely with other institutions, similar institutions, like those in Kenya, those in Tanzania. We have a mutual recognition agreement whereby within East Africa, if you present yourself, you are registered in Uganda and you go to Kenya, you are easily absorbed into your system. Also for the Commonwealth, it is very easy because we started on the same footing. But there are also those who are particular that our programs should have been accredited to those international standards. And at times that's why we get challenges. But of course, we know that our standards are very good as Ugandans. If you go to UK, if you go to the US, if you go to Australia, you should be able to easily work within, because it was the same setup originally. So what I can say is that within East Africa, it's very easy. Outside South Africa, at times they also refer back to us. Just like we will also refer to them. When we get people from India, from China, from where, we don't just put them on our register. We also have to contact their institutions and get that green light. Or if they say that person we don't know, then we're also very cautious in dealing with them. It means that now they have to present their credentials as if they have not registered anywhere. So it means we have to look at their designs, we have to look at their career report to be able to put them on our register, but temporarily. We've been encouraging all institutions. I think I should use this opportunity to mention that we've been encouraging institutions in Uganda that employ foreign engineers to make sure that they comply with the law. Because the law says to work in Uganda as an engineer, you should have, you should get clearance, you should be on our register. And that should be done within 4 months of arrival. But better if you can apply, even when you are still abroad, and you come and find the paperwork, both for the engineers and also for immigration to have been processed. We're also working closely with the immigration office to make sure that engineers are not given indefinite work permits within Uganda. They should be on our register. Maybe I should also say, since you have given me a last chance, now since we're talking about this with the deans, I had forgotten the track of the academic staff. Staff who are at the universities and they have research, they have done research, they have PhDs, they can also register on the track on the academic track. So not necessarily on the practical project, but on using their papers that they have published, but in reputable journals.
Thank you, Professor. Now, I'll invite a few clarifications if somebody wants to pose a question or two to any of these distinguished panelists. Now is the time. Ushers, we are going to need those microphones. We're going to start with the gentleman here, and then we shall move on to you. They are bringing a microphone to you.
Professor Kant Kanyarsoke. Right now I'm at the Mountains of the Moon University in handling agro-value addition engineering. Now, there are these projects which students do, and I think the minister touched them, and quite often prototypes or even further, even bigger, slightly bigger systems are left at the universities. Question is, how can these universities use them? Because it's actually very hurting. Government spends so much money on these projects, sometimes in the ranges of hundreds of millions of shillings, and then the things are left there. Nobody's using them. Maybe occasionally a research student uses them, but it's very, very hurting to see them go to waste. For example, can we say some of these things could be developed further and put into business, which business raises money for research purposes? Because most of these are research R&D facilities. I would like to, the deans are here. I would like them to have serious thought about that.
Your question is noted. Next, okay.
Thank you. Dr. Collins Okello, Gulu University. A moment ago, the Honorable Minister reminded us that the A-level students, the S5 students, will be joining the university. And the nature of their training is completely different from what we are doing. I would like to ask Professor Lugujo and Professor Renaitwe to advise us deans, how should we prepare students since the
the products of the new curriculum. How shall we be handled? Let's take a third question. Hey, the microphone is not moving the other side. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm a student at Nejo University in Damian Wasima. And my concern is on what they talked about concerning students being the cheapest resource, if I can say. So, in my view, we all have potentials as human beings. And after students have taken a decision of doing engineering, there is something within them, what I can say potential, and I usually like using imagination. If as a country, if I can say, we are to use or maybe develop projects that have been set off already, when shall we be able to get up from that gap whereby we are following others and not relying on what we as Uganda see, what I can call imagination, that can relate or solve problems in our country? In that sense, what could we think about doing for students so as to maximize their potentials and have the best that they can do to develop this country as engineers? Thank you so much.
Let the microphone go to this gentleman on the second row.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grover Vincent, and I work with UNAPSEC. UNAPSEC is Ugandan National Association of Builders, Suppliers, and Engineering Contractors. My question is, we are currently in the fourth industrial revolution, and yet many institutions are still using the traditional curriculum. And as you could be aware, BIM is transforming the design of structures in different parts of the country. What steps have the tertiary institutions undertaken to incorporate BIM in the construction sector or in the construction education to better prepare the students for the evolving industry? Thank you.
Let us have the fifth and last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of High Table and colleagues. My name is Engineer Professor Joseph Tanko, and I want to comment on the role of engineers. My question goes as this. The engineers, the young engineers, one of the key things to note is evaluation after graduation and during working time of their life. My question then is this. As young engineers go into the market, how is the engineering body tracing their movement, their welfare, especially their take point salary, which will encourage them to work harder? Thank you, sir.
Interesting question. Going back to the panelists, Professor Kant Kanyarusoke talked of white elephant research programs, and was wondering how this can be minimized. Perhaps? Pardon? Yes. Let me first go to Professor Lugujo. How do you advise us as engineering deans in addressing the new curriculum entrance that we shall get next year or next year but one? These ones have been trained somewhat differently from secondary schools with lots on hands-on.
As far as I know, the senior 5 students have continued with the traditional curriculum, and senior 6. The reason is simple. We train students also for international market. If you are to do competence-based education and training, and then you skip part of the back house, imagine if you want to go outside the country. What will you explain to them? That in my country, you see, the A-level curriculum is international. The O-level, okay, you can modify as much as you want. It is a foundation. And indeed, I am sure that those embarking on the traditional senior 5 and 6 will have a better practical outlook on the studies. But we are not saying that in year 1, in Makerere, they will use competence-based education and training. That is not within the agreement of international education. Otherwise, you will imprison students. They will go somewhere and they look off. And we don't want to explain too much that these students went through here, these students did not do probabilities, these students did, we don't want that way. So let God save us and retain the A-level. And I'm sure even up to now, senior 5 and 6 are following the Nelecon, Back house 1 and 2, Okay? Thank
Noted. You've got the response, eh? Very educative. Now, I forget the name, Engineer Professor Joseph. You were inquiring about the evaluation and assessment of our graduates once they get out of college. And you also touched the issue of remuneration. I'm aware that is it UIPE or ERB that has got some recommended rates of remuneration? But then, Professor Naitwe, you can speak to that. How are the students continuously assessed once they leave our institution, the working space, and then also to make sure that they are not exploited with commensurate remuneration?
Thank you for that question. I'll tackle it this way, that in Uganda, first of all, we don't have minimum wage yet. You know, I know in many other countries they have a minimum wage, but in Uganda we don't have, for a number of reasons. Some of them, of course, are political. So at the institution of professional engineers and ERB, we have often been asked, what are your rates? And at times we give opinions on the kind of rates that we get, we as individuals. But we don't have, should I say, rigid rates. Also, the market is still young and flexible. You can't say, as engineers, we'll charge $500 per day. That could be okay for some, but it may not be okay for others. Even at the moment, I have got a request. There's someone who is trying to put us on a team of international consultants and asking me, what is your rate? Of course, I'll give them the rate that I used before, because that I can defend. But I can't keep to that standard for everybody. If it's a local job, I can as well go for something small. But if it's international, then I have to go with the international rates that I've used before. On the issue of the mentorship, as I've said before, we have mentors. And those mentors do evaluate and do continuously improve on the performance of the young ones. But that mentorship program is also limited because we don't have resources to finance it. And so even some of the people are working far away. So it's not very, it doesn't cover the entire spectrum of engineers, but at least we have made some attempts to make sure that when an engineer needs a mentor, we press them. But it doesn't happen in all situations.
Thank you, Professor. Now, to Professor Julian Cox, one of the participants here was riled by the comment that students provide a cheap resource. You noted that, huh? And he wants to find out what is in it for him. Yes, it is a fact. Students are used all over as a cheap labor to do very hard research, particularly in North America. It's too much. But your words, how do you reassure him that it is a fair world after all?
So in terms of the students coming through from undergraduate to maybe postgraduate and then higher degree research, the best of those students, of course, yes, early they are a cheap resource, but they are also in training. Fortunately, in Australia, we value research very highly. And so often our local students are receiving, probably by global standards, a substantial scholarship to support them. So I would not say that they are necessarily cheap labour. That's in terms of their core income for undertaking a PhD. On top of that, they may be able to work in a technical role, but also in an educational role as a demonstrator or a tutor. And we do have minimum wages in Australia, and certainly people undertaking educational activities, even at PhD level, are still paid very well. So it's hard to compare. And I'm sad to hear that I think it's something that needs to be pushed with government here, that if you're looking at we have a saying that if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. What you've got to look at is if you want high quality professionals to train and join and stay in a field, they have to be paid commensurately. So I think that's a job for the institutions and the deans of engineering, is to advocate with the government to support for good conditions, including pay that recognises the quality of the engineers that you want to have.
Thank you. Did you say that if you pay in peanuts, you get monkeys? That's a new one.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if it translates well, but it's a saying in Australia that if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other one was a technical one. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, using BIM. I know, Professor Naito, you have another hat where you can address that. I don't know. You wanted reassurance that BIM is being integrated in our curricula or something of that nature?
He was talking about BIM, or BIM being introduced in the curriculum at the universities. Yes, I think that's already being done. At this, I know that at Makerere, within the Department of Construction, Economics and Management, they already have that component. And of course, even the practice now is out there. Even you have seen authorities now allowing submissions under BIMs. So I think that's already being done. It's just a question of time that everybody is on board, just like AI.
Right. We are now closing up this round, and I'm going to give an opportunity to each panelist to give just one recommendation to the consortium of engineering deans as a takeaway, an action point that we should consider in the next 5 years in our strategy, geared at strengthening engineering education. I'll start with Professor Lugucho. One takeaway.
The issue as a dean of a faculty, you are very much interested to ensure that you have efficient delivery of programs. And in this respect, you need a competent staff. Therefore, you need to place great emphasis on the training of good students up to PhD level, because this will facilitate the research component, the innovation, and also it will make your career better. Therefore, it is important for the new inaugurated consortium should forward the recommendation to the Vice Chancellor's Committee for onward forwarding to policy makers, to the Minister of Education, as it were. Because this is a united front. The consortium now is a united front. You have a common denominator, a common problem, and then you put it down in form of recommendation. You recommend the executive to the Uganda Vice Chancellor's Forum, then the forum takes it to the minister. I think that's what I...
Competent staff, trained to PhD level. Noted. To the industry captains, Engineer Richard Masiko, one takeaway.
Thank you. I think the most important aspect here from where I'm sitting is to encourage the institutions of higher learning excuse me, to form partnerships with the industry. This will enhance the practical aspects of these students, let it go beyond the traditional industrial training placement. Let's go deeper, share knowledge. Let's look at the curriculum together to make sure that what you have really is relevant from our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Richard. We shall hold you onto that. Partnership with industry. Fellow deans you've had. Professor Julian?
Yes, as I guess someone outside who has learned a lot about the Ugandan context this afternoon, I see that you need to align curriculum with the new raw material that is coming through the revised secondary curriculum, and then also align with the desired product for the national interest. So if national ambition is to play on the world stage, then not only do you need collaboration here, but with global players, and to include benchmarking to ensure that your curriculum design is appropriate and aligned with that ambition.
Thank you, Professor Julian. You're a big chief. One takeaway to us.
What I can say as a takeaway is for the schools of engineering and deans also to serve as examples. From the regulation side, I would want to see many of our colleagues at the dean level and even lecturers registered. And also the issue of the curriculum should be flexible in a way. I know there's a bureaucracy in the universities, because I know the universities also very well. But I think we need to have a more flexible way of handling curriculum review so that we are not overtaken by events. I know, I also studied in the UK, and there when there's something new, it doesn't have to go through the entire cycle of approval. That you can incorporate those minor changes within your context and have them run up to when you revise the program. I mean, like AI should now already be mainstreamed in the curriculum, but we need to find ways of handling it so that it does not offend those of National Council for Education and of course ourselves, because we also work with the National Council for Education. So I think what we need is a more flexible way of adapting to new technologies so that we improve on our curriculum, and that will address also these students who are coming from O-level and A-level now with a new approach of the way they have been taught. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give an applause to our panelists. I really thank you for sharing the information that you've given us this evening. And I also thank the audience for your patience. We started late, but we've been able to cover a lot. What we've done is historic. I hope 1 year, 2 years from now, the country will start feeling our impact. You know, the general public will also feel our impact. There are serious policy directions that have been proposed. You've heard that the minister proposed a meeting with us to align us or maybe inform us of priorities of government that concern us. That is not a light invitation. We need to take it up such that we work in a synergy with, with government in bringing about technological change and impact to our society. I thank you. So, the regional program, we had somebody from the original conference to close the whole thing, but I don't see any here. Well, the session is closed. Thank you for your participation.
Soil and ends in the hands of coffee lovers. This is the value at Source Coffee project by Nonda Commodities Limited, a bold end-to-end transformation of Uganda's coffee value chain. From seedling to seed, every step is owned, perfected, and celebrated here at home. At its core stands East and Central Africa's largest coffee value addition facility, a world-class plant in Luwero with the unmatched capacity to process 42,000 metric tons of green coffee every year into roasted, ground, and instant products that meet the highest global specialty standards. And this is more than machinery. It's livelihoods, 1,200 direct jobs, 3,000 indirect jobs, and over 100,000 farming households gaining higher farmgate prices, training, and secure long-term offtake agreements. Seedling centers like Budaka at Iki ensure a steady supply of premium Arabica and Robusta, empowering farmers from the very first step. From these roots, Uganda's coffee now bypasses middlemen, reaching premium markets as fully processed value-added products. And the world is testing the difference. In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, 2 flagship Nonda coffee shops proudly serve single origin Ugandan coffee, Ugandan owned, Ugandan run, and world class in every cup.